Judeo-Hellenistic aspects, which made it an important factor in the spread of Judaism in antiquity. This was perhaps the first time in history that a clearly monotheistic religion combined with a political government. The sovereign became a priest. Like other single deity religions that would hold power in the future, the Hasmonean theocracy used the sword to spread not only its territorial domain but also its religious following. And with the historical option of cultural Hellenization came the possibility of conversion to Judaism. The boundaries opened in both directions. Hellenism injected Judaism with the vital element of anti-tribal universalism, which in turn strengthened the rulers' appetite for propagating their religion, leading them to abandon the exclusive commandments of Deuteronomy and Joshua. The Hasmoneans did not claim descent from the house of David, and they saw no reason to emulate the story of Joshua, the mythological conqueror of Canaan. 57. In 125 BCE Yohanan Hyrcanus conquered Edom, the country that spread south of Beth-zur and Ein-Gedi as far as Beersheba, and Judaized its inhabitants by force. Josephus described it in Antiquities of the Jews. Hyrcanus took also Dora and Marissa, cities of Idumea, and subdued all the Idumeans, and permitted them to stay in that country, if they would circumcise their genitals, and make use of the laws of the Jews, and they were so desirous of living in the country of their forefathers, that they submitted to the use of circumcision, and of the rest of the Jewish ways of living, at which time therefore this befell them, that they were hereafter no other than Jews. 58. Thus did the ruling Hasmonean high priest annex an entire people not only to his kingdom but also to his Jewish religion. Henceforth, the Edomite people would be seen as an integral part of the Jewish people. At that time, joining the religion of another group was regarded as joining its people, its cult community. But it was only the progress of monotheism that made attachment to the faith as important as the traditional association with origin. This was the beginning of the slide from what we might call Judeanity, a cultural linguistic geographic entity, toward Judaism, a term denoting a broader kind of religion civilization. This process would evolve till it reached its height in the 2nd century CE. 59. Who were the Edomites? There are several sources. The important Greek geographer Strabo, who lived at the time of Augustus, erroneously stated, the Edomians are Nabateans. When driven from their country by sedition, they passed over to the Jews, and adopted their customs. 60 Ptolemaeus, an obscure historian from Ascalon, was probably more accurate when he stated, the Edomians, on the other hand, were not originally Jews, but Phoenicians and Syrians, having been subjugated by the Jews and having been forced to undergo circumcision, so as to be counted among the Jewish nation, and to keep the same customs, they were called Jews. 61 Their number is not known, but it could not have been insignificant, since their territory was about half the size of the kingdom of Judea. Needless to say, the Edomite peasants and shepherds probably did not all become good monotheists overnight. Nor, presumably, did all the Judean farmers. But it is almost certain that the higher and middle strata adopted the Mosaic religion and became an organic part of Judea. The converted Jews of Edomite origin intermarried with the Judeans and gave Hebrew names to their children, some of whom would play important roles in the history of the Judean kingdom. Not only Herod came from among them, some of the disciples of the strict Rabbi Shammai and the most extreme zealots in the Great Revolt were also of Edomite descent. Jewish historiography has always been ill at ease about the forced conversion and assimilation practiced by the Hasmoneans. Greeks condemned the acts of Hyrcanus, asserting that they were catastrophic for the Jewish people. Dubnow, in his gentle way, sought to soften the history and depicted the Edomites as tending to cultural assimilation with the Jews, and Barron remained laconic in his treatment of the problematic issue. 62 Zionist and Israeli historiography was divided. Klausner, the proud nationalist, saw the conquest of Edom and the conversion of its inhabitants as righting an old injustice, since the Negev had been part of the kingdom of Judah during the First Temple period. 63 One of the later historians of the Hasmonean kingdom, Ari Akasher, went out of his way to show that the mass conversion of the Edomites was voluntary, not imposed by force. He argued that the Edomites had been circumcised before the conversion and that everyone knows Jewish tradition has always opposed forced conversion. 64. Urban Edomites had long been under Hellenistic influence and were probably uncircumcised. Moreover, though the rabbinical tradition did in fact renounce any attempt to force people to change religion, it only did so much later after the Zealot uprising in the 1st century CE, when forced conversions to Judaism were no longer feasible. Under the Hasmonean rulers of the late 1st century BCE, it was a regular feature of Jewish policy, and Hyrcanus was not the only one who implemented it. In 104 to 103 BCE his son Judas Aristobulus annexed the Galilee to Judea and forced its Iturean inhabitants, who populated the northern region, to convert to Judaism. According to Josephus, he was called a lover of the Grecians, and had conferred many benefits on his own country, and made war against Iturea, and added a great part of it to Judea, and compelled the inhabitants, if they would continue in that country, to be circumcised, and to live according to the Jewish laws. In support, he quotes Strabo, who wrote, "This man was a person of candor, and very serviceable to the Jews, for he added a country to them, and obtained a part of the nation of the Itureans for them, and bound them to them by the bond of the circumcision of their genitals." 65. Judeans probably lived in the Galilee earlier, but it was populated and governed predominantly by the Itureans, the center of whose kingdom was in Chalcis in Lebanon. Their origin is obscure, probably Phoenician and possibly tribal Arab. The territory annexed by Aristobulus stretched from Bet-shean, Scythopolis, in the south to beyond Giscala in the north, that is, most of today's Galilee minus the coast. Masses of Itureans, the original inhabitants of the Galilee, assimilated into the expanding Judean population, and many became devout Jews. One of Herod's associates was Sohemus the Iturean. 66. It is not known if John, Yohanan, of Giscala, a zealot leader in the Great Revolt, was of convert origin like his comrade and rival, Simon Bar Jorah. Aristobulus's brother and successor, Alexander Jannaeus, also sought to convert the people he conquered, but he conducted wars mainly against the Hellenistic trading coastal cities along the borders of Judea, and was less successful in converting their inhabitants. The Hellenists, who were proud of their culture, might have been willing to convert to Judaism of their own free will, as indeed some of them did in the countries around the Mediterranean. But it appears that they were not willing to accept the forced Hasmonean conversion, which would have meant losing the political and economic privileges granted to them by the polis, the city-states. According to Josephus, Alexander destroyed the city of Pella in Transjordan because its inhabitants would not bear to change their religious rites for those peculiar to the Jews. 67. We know that he totally destroyed other Hellenistic cities, Samaria, Gaza, Gadara, and many more. Judas Aristobulus's father, Hyrcanus, had to deal with the complicated problem of conversion. When he conquered the region of Samaria in 111, or 108, BCE, he could not forcibly convert the Samaritans, who were in part descendants of the ancient Israelites. They were already monotheists. They avoided pagan customs, observed the Sabbath and practiced circumcision. Unfortunately, it was forbidden to marry them, their liturgy was slightly different, and, moreover, they insisted on holding their ceremonies in their own temple. Hyrcanus therefore destroyed Shechem, Nablus, the main Samaritan city, and obliterated the temple on Mount Gerizim. 68. A long Jewish tradition marks the 20th day of the month of Kislev, the day when the Samaritan temple was destroyed, as a propitious day in the Hebrew calendar, on which it is forbidden to fast or mourn the dead. See the tractate Ta'anith. The national memory, too, honors the figure of Yohanan Hyrcanus, the Jewish Titus, destroyer of the Samaritan temple. Today in Israel, many streets proudly bear the name of this victorious Hasmonean priest. From the Hellenistic sphere to Mesopotamian territory. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, but for the symbiosis between Judaism and Hellenism, which, more than anything, turned the former into a dynamic, propagative religion for more than 300 years, the number of Jews in today's world would be roughly the same as the number of Samaritans. Hellenism altered and invigorated the high culture of the Kingdom of Judea. This historical development enabled the Jewish religion to mount the Greek eagle and traverse the Mediterranean world. The conversions carried out by the Hasmonean kingdom were only a small part of a far more significant phenomenon that began in the early 2nd century BCE. The pagan world was already beginning to rethink its beliefs and values when Judaism launched its campaign of proselytization and became one of the factors that prepared the ground for the Great Christian Revolution. Judaism did not yet produce professional missionaries, as its younger sibling would do before long, but its encounter with the philosophies of the Stoic and Epicurean schools gave birth to a new literature that demonstrated a strong desire to win souls. At this time Alexandria was, if not the most important, one of the leading cultural centers of the Hellenistic world. It was there that the initiative was born, as early as the 3rd century BCE, to translate the Bible into the widespread, common Greek dialect Koine. The Babylonian Talmud and the work known as the Letter of Orestes would attribute the initiative to King Ptolemy II Philadelphus. It is doubtful if the Septuagint was in fact carried out at the behest of the Egyptian king, and it was certainly not a singular, brief act. It is more likely that the entire Old Testament was translated over many years by a large number of Jewish scholars, but the enterprise testified to the important symbiosis taking place between Judaism and Hellenism, through which the former was turning into a multilingual religion. Was the purpose of the translation to spread monotheism among the Gentiles? Israeli historians reject this supposition, arguing that many Jews knew no Hebrew and that the translation was intended for them. But why did the Jewish believers not know their national language at such an early stage of what was supposedly their exile? Was it because they no longer spoke it in their homeland? Or was it because most of them were Hellenistic converts who did not know even Aramaic, the language spoken by many Judean inhabitants? We don't know the answers to these questions, but we can be certain that this translation, in its numerous copies, even in the absence of printing, was an essential vehicle for the dissemination of the Jewish religion among the cultural elites all around the Mediterranean. The impact of the translation is best attested by Philo-Judaeus, the philosopher who was probably the first to merge skillfully the Stoic Platonic logos with Judaism, and who wrote the following in the early decades of the Common Era. Even to this very day, there is every year a solemn assembly held and a festival celebrated in the island of Pharos where the translation was believed to have been made, to which not only the Jews but a great number of persons of other nations sail across, reverencing the place in which the first light of interpretation shone forth, and thanking God for that ancient piece of beneficence which was always young and fresh. In this way those admirable and incomparable and most desirable laws were made known to all people, whether private individuals or kings, and this too at a period when the nation had not been prosperous for a long time. I think that in that case every nation, abandoning all their own individual customs, and utterly disregarding their national laws, would change and come over to the honor of such a people only, for their laws shining in connection with, and simultaneously with, the prosperity of the nation ethnos, will obscure all others, just as the rising sun obscures the stars. 69. Philo's use of the word ethnos like Josephus's use of phylon or phyle already designated a growing cult community rather than an isolationist community of origin, and it certainly does not correspond to the modern term nation. The Alexandrian philosopher viewed conversion to Judaism as a reasonable and positive phenomenon that demographically enlarged his ethnos. This was a historical phase in which the distinctive nature of the spreading monotheism began, under the influence of Hellenism, to undermine earlier identities. In the traditional identities, the pagan cults corresponded more or less to the cultural linguistic communities, the peoples, the commonalities, the cities or tribes. From this time on, the ancient association between religious boundaries and everyday cultural and language characteristics began to fail. 70 For example, Philo himself, for all his extensive knowledge, knew neither Hebrew nor Aramaic, yet this did not diminish his devout attachment to the Mosaic religion, which he, like many of his fellow believers, knew in its famous translation. Some of his writing was probably also intended to persuade Gentiles to change their ways and abandon their own individual customs. The Septuagint was the hesitant start of Jewish religious missionizing, also realized in the form of the works known as the books of the Apocrypha. The letter of Orestes that mentions the translation was written in Greek before 200 BCE by a Jewish believer in Alexandria. Orestes may have been the author's real name, though perhaps he took the typical Greek name, that of a bodyguard of Ptolemy II Philadelphus, to appeal to Hellenistic readers. As well as relating the legendary history of the translation, the letter attacks idolatry and praises the Jewish faith, though it does so in an allegorical manner. For example, it says nothing about circumcision, to avoid discouraging the Gentiles, but launches into an idyllic, even utopian, description of Jerusalem and its temple. It describes Jewish scholars as wiser than the pagan Greek philosophers, though paradoxically their superiority is demonstrated via the principles of Greek philosophy, giving the impression that the anonymous author was more familiar with the latter than with the Torah. Similar rhetoric is found in the third book of an ancient collection known as the Sibylline Oracles, a book that most scholars date to the 2nd century BCE, namely, the Hasmonean period. It too was translated in Alexandria and, like the letter of Orestes, denounces the Egyptian animal cults. Jewish sermonizing in the form of verses supposedly uttered by a Greek-style female prophet was a bold move in Hellenistic assimilation. The author is a missionary who addresses all the children of man who were created in God's image, and prophesies that in future the people of the great God will again serve all mortals as brave teachers. 71 Idolatry was low and debased, it is declared, whereas the Jewish faith was a religion of justice, fraternity, and charity. The idolaters were infected with homosexuality, whereas the Jews were far from committing any abomination. Therefore the worshippers of wood and stone should convert to the true faith or be chastised by a wrathful God. The obvious Jewish confidence of this work paralleled the success and rising power of the Hasmonean kingdom. The Wisdom of Solomon, written probably in the early 1st century BCE, also links the proselytizing impulse in the Jewish communities in Egypt with the Judean rulers' drive for converts. The first, visionary part of the work is in Hebrew and comes from Judea. The second, more philosophical part is in Greek and is Alexandrian in character. This work also derides the cult of animals and revolves around the disdain for the worship of images. Like the third Sibylline oracle, the Wisdom of Solomon associates the worship of many gods with licentiousness and immorality, dooming one to punishment. Here, too, the objects of persuasion are Gentiles, chiefly rulers and kings, and the rhetoric is entirely derived from Greek heritage. The Stoic Logos is put into the mouth of King Solomon, who utters well-known Platonic statements. 72. Other works, too, propagated Judaism or a universalist view of the deity. Joseph and Asneth, additions to the Book of Daniel, Pseudo-Phocilides, and others contained commentaries that sought to convince the reader of the superiority of abstract monotheism centered on an omnipotent deity. 73 Much of the propaganda was carried out in the proliferating synagogues, attractive houses of prayer that appealed to many Gentiles, and it was clearly successful. We have seen that Philo took pride in the growing number of Jews. Josephus, the historian who lived a generation after the Alexandrian philosopher, summarized the situation in his own way. We have already demonstrated that our laws have been such as have always inspired admiration and imitation into all other men, nay, the earliest Grecian philosophers, though in appearance they observed the laws of their own countries, yet did they, in their actions and their philosophic doctrines, follow our legislator Moses, and instructed men to live sparingly, and to have friendly communication one with another. Nay, farther, the multitude of mankind itself have had a great inclination of a long time to follow our religious observances, for there is not any city of the Grecians, nor any of the barbarians, nor any nation whatsoever, whither our custom of resting on the 7th day hath not come, and by which our fasts and lighting up lamps, and many of our prohibitions as to our food, are not observed. They also endeavor to imitate our mutual concord with one another, and the charitable distribution of our goods, and our diligence in our trades, and our fortitude in undergoing the distresses we are in, on account of our laws, and, what is here matter of the greatest admiration, Our law hath no bait of pleasure to allure men to it, but it prevails by its own force, and as God himself pervades all the world, so hath our law passed through all the world also. 74. Josephus's writings are not mere apologetics for Judaism, but rather are explicitly missionizing. In Against Apion, from which the above quote is taken, he states proudly that many of them the Greeks have come over to our laws, and some of them have continued in their observation, although others of them had not courage enough to persevere, and so departed from them again. He cautions that it will be also worth our while to see what equity our legislator would have us exercise in our intercourse with strangers. 75. He goes so far as to boast that the Bible is the source of Greek wisdom, and that Pythagoras and Plato, for example, had learned about God from Moses. Hostility to Jews, he states, was the result, among other reasons, of the fact that when they saw our institutions approved of by many others, they could not but envy us on that account. 76. But though the whole world did not convert to Judaism, as the Jewish historian might have hoped, the large numbers of Gentiles who were drawn to Judaism, and the full conversion of many of them, added up to the presence of hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions, of Jews around the southeastern Mediterranean. Damascus was a flourishing Hellenistic center second only to Alexandria, and conversion to Judaism there was even greater than in Egypt. Josephus relates in Wars of the Jews that when the people of Damascus wanted to massacre the local Jews, they hesitated to do so because they distrust their own wives, which were almost all of them addicted to the Jewish religion, on which account it was that their greatest concern was, how they might conceal these things from them. 77. He adds that in Antioch, the favor shown to the Jews by the rulers gave rise to the following situation: they both multiplied to a great number and adorned their temple gloriously by fine ornaments, and with great magnificence, in the use of what had been given them. They also made proselytes of a great many of the Greeks perpetually, and thereby, after a sort, brought them to be a portion of their own body. 78. The popularity of Judaism before and after the Common Era spread beyond the Mediterranean region. In Antiquities of the Jews, Josephus tells the fabulous story of the conversion to Judaism in the 1st century CE of the rulers of Adiabene, Hadiab. 79. As this conversion is described in other sources, there is no reason to doubt its broad outline. The kingdom of Adiabene was in the north of the Fertile Crescent, roughly corresponding to today's Kurdistan and Armenia. Jewish proselytizing led to the conversion of the kingdom's much-loved heir to the throne, Isates, as well as his mother Helena, herself an important personage in the kingdom. They were persuaded to convert by a merchant named Hananiah, who assured the prince that it was enough to observe the precepts without being circumcised. However, when the prince ascended the throne, a stricter Jewish preacher, a Galilean named Eleazar, demanded that he circumcise himself in order to complete his conversion, and Isates complied. Josephus reports that the ruling dynasty's conversion annoyed Adiabene's nobility, some of whom tried to rebel. But Isates succeeded in suppressing and eliminating his pagan enemies, and when his brother Monobazus II, Monobaz, succeeded him, he too converted to Judaism, along with the rest of the royal family. Queen Helena, accompanied by her son, went on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, where she helped the Judeans to survive a severe drought, and she was buried in the holy city in a grand royal tomb built for her. The sons of Isates also went to the holy city in the center of Judea to be educated in the faith. The Judaizing kings of Adiabene impressed not only Josephus, their memory is deeply engraved in Jewish tradition. Monobazus II is mentioned in a number of Talmudic tractates, including Bereshit Rabbah, Yuma, and Baba Bathra, and elsewhere. Yet it is difficult to ascertain how far the new religion spread through Adiabene society. Josephus states in the introduction to his Wars of the Jews that the people of Adiabene learned about the Zealots' revolt from his writings, meaning that there were a number of converted readers in the kingdom who took an interest in the Judean uprising. If the nobles were disturbed by the royal dynasty's conversion, it was probably because of fears about the normative changes in the administration of the realm. It is also possible that the rulers of Adiabene converted in order to win the support of the Jews and the many converts in Mesopotamia, in hopes of leading a broad empire. 81 It was no accident that representatives of Adiabene took part in the Zealots' revolt against Rome, and that some of the kingdom's princes were captured and taken to Rome. The kingdom of Adiabene was the first political entity outside Judea to convert to Judaism, but it was not the last. Nor was it the only one to give rise to an important Jewish community that would survive until modern times. Judaizing in the shadow of Rome. If Alexander's conquests created an open Hellenistic sphere, Rome's expansion and her enormous empire completed the process. Henceforth, all the cultural centers around the Mediterranean basin would undergo the dynamism of blending and the forging of new phenomena. The littorals grew closer, and the passage from the eastern to the western end became easier and faster. This emerging world opened a fresh perspective for the spread of Judaism. At its high point there, Judaism was professed by 7 to 8% of all the empire's inhabitants. The word Jew ceased to denote the people of Judea, and now included the masses of proselytes and their descendants. At the height of Judaism's expansion, in the early 3rd century CE, Cassius Dio described this significant historical development, asserting, "I do not know how this title Jews came to be given to them, but it applies also to all the rest of mankind, although of alien race, who affect their customs." 82 His near contemporary, the Christian theologian Origen, wrote, "The noun Iudaeos is not the name of an ethnos, but of a choice in the manner of life. For if there be someone not from the nation of the Jews, a Gentile, who accepts the ways of the Jews and becomes a proselyte, this person would properly be called a Iudaeos." 83 To understand how these two scholars arrived at the same definitions, we need to follow the discourse from its beginnings in Rome. The first mention of Judaism in Roman documents has to do with conversion, and some of the references in Roman writings to Jews who were not inhabitants of Judea address this key issue. If hostility to Jews occasionally broke out, it was due mainly to their religious preaching. The Romans were, by and large, typical polytheists, tolerant toward other beliefs, and Judaism was legal, religio licita. But the Romans did not understand the exclusivity of monotheism, and even less so the urge to convert other people and cause them to abandon their inherited beliefs and customs. For a long time, conversion to Judaism was not illegal, but it was plain to see that the converts rejected the gods of the empire, and this was perceived as a threat to the existing political order. According to Valerius Maximus, a contemporary of Augustus, as early as 139 BCE Jews and astrologers were deported to their places of origin, because they tried to infect the Roman customs with the cult of Jupiter Sabazius. 84 This was the time when the Hasmonean dynasty was consolidating its rule in Jerusalem, and in 142 BCE Simon, a son of Mattathias, sent a diplomatic mission to Rome, seeking to form an alliance. Jewish monotheism was starting its expansion and was acquiring confidence and a sense of superiority over paganism. It is not known where these Jewish preachers came from, and there are different opinions about the term Jupiter Sabazius. Perhaps it was a syncretic Jewish pagan cult, but more probably Jupiter meant God and Sabazius was a corruption of Sabaoth or Sabbath. The great Roman scholar Varro identified Jupiter with the Jewish god and concluded, with incisive Latin logic, it makes no difference by which name he is called, so long as the same thing is understood. 85. This was not the only expulsion from Rome because of proselytization. In the year 19 CE, during the reign of Emperor Tiberius, Jews as well as the followers of certain other gods were exiled from the capital, this time in large numbers. Tacitus noted in his annals that 4,000 of the freedman class who were infected with those superstitions and were of military age should be transported to the island of Sardinia. The rest were to quit Italy, unless before a certain day they repudiated their impious rites. 86 Similar descriptions are given by other historians. Suetonius noted that those of the Jews who were of military age he assigned to provinces of less healthy climate, ostensibly to serve in the army, the others of that same race or of similar beliefs he banished from the city. 87 Cassius Dio reported later, as the Jews flocked to Rome in great numbers and were converting many of the natives to their ways, Tiberius banished most of them. 88 Josephus in Antiquities of the Jews enlivened the story with an anecdote about 4 Jews who persuaded a converted noblewoman, one Fulvia, to send gold to the temple, but pocketed it themselves. Tiberius heard about it and decided to punish all Jewish believers in Rome. 89. The third expulsion took place in the reign of Claudius in 49 to 50 CE. According to Suetonius, though this emperor was known to favor the Jews, he expelled them, as they constantly made disturbances at the instigation of Chrestus. 90. At this stage, we must remember, there was not yet a clear distinction between Judaism and Christianity, and in all probability this was a still undifferentiated Judeo-Christian expansion. In addition, there were also Jewish Christian and Jewish pagan groups, and Roman law did not distinguish between them until the year 64 CE. About this particular event, Cassius Dio wrote that Claudius did not expel the Jews, who had again increased so greatly that by reason of their multitude it would have been hard without raising a tumult to bar them from the city. He did not drive them out, but ordered them to follow that mode of life prescribed by their ancestral customs and not to assemble in numbers. 91. We have seen that Cicero had already noted the large presence of Jewish believers in Rome in the 1st century BCE, and it is known that many followers of Yahweh took part in the funeral of Julius Caesar. So it is well to remember that this substantial presence existed for a long time before the War of 70 CE, and had nothing to do with any imaginary mass expulsions from Judea after the fall of the kingdom and the Bar Kokhba revolt. Most Roman sources indicate that this presence was due to the spread of the Jewish religion. As the rate of conversion to Judaism intensified, so did the government's disquiet and the resentment on the part of many Latin intellectuals. The great Roman poet Horace made a humorous reference to the Jewish missionary drive in one of his poems. Like the Jews, we the poets will force you to come over to our numerous party. 92. The philosopher Seneca thought the Jews were a damned people, because the customs of this accursed race have gained such influence that they are now received throughout all the world. The vanquished have given laws to their victors. 93. The historian Tacitus, no lover of Jews, was even more acerbic about the converts to Judaism. The most degraded out of other races, scorning their national beliefs, brought to them their contributions and presents. This augmented the wealth of the Jews. Circumcision was adopted by them as a mark of difference from other men. Those who come over to their religion adopt the practice, and have this lesson first instilled into them, to despise all gods, to disown their country, and set at naught parents, children, and brethren. 94. Juvenal, the author of the Satires, written in the early 2nd century CE, was especially sarcastic. He did not hide his disgust at the wave of Judaization sweeping over many good Romans, and ridiculed the process of conversion that had become popular in his time. Some who have had a father who reveres the Sabbath, worship nothing but the clouds, and the divinity of the heavens, and see no difference between eating swine's flesh, from which their father abstained, and that of man, and in time they take to circumcision. Having been wont to flout the laws of Rome, they learn and practice and revere the Jewish law, and all that Moses committed to his secret tome, forbidding to point out the way to any not worshipping the same rites, and conducting none but the circumcised to the desired fountain. For all which the Father was to blame, who gave up every 7th day to idleness, keeping it apart from all the concerns of life. 95. At the end of the 2nd century, Celsus, a philosopher known for his dislike of the Christians, was much less hostile to the Jews. But as the conversions grew apace, and the old religions were abandoned, he became openly antagonistic toward the proselytized masses, stating, if, then, in these respects the Jews were carefully to preserve their own law, they are not to be blamed for so doing, but those persons rather who have forsaken their own usages, and adopted those of the Jews. 96. This mass phenomenon annoyed the authorities in Rome and upset a good many of the capital's prominent literati. It upset them because Judaism became seductive to broad circles. All the conceptual and intellectual elements that would make for the future appeal of Christianity and its eventual triumph were present in this transient success of Judaism. Traditional, conservative Romans felt the danger and voiced their concern in various ways. The crisis of the hedonistic culture, the absence of an integrating belief in collective values, and the corruption infecting the administration of the imperial government appeared to call for tighter normative systems and a firmer ritual framework, and the Jewish religion met those needs. The Sabbath rest, the concept of reward and punishment, the belief in an afterlife, and above all the transcendent hope of resurrection were enticing features that persuaded many people to adopt the Jewish faith. Furthermore, Judaism also offered a rare communal feeling that the spreading imperial world, with its corrosive effects on old identities and traditions, seemed to lack. It was not easy to follow the new set of commandments, but joining the chosen people, the holy nation, also conferred a precious sense of distinction, a fair compensation for the effort. The most intriguing element of this process was its gender aspect. It was the women who led the large-scale movement of Judaization. Josephus's story about Damascus noted that Judaism was especially popular among the city's women, and as we have seen, Queen Helena of Adiabene had a decisive role in the conversion of the royal family. In the New Testament, we are told, Saul of Tarsus, known as Paul, had a disciple who was the son of a certain woman which was a Jewess and believed, but his father was a Greek, Acts 16:1. In Rome, too, the women were drawn more readily to Judaism. The poet Martial, who came from Iberia, made fun of the women who observed the Sabbath. 97 Epigraphic material from the Jewish catacombs names as many female converts as male. Especially notable is the inscription about Vecharia Paulia, who was renamed Sarah after her conversion and became the mother of two synagogues. 98 Fulvia, wife of Saturninus, on whose account, according to Josephus, Jews were expelled in the year 19 CE, was a full convert. Pomponia Graecina, the wife of the famous commander Aulus Plautius, who conquered Britain, was put on trial and divorced by her husband for her devotion to the Jewish, or possibly the Christian, faith. Poppaea Sabina, the Emperor Nero's second wife, made no secret of her tendency to Judaism. These women and many other matrons spread the Jewish faith in Rome's upper classes. There is evidence that Judaism was also becoming popular among the lower urban classes, as well as among the soldiers and freed slaves. 99 From Rome, Judaism spilled over to parts of Europe annexed by the Roman Empire, such as the Slavic and Germanic lands, southern Gaul, and Spain. The pivotal role of women in proselytization might indicate a particular female interest in the religion's personal laws, such as the early rules of personal purification, which were preferred to the common pagan customs. Possibly it was also due to the fact that women did not have to undergo circumcision, which was a difficult requirement that deterred many would-be male converts. In the 2nd century CE, after Hadrian prohibited all circumcision, the Emperor Antoninus Pius permitted the Jews to circumcise their sons, but forbade males who were not children of Jews to do it. This was another reason that, parallel with the increase of converts, there was a growing category of God-fearers, probably an adaptation of the biblical term fearers of Yahweh, Sibomenoi in Greek, Metuens in Latin. 100. These were semi-converts, people who formed broad peripheries around the Jewish community, took part in its ceremonies, attended the synagogues, but did not keep all the commandments. Josephus mentions them several times, and describes Nero's wife as God-fearing. The term is also found in many extant synagogue inscriptions as well as Roman catacombs. The New Testament confirms their massive presence. For example, and there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men, out of every nation under heaven, Acts 2:5. When Paul reached Antioch, he entered a synagogue on the Sabbath and began his sermon with the words, "Men of Israel, and ye that fear God, give audience," Acts 13:16. In case some of his hearers were puzzled by this address, he said further, "Men and brethren, children of the stock of Abraham, and whosoever among you feareth God, to you is the word of the salvation sent." 13:26. The text goes on, "Now when the congregation was broken up, many of the Jews and religious proselytes followed Paul and Barnabas." 13:43. The next week, a row broke out between zealous Jews and the two successful preachers, but the Jews stirred up the devout and honorable women, and the chief men of the city, and raised persecution against Paul and Barnabas, and expelled them out of their coasts. 1350. The two missionaries went on their way and reached the city of Philippi in Macedonia. There, we sat down, and spake unto the women which resorted thither. And a certain woman, whose heart the Lord opened, was baptized, and her household, Acts 16:13, 15.101. It was precisely in these gray areas, between troubled paganism and partial or full conversion to Judaism, that Christianity made headway. Carried by the momentum of proliferating Judaism and the flourishing varieties of religious syncretism, an open and more flexible belief system arose that skillfully adapted to those who accepted it. It is amazing to what extent the followers of Jesus, the authors of the New Testament, were conscious of the two competing marketing policies. The Gospel of Matthew offers additional testimony to outright Jewish missionizing as well as its limitation. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye compass sea and land to make one proselyte, and when he is made, ye make him twofold more the child of hell than yourselves. Matt 23:15.102. This was, of course, the criticism of experienced, professional preachers about the strict commandments from which they were distancing themselves. These new preachers were better at interpreting the sensitivities of the shaky polytheistic world, and knew how to offer it a more sophisticated, user-friendly approach to the monotheistic deity. But what was the attitude of their rivals, the more traditional Jewish scholars, toward proselytization and the great spread of Judaism? How rabbinical Judaism viewed proselytizing. As we have seen, from the time of the Hellenistic Jewish writers in the 2nd century BCE to Philo-Judaeus of Alexandria in the 1st century CE, not only was conversion favorably received, but some of the writings actually promoted it. These books may be seen as a direct outcome of attitudes expressed in certain biblical texts written at the end of the Persian period, just as we may regard the Christian literature as a direct continuation of the Jewish Hellenistic literary endeavor. The intellectual cosmopolitanism born of the encounter between Judaism and Hellenism prepared the ground for the Pauline Revolution, which would totally change the cultural morphology of the ancient world. If the junction of Zion and Alexandria produced a universalist outlook, the junction of Judea and Babylonia gave rise to Pharisee Judaism, which would bequeath to future generations new principles of religion and worship. The scholars, who came to be known as the sages, and their successors the Tannaim and Amoraim, had already begun before and after the fall of the temple to construct the anvil on which to harden the doctrinal steel of a stubborn minority so that it could survive all hardships in bigger and mightier religious civilizations. These groups were not genetically programmed to uphold isolation and to refuse to spread the Jewish religion. Later, in the European cultural centers, the painful dialectic between Pharisee Judaism and Pauline Christianity would intensify this tendency, especially in the Mediterranean, but the proselytizing urge did not fail for a long time. Rabbi Chelbo's oft-quoted statement, "Proselytes are as injurious to Israel as a scab," Tractate Yevamot, certainly does not express the attitude of the Talmud toward proselytizing and proselytes. It is contradicted by the no less decisive assertion of Rabbi Eliezer, which probably preceded it, that the Lord exiled Israel among the nations so that proselytes might swell their ranks, Tractate Pesachim. So all the trials and tribulations of exile, and the separation from the Holy Land, were meant to increase and strengthen the congregation of Jewish believers. Between them, these two statements span a wide spectrum of attitudes, determined by the changes and upheavals that marked the early centuries of the Common Era as well as by the personalities of the individual rabbis. It is impossible to date precisely all the relevant statements and commentaries included in the Halakha. We may consider a hypothesis that the negative statements about proselytizing were made in times of stress, rebellion, and persecution, whereas times of placid relations with the authorities allowed for greater openness and a desire for growth. Ultimately, though, it was not so much the pagan resistance as the rise of Christianity seen as a grave heresy that prompted stronger objections to proselytization. Christianity's final triumph in the early 4th century CE extinguished the passion for proselytizing in the main cultural centers, and perhaps also prompted the desire to erase it from Jewish history. The Mishnah, Talmud, and the many commentaries are full of statements and debates designed to persuade the Jewish public to accept the proselytes and treat them as equals. A series of halakhic responses sought to mitigate the impulse toward exclusion on the basis of class or identity that marks the dynamic of any social system receiving new members. Evidence of widespread conversions to Judaism is found in Shir HaShirim Rabbah, the commentary on the Song of Solomon. As the old man sat preaching, many proselytes were converting at that time. The commentary on Ecclesiastes reinforces it: all the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full. All the proselytes enter Israel, yet Israel is not diminished. There are other comments remarking on the many Gentiles choosing Judaism. Various rabbis reiterated that converts were to be accepted, and demanded their complete integration among the believers. The sages of the Mishnah stressed that a convert must not be reminded of his origin. If he is the son of proselytes, do not say to him, "Remember the acts of your forefathers, Baba Mitzvah." The addition to this tractate states, when a proselyte comes to learn the Torah, it must not be said, "Look who is coming to study here, whose mouth consumed carrion and unclean beasts, insects, and crawling creatures." Another statement says, "Whoever brings one living soul into the fold is to be lauded as though he has formed and bore him." And again, "Why do all men wish to marry the proselyte woman, but not the freed woman slave? Because the proselyte woman is preserved, while the freed woman slave is wanton." Horayat. Both the Jerusalem and Babylonian Talmud are rich in statements favoring the proselytes, but there are also passages that express suspicion and anxiety about Gentiles drawing too close. Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov says, "A Gentile whose nature is bad, the scripture repeatedly warns against him." Jerem. Another says, "Misfortune after misfortune befall those who accept the proselytes." Yevamot. Another, "Proselytes and those who play with infants hinder the Messiah." Nida. Here and there one sees attempts to establish a hierarchy between people who are Jewish by birth and converts. Nevertheless, most scholars maintain that the positive attitude toward, and the acceptance of, converts was always significantly more widespread than its opposite, and possibly the more open approach was stronger outside Judea. 103. It must not be forgotten that some of the sages were converts or sons of converts, hence they themselves were affected by the rulings. During the reign of Queen Salome Alexandra, Shlamzion, that is, after the great drive of Hasmonean forced conversion, two converts headed the religious hierarchy in the kingdom of Judea. Shemaiah and Abtalion were, respectively, the president of the Sanhedrin and the chief justice, and were also the spiritual mentors of the famous rabbis Hillel and Shammai who followed them. Ben Bagbag, also known as Rabbi Yochanan the convert, and Ben Haha were two well-known and popular proselytes. Some claimed that the great Rabbi Akiba ben Joseph was of Gentile descent. The medieval Maimonides stated that his father was a proselyte. Most sources concur that Akiba's brilliant disciple Rabbi Meir was the son of converts. Even this brief list must include Achilles, the great translator of the Torah into Greek, not Aramaic, believed by some to have been known also as Onkelos, while others assume they were two different men who were prominent converts. This revered 2nd century figure was probably of Roman origin, and both Jewish and Christian traditions suggest he was related to the Emperor Hadrian. There were other rabbis of proselyte origin, but there is little information about the ratio of converts in the general community. Historical evidence invariably concerns the elite. In addition to these rabbis and scholars, we know of kings and rebel leaders of convert descent such as Herod and Simon Bar Jorah, but have no way of guessing the percentage in the general population that followed the Jewish cult. Dislike of idolatry led people to try to erase the convert's shameful history and regard him or her as newly born. Tractate Yevamot, obliterating the former identity. By the third generation the descendants of proselytes were regarded as wholly Jewish, not as outsiders. Later the proselytes were seen as Jewish souls who used conversion as a clever way of returning to this world. 104. The Talmud reports the debate about the proper way to convert a Gentile to Judaism. Some argued that circumcision was sufficient, others insisted on the primacy of immersion. In the end, both acts were decreed essential to the admission of a male to Judaism. The third requirement, making a sacrifice, fell into disuse with the destruction of the temple. Circumcision predated immersion as a requirement. Neither Josephus nor Philo mentions the latter, so it must have entered Jewish ritual relatively late. Curiously, Rabbinical Judaism and Pauline Christianity adopted the act of immersion/baptism at almost the same time, and it remained a common ritual in the two diverging religions. In this lively culture of God-fearers, partial converts, full converts, Christian Jews, and born Jews, canceling commandments while preserving the belief in the one God was a revolutionary move of liberation and alleviation. For the spreading monotheism to withstand persecution and external opposition, it had to loosen the exclusivist tendency that lingered in it from the time of Ezra and Nehemiah. In the rising Christian world, there was greater equality between new and established members, and there was even some preference for the poor in spirit, namely the newcomers. The young religion discarded the element of privileged genealogy now limited to Jesus as the Son of God and opted for a more sublime genealogy, that of the messianic universal telos. There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus. And if ye be Christ's, then are ye Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. Gal. 3, 28-9. It was Paul who completed the transformation of Israel in the flesh into Israel in the spirit, an idea that conformed with the open and flexible policy of identities that increasingly characterized the Roman Empire. It was not surprising that this dynamic monotheistic movement, which introduced the idea of charity and compassion for all, and the resurrection of at least one person, eventually triumphed over paganism, and cast it into the rubbish bin of history throughout Europe. The crushing of the Zealot revolt in Judea in the years 66 to 70 CE did not stop the widespread wave of proselytizing that had begun with the Maccabees uprising 2 centuries earlier. Nevertheless, the failure of 2 messianic challenges to Greco-Roman polytheism, the armed uprising of the Judaic communities in the southern littoral of the Mediterranean in 115 to 117 CE, and the Bar Kokhba revolt in Judea 132 to 135 CE began to weaken the forces of Judaism, reduce the numbers of people wishing to join it, thin the ranks of its followers, and thus open the way to the more pacific conquest of the Christian religion of love. In the 3rd century CE, throughout the Mediterranean region, the number of Jews began slowly to fall, though it remained fairly stable until the advent of Islam in Judea. In Babylonia and possibly western North Africa, the diminishing number of Jews was the result not only of the mass casualties in the uprisings or of believers reverting to paganism, it was caused chiefly by people making the lateral move to Christianity. When Christianity became the state religion in the early 4th century, it halted the momentum of Judaism's expansion. The edicts passed by the Emperor Constantine I and his successors show that conversion to Judaism, though flagging, went on until the early 4th century. They also explain why Judaism began to isolate itself in the Mediterranean region. The Christianized emperor ratified the 2nd century edict of Antoninus Pius, forbidding the circumcision of males who were not born Jews. Jewish believers had always Judaized their slaves. This practice was now forbidden, and before long Jews were forbidden to own Christian slaves. 105 Constantine's son intensified the anti-Jewish campaign by forbidding the ritual immersion of proselytized women and forbade Jewish men to marry Christian women. The legal status of Jews was not drastically altered, but a Jew who circumcised his slave was condemned to death. In addition, owning a Christian slave became punishable by the confiscation of property, and any harm done to a Christianized Jew was punished by burning at the stake. By contrast, new proselytes, if there still were any, risked losing all their property. In the pagan world, Judaism, though persecuted, was a respectable and legitimate religion. Under repressive Christianity, it gradually became a pernicious, contemptible sect. The new church did not seek to eradicate Judaism, it wanted to preserve Judaism as an aged, humbled creature that had long since lost its admirers, and whose insignificant existence vindicated the victors. In these circumstances, the large number of Jews around the Mediterranean inevitably declined at an accelerating rate. Zionist historians, as we shall see in the next chapter, tend to suggest that those who left Judaism in times of isolation and stress were mainly the newly converted. The ethnic hardcore of birth Jews, a term often found in Zionist historiography, kept the faith and remained unalterably Jewish. There is, of course, not a shred of evidence for this folkish interpretation. It is equally likely that the numerous families that had taken to Judaism by choice, or even their descendants in the next few generations, would have clung to it more fervently than those born to it effortlessly. Converts and their offspring famously tend to be more devoted to their chosen religion than old believers. No wonder the Tana Rabbi Simeon ben Yohai asserted in the commentary attributed to him that God loved the proselytes even more than the born Jews. We have to accept that we shall never know who remained attached to the stubborn minority religion at all costs, and who chose to join the triumphant new religion. From the time of the late Amoraim, the rabbinical elite of the Jewish minority regarded proselytization as a dark cloud that menaced the community's very existence. Judaism's core identity policy changed direction. It expressed in the clearest ideological terms an inner censorship, accepted the decree of the Christian powers, and grew increasingly into a self-isolating group that treated seekers with suspicion and rejection. This identity policy became vital for its survival in the Christian world. But the proselytizing Jewish monotheism did not quite give up. It retreated to the margins and continued actively to seek converts. It would do so on the borders of the Christian cultural world and, in some areas, even made significant progress. But before we proceed to deal with this important issue, on which the number of Jewish believers in history depends, we might stop and consider the situation of the Jews in the region where the campaign of proselytizing began, and which invented the long, imaginary exile Judea, renamed Palestine by the 2nd century Roman rulers and their successors. To that renaming, the Jewish sages responded defensively with the land of Israel. The sad fate of the Judeans. If the Judeans were not exiled from their country, and if there was never a large-scale emigration of its agrarian population, what was the historical fate of most of the inhabitants? The question did arise, as we shall see, in the early days of the Jewish national movement, but it vanished into the black hole of the national memory. We have seen in the course of the present discussion that Yitzhak Ber and Ben Zion Diner, the first two professional historians at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, knew perfectly well that there was no forced expulsion after the destruction of the Second Temple. They moved the exile up to the 7th century CE, to the Muslim conquest. As they described it, it was only the arrival of the Arabs that caused the demographic upheaval that uprooted masses of Judeans from their native land and made it the homeland of strangers. Taking into account the mass uprising led by Bar Kokhba, as well as the thriving Judean culture and agriculture in the time of Judah Hanasi and even after, we may readily agree with the two pioneering historians that the children of Israel were not exiled after the destruction of the temple. Most the invention of the exile. 179 scholars also agree that between the fall of the kingdom in the year 70 CE and the Muslim conquest 6 centuries later, there seemed to be a Judean majority between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean. However, the chronological postponement of the forced exile to the 7th century CE is less convincing. According to Diner, it was only because of the ceaseless penetration of the desert people into the country, their amalgamation with its alien, Syro-Aramean, elements, the capture of the agriculture by the new conquerors and their seizure of Jewish lands that the country changed hands. 106. Did the Arabs really implement a policy of land colonization? Where did the hundreds of thousands of dispossessed Judean peasants go? Did they obtain or capture land in other countries? Did they establish Hebrew agricultural settlements in some other place, near or far? Or did the tillers of the soil change their occupation in the 7th century and become transformed into a peripatetic people of merchants and money changers wandering about the alien lands of exile? The Zionist historiographic discourse offers no rational answers to these questions. In 324 CE the province of Palestine became a Christian protectorate, and a large part of its population became Christian. Jerusalem, home of the first Christian community, founded by local Judeans in the 1st century CE 107 and from which circumcised men were expelled after the Bar Kokhba revolt, gradually became a predominantly Christian city. The list of participants in the First Christian Council, in Nicaea in 325 CE, reveals that there were also Christian communities in Gaza, Jabna, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Lod, Lydda, Beit-Shean, Shechem, Gadara, and elsewhere. It appears that the disappearance of Jews from the country coincided with the conversion of many of them to Christianity. Yet the evidence shows that the spread of Christianity did not eliminate the Jewish presence in the country, and that the population was a diverse mosaic of many new Christians, a solid block of Jewish believers, a strong Samaritan minority, and of course the pagan peasantry, which would persist for a long time on the margins of the monotheistic religious cultures. The tradition of rabbinical Judaism in Judea, reinforced by its strong connections to Babylonia, limited the ability of dynamic Christianity to win souls all over the Holy Land. Nor did the Christian repressions of the Byzantine authorities succeed in extinguishing the Jewish faith and worship or in stopping new synagogues going up, as the last uprising in the Galilee in 614 CE, led by Benjamin of Tiberias, clearly proved. 108. Baer, Diner and other Zionist historians were not mistaken in stating that this significant Jewish presence was drastically reduced following the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, but this was not due to the uprooting of Jews from the country, for which there is no shred of evidence in the historical record. Palestine, the former Judea, was not swept by masses of migrants from the Arabian desert who dispossessed the indigenous inhabitants. The conquerors had no such policy, and neither exiled nor expelled the Judean agrarian population, whether they believed in Yahweh or in the Christian Trinity. The Muslim army that swept like a typhoon out of Arabia and conquered the region between 638 and 643 CE was a relatively small force. The largest estimate of its strength is 46,000 troops, and the bulk of this army was later sent on to other fronts on the borders of the Byzantine Empire. While the troops stationed in the conquered country brought in their families, and probably seized lands so as to settle them there, this could hardly have made for a serious change in the population. It might have reduced some of the residents to tenant farming. Moreover, the Arab conquest interrupted the thriving commerce around the Mediterranean, leading to a gradual demographic decline in the region, but there is no evidence that this decrease led to the replacement of a people. One of the secrets of the Muslim army's power was its relatively liberal attitude toward the religions of the defeated people, provided they were monotheists, of course. Muhammad's commandment to treat Jews and Christians as people of the book gave them legal protection. The Prophet stressed in a famous letter to the army commanders in southern Arabia, "Every person, whether a Jew or a Christian, who becomes a Muslim is one of the believers, with the same rights and duties. Anyone who clings to his Judaism or Christianity is not to be converted and must pay the poll tax incumbent upon every adult, male or female, free or bond." 109. No wonder that the Jews, who had suffered harsh persecution under the Byzantine Empire, welcomed the new conquerors and even rejoiced at their success. Jewish and Muslim testimonies show that they helped the victorious Arab forces. An irreparable split had occurred between Judaism and Christianity by the latter's division of the deity, which aggravated the rivalry between them. The gulf was widened by the myth of the murder of the Son of God, which intensified the mutual hatred. Triumphant Christianity's attempts to suppress Judaism made things worse. By contrast, although Muhammad fought against the Jewish tribes in the Arabian Peninsula, one of them was exiled to Jericho. The advent of Islam was viewed by many as a liberation from persecution and even as a possible future fulfillment of the messianic promise. Rumors about the rise of a new prophet in the desert spread and heartened many Jewish believers, especially as Muhammad presented himself as a successor of earlier prophets, not as a divinity. The 7th century Armenian bishop Sebios described the Arab conquest of Palestine as the descendants of Ishmael coming to the aid of the descendants of Isaac against the Byzantine Empire, in fulfillment of God's promise to their common ancestor Abraham. 110 A contemporary Jew wrote in a letter, God it was who inspired the Ishmaelite kingdom to aid us. When they spread forth and captured the land of the Hind from the hand of Edom, and reached Jerusalem, there were Israelites among them. They showed them the place of the temple, and have dwelled with them to this day. They made it a condition that they preserve the place of the temple from any abomination, and would pray at its gates, and none would gainsay them. 111. This description of a joint conquest may have been an exaggeration, but other sources testify that some Judean fugitives who had escaped the oppressions of the Byzantine Empire returned with the victorious army. Under Islam, Jews were allowed to enter the holy city, which even awakened secret dreams of rebuilding the temple. The Ishmaelite kings treated them with kindness, allowing Israelites to come to the house and there build a prayer house and a study house. All the Israelite congregations near the house would go thither on holy days and festivals and pray therein. 112. The new conquerors had an extraordinary system of taxation. Muslims did not have to pay any taxes, only the unbelievers did. Given the benefits of Islamization, it is not surprising that the new religion quickly attracted great numbers of converts. Exemption from taxation must have been seen as worth a change of deity, especially as he seemed so much like the former one. In fact, the caliph's taxation policy had to be modified later, as the mass conversion to Islam by the conquered populations threatened to drain their treasury. Did the similarity between the religions, Islam's relative tolerance toward the other monotheisms, and the religious system of taxation induce Jewish, Christian, and Samaritan believers to convert to Islam? Historical logic would say yes, though there are insufficient sources to provide a definitive answer. The traditional Jewish elites were pained by the apostasy, and tended to ignore and suppress it. Zionist historiography followed them, turning its back on any meaningful discussion of the issue. Abandoning the Jewish religion was generally interpreted by modern sensibilities as betraying the nation, and was best forgotten. During the Byzantine period, despite the persecutions, a good many synagogues were built. But after the Arab conquest, construction gradually came to an end, and Jewish prayer houses grew scarcer. It is reasonable to assume that a slow, moderate process of conversion took place in Palestine/Land of Israel, and accounted for the disappearance of the Jewish majority in the country. Remembering and forgetting the people of the land. He shall even return, and have intelligence with them that forsake the holy covenant. Dan 11:30. The consoling prophecy of the prophet from Babylon was interpreted by Rabbi Saadia Gaon in the 10th century CE as follows: they are the Ishmaelites in Jerusalem, and then they defiled the mighty temple. The great Jewish scholar, who translated the Bible into Arabic, continued his commentary, he shall speak marvelous things against the God of gods, Dan 11:36, outrageous words against the Lord of eternity, till he discharge his anger with Israel, then the Creator will destroy the enemies of Israel. He went on to interpret the verse, and many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life and some to shame and everlasting contempt, Dan 12:2. Saying, "At is the resurrection of the Israelite dead, destined to eternal life." Those who will not awake are those who turned away from the Lord, who will descend to the lowermost level of hell, and will be the shame of all flesh. In 1967 these comments from the works of Saadia Gaon, expressing his profound grief about Islamization, were presented and highlighted in a fascinating essay by the historian Abraham Polak, the founder of the Department of Middle Eastern and African History at Tel Aviv University. 113 Soon after Israel seized the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, this scholar thought that the conquered population would become an insoluble problem for the state, and cautiously brought up the vexed issue of the origin of the Arabs of the land of Israel. Polak, a confirmed Zionist, was a bold student of Islam, and he disliked unjustifiable suppressions of memory, as we shall see in the next chapter. Since no one was willing to talk about those who did forsake the Holy Covenant, those Ishmaelites in Jerusalem, or those enemies of Israel who turned away from the Lord, he took the almost impossible mission upon himself. His important essay did not argue that all Palestinians were the direct or exclusive descendants of the Judeans. As a serious historian, he knew that over thousands or even hundreds of years almost any population, especially in such geographic junctions as the land between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean, mingles with its neighbors, its captives, or its conquerors. Greeks, Persians, Arabs, Egyptians, and Crusaders had all come to the country and always mingled and integrated with the local population. Pollock assumed that there was considerable likelihood that Judeans did convert to Islam, meaning that there was a demographic continuity in the agrarian people of the land from antiquity to our time, and that this should be the subject of a legitimate scientific study. But as we know, what history did not wish to relate, it omitted. No university or other research institution responded to Pollock's challenge, and no funds or students were assigned to the problematic subject. Bold as he was, Pollock was not the first to raise the issue of mass Islamization, and he pointed this out in his introduction. In the early days of Zionist settlement, before the rise of Palestinian nationalism, the idea that the bulk of the local population descended from the Judeans was accepted by a good many. Israel Belkind, for example, one of the first Zionists who settled in Palestine in 1882, and a leading figure in the small Bilu movement, always believed in the close historical connection between the country's ancient inhabitants and the peasantry of his own day. 114 Before he died, he summed up his thinking on the subject in a small book, which included all the controversial assumptions that would later be erased from national historiography. The historians are accustomed to say that after the destruction of Jerusalem by Titus, the Jews were scattered all over the world and no longer inhabited their country. But this, too, is a historical error, which must be removed and the true facts discovered. 115. Belkind argued that the subsequent uprisings, from the Bar Kokhba revolt to the insurgents in Galilee in the early 7th century, indicated that most of the Judeans continued to live in the country for a long time. The land was abandoned by the upper strata, the scholars, the Torah men, to whom the religion came before the country, he wrote. Perhaps, too, so did many of the mobile urban people. But the tillers of the soil remained attached to their land. 116 Many findings reinforce this historical conclusion. Many Hebrew place names have been preserved, unlike the Greek and Roman names that were meant to replace them. A good number of burial places, sacred to the local inhabitants, are joint Muslim and Jewish cemeteries. The local Arabic dialect is strewn with Hebrew and Aramaic words, distinguishing it from literary Arabic and other Arabic vernaculars. The local populace does not define itself as Arab. They see themselves as Muslims or fellahin, farmers, while they refer to the Bedouin as Arabs. The particular mentality of certain local communities recalls that of their Hebrew ancestors. In other words, Belkind was convinced that he and his fellow pioneers were meeting a good many of our people, our own flesh and blood. 117 To him, the ethnic origin meant more than the religion and the daily culture derived from it. He argued that it was imperative to revive the spiritual connection with the lost limb of the Jewish people, to develop and improve its economic condition, and to unite with it for a common future. The Hebrew schools must open their doors to Muslim students, without offending their faith or their language, and, in addition to Arabic, must teach them both Hebrew and world culture. Belkind was not the only one to promote this historical outlook and this distinctive cultural strategy. Berborikov, the legendary theoretical leader of the Zionist left, thought the same. During the Uganda controversy that shook the Zionist movement, Borikov adopted a consistent anti-Herzl position. He was, in contemporary parlance, a sworn Palestinocentric, arguing that the only solution that would ensure the success of the Zionist enterprise was settlement in Palestine. One of the arguments cited by this Zionist Marxist seeking to convince his leftist readers was historical, flavored with ethnocentrism. The local population in Palestine is racially more closely related to the Jews than to any other people, even among the Semitic ones. It is quite probable that the fellahin in Palestine are direct descendants of the Jewish and Canaanite rural population, with a slight admixture of Arab blood. For it is known that the Arabs, being proud conquerors, mingled very little with the populations in the countries they conquered. All the tourists and travelers confirm that, except for the Arabic language, it is impossible to distinguish between a Sephardic porter and an Arab laborer or fellah. Hence, the racial difference between the diaspora Jews and the Palestinian fellahin is no more marked than between Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews. 118. Borakov was convinced that this kinship would make the local population more receptive to the new settlers. As theirs was a lower culture, the fellahin around the Jewish colonies would soon adopt the ways of Hebrew culture, and would eventually merge with it entirely. The Zionist vision, based partly on blood and partly on history, determined that a fellah who speaks Hebrew, dresses like a Jew and adopts the outlook and customs of Jewish common people would be in no way distinguished from the Jews. 119. Among the Pole Zion membership, the political ideological movement led and shaped by Borakov, were two gifted young men whose names would become famous. In 1918, when David Ben-Gurion and Itzhak Ben-Zvi were staying in New York, they wrote a socio-historical book entitled Eretz Israel in the Past and in the Present. They wrote it first in Hebrew, then translated it into Yiddish in order to reach a wider Jewish American public. This was the most important work about Eretz Israel, which, in the book, consisted of both sides of the Jordan River and stretched from El Arish in the south to Tyre in the north, and it was very successful. It was well researched, and its statistical material and bibliographic sources were impressive. But for its passionate nationalistic tone, it might have been an ordinary academic work. Israel's future prime minister contributed 2/3 of the text, and the rest was written by the future president. The second chapter, which dealt with the history and present situation of the fellahin, was composed by Ben-Gurion in full agreement with his co-author. They wrote, in complete confidence, historical reason indicates that the population that survived since the 7th century had originated from the Judean farming class that the Muslim conquerors had found when they reached the country. The fellahin are not descendants of the Arab conquerors, who captured Eretz Israel and Syria in the 7th century CE. The Arab victors did not destroy the agricultural population they found in the country. They expelled only the alien Byzantine rulers, and did not touch the local population. Nor did the Arabs go in for settlement. Even in their former habitations, the Arabians did not engage in farming. They did not seek new lands on which to settle their peasantry, which hardly existed. Their whole interest in the new countries was political, religious, and material, to rule, to propagate Islam and to collect taxes. 120. To argue that after the conquest of Jerusalem by Titus and the failure of the Bar Kokhba revolt Jews altogether ceased to cultivate the land of Eretz Israel is to demonstrate complete ignorance in the history and the contemporary literature of Israel. The Jewish farmer, like any other farmer, was not easily torn from his soil, which had been watered with his sweat and the sweat of his forebears. Despite the repression and suffering, the rural population remained unchanged. 121. This was written 30 years before Israel's proclamation of independence, which asserts that the whole people was forcibly uprooted. The two committed Zionists wished to join the local natives, believing wholeheartedly that this could be achieved thanks to their shared ethnic origin. Although the ancient Judean peasants converted to Islam, they had done so for material reasons, chiefly to avoid taxation, which were in no way treasonous. Indeed, by clinging to their soil they remained loyal to their homeland. Ben-Gurion and Ben-Zvi saw Islam, unlike Christianity, as a democratic religion that not only embraced all converts to Islam as brothers, but genuinely revoked the political and civil restrictions and sought to erase social distinctions. 122. The authors underline that the Jewish origin of the fellahin could be revealed by means of a philological study of the local Arabic language, as well as by linguistic geography. They went even further than Belkind in stressing that a study of 10,000 names of all the villages, streams, springs, mountains, ruins, valleys, and hills from Dan to Beersheba, confirms that the entire biblical terminology of Eretz Israel remains alive, as it had been, in the speech of the fellah population. 123. Some 210 villages still bore clear Hebrew names, and in addition to the Muslim law there was, for a long time, a code of fellahin laws, or unwritten customary judgments. Known as Shariat al-Khalil, the laws of the patriarch Abraham. 124, beside many village mosques there were local shrines, maqam, commemorating such sainted figures as the three patriarchs, certain kings, prophets, and great sheikhs. Ben-Zvi considered the chapter on the origin of the fellahin to be the fruit of his own independent research, and was apparently offended that Ben-Gurion appropriated his material. In 1929 he returned to this important theme in a special booklet in Hebrew that bore his name alone. 125 It does not differ significantly from the chapter on this subject in the book that the two Zionist leaders published together, but it does have some expanded material and new emphases. The future president of the state added a somewhat more extensive social analysis of the historical differences between the educated Judean elites and the agrarian society that clung to the soil through all the upheavals. The forced conversion to Christianity before the arrival of Islam is also stressed, providing added justification for the mass conversion to Islam that would follow. It was not only the system of taxation that led many Jews to adopt the conqueror's religion, but also the fear of being displaced from the soil. In 1929 Ben-Zvi's position was more moderate. Obviously it would be mistaken to say that all the fellahin are descendants of the ancient Jews, but it can be said of most of them, or their core. 126 He maintained that immigrants arrived from many places, and the local population was fairly heterogeneous, but the traces left in the language, place names, legal customs, popular festivals such as that of Nebi Musa, the prophet Moses, and other cultural practices left almost no doubt that the great majority of the fellahin do not descend from the Arab conquerors but before that, from the Jewish fellahin, who were the foundation of this country before its conquest by Islam. 127. The Arab uprising and the massacre in Hebron, which happened the year Ben-Zvi published his booklet, and subsequently the widespread Palestinian revolt of 1936–39, took the remaining wind out of the sails of the integrationist Zionist thinkers. The rise of a local nationalism made it very clear to the educated settlers that their ethnocentric bear hug had no future. The inclusive concept briefly adopted by Zionists was based on the assumption that it would be easy to assimilate a low and primitive Oriental culture, and so the first violent resistance from the objects of this Orientalist fantasy shook them awake. From that moment on, the descendants of the Judean peasantry vanished from the Jewish national consciousness and were cast into oblivion. Very soon the invention of the Jewish people, the modern Palestinian fellahin, became, in the eyes of the authorized agents of memory, Arabian immigrants who came in the 19th century to an almost empty country and continued to arrive in the 20th century as the developing Zionist economy, according to the new myth, attracted many thousands of non-Jewish laborers. 128. It is not impossible that Bayer's and Diner's postponement of the exile to the Muslim conquest of the 7th century was also an indirect response to the historical discourse proposed by such central figures as Belkind, Ben-Gurion, and Ben-Zvi. To Zionist thinking, this pioneering discourse defined too loosely the parameters of the ancient nation, and worse, it might have granted too many historical rights to the native populace. It was imperative to bury it as quickly as possible and erase it from the national agenda. From now on, early Islam did not convert the Jews but simply dispossessed them. The imaginary exile in the 7th century CE came to replace the baseless religious narrative about a mass expulsion after the fall of the Second Temple, as well as the thesis that the Palestinian fellahin were descendants of the people of Judea. The time of the expulsion was unimportant, the main thing was the precious memory of a forced exile. National mythology determined that the Jews banished, deported or fugitive emigrants were driven into a long and dolorous exile, causing them to wander over lands and seas to the far corners of the earth until the advent of Zionism prompted them to turn around and return en masse to their orphaned homeland. This homeland had never belonged to the Arab conquerors, hence the claim of the people without a land to the land without a people. This national statement, which was simplified into a useful and popular slogan for the Zionist movement, was entirely the product of an imaginary history grown around the idea of the exile. Although most of the professional historians knew there had never been a forcible uprooting of the Jewish people, they permitted the Christian myth that had been taken up by Jewish tradition to be paraded freely in the public and educational venues of the national memory, making no attempt to rebut it. They even encouraged it indirectly, knowing that only this myth would provide moral legitimacy to the settlement of the exiled nation in a land inhabited by others. On the other hand, the mass conversion to Judaism that produced great Jewish communities around the Mediterranean left almost no trace in the national historiography. Such vestiges as there had been in the past faded away in the construction of the state's memory. The proselytes themselves, as we have seen, tended to cover up their Gentile origins. Eager to be purified and integrated in the holy nation, all proselytes sought to erase their impure past, a past when they had consumed unclean animals and worshipped celestial bodies, and so become newborn in the eyes of their community and faith. Their children's children hardly knew, or wished to know, that their forefathers were unclean Gentiles who had entered the special Jewish congregation from outside. They also aspired to the prestige of belonging by birth to the chosen people. Despite Judaism's positive attitude toward proselytizing, and the praise and flattery directed at the proselytes, genealogical membership was still highly valued in the halakhic heart. The honor of belonging to the deportees from Jerusalem fortified the spirit of the believers and reinforced their identity in a menacing, and sometimes seductive, outside world. Asserting an origin from Zion also reinforced their claim to privileged status in the holy city upon which, according to tradition, the world was founded, and which both Christians and Muslims revered. It was no accident that modern Jewish nationalism opted for the fictitious ethnic element of the long tradition. It fell upon that concept with glee, manipulated it thoroughly in its ideological laboratories, nurtured it with questionable secular historical data, and made it the foundation of its view of the past. The national memory was implanted on a base of ritual oblivion, hence its amazing success. Had the memory of the mass conversion to Judaism been preserved, it might have eroded the meta-narrative about the biological unity of the Jewish people, whose genealogical roots were believed to trace back all the way to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not to a heterogeneous mosaic of human populations that lived in the Hasmonean kingdom, in the Persian domain, and in the far-flung expanses of the Roman Empire. Forgetting the forced Judaization and the great voluntary proselytization was essential for the preservation of a linear timeline, along which, back and forth, from past to present and back again, moved a unique nation, wandering, isolated, and, of course, quite imaginary. Chapter 4. Realms of Silence, in Search of Lost, Jewish, Time. Some of the Berbers followed the Jewish religion, which they received from their powerful Israelite neighbors of Syria. Among the Jewish Berbers were the Jerua, inhabitants of Ors, the tribe of Kahina, who were killed by Arabs in their early conquests. Ibn Khaldun, History of the Berbers, 1396. It is even possible that my ancestry might not move in the direction of ancient Israel at all. After 965, the Khazars were through as an organized power, but Judaism may have remained, and it may well be that many East European Jews are descended from Khazars and the people they ruled. I may be one of them. Who knows? And who cares? Isaac Asimov, It's Been a Good Life, 2002. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe compared architecture to music frozen in space. Can we compare historical Judaism since the 4th century CE to an immobile architectural structure whose sounds have meekly turned inward for hundreds of years? The depiction of Judaism as a self-absorbed sect that turned its fervent faith into a Talmudic, casuistic colloquium suited the dominant Christian view that fixed the Jewish image in the Western world. While Proto-Zionist and Zionist historiography disliked the demeaning element in this condescending view, it submitted to it unreservedly. The historiographers supported the imagery of the ethnic people as a drifting body that cannot live or function until it returns to its purported birthplace. In reality, before Judaism turned inward chiefly due to the exclusionary walls built around it by Christianity, it continued its efforts at proselytization in the still virgin lands that had yet to experience the spread of monotheism. From the Arabian Peninsula to the lands of the Slavs, the Caucasus, and the steppes between the Volga and the Don rivers, the areas around the destroyed and then rebuilt Carthage, the pre-Muslim Iberian Peninsula, Judaism continued to gain believers, thus securing its impressive presence in history. The cultures in the regions it reached were generally in a stage of transition from the phase of tribalism to that of organized state, and were all, of course, purely pagan. Other than Syria and Egypt, Arabia was one of the regions nearest to Judea, and so the influence of the Jewish religion reached it fairly early. The Arab kingdom of the Nabateans that bordered the kingdom of Judea disintegrated in 106 CE, not long after the fall of Jerusalem. Beyond it stretched the peninsula inhabited by nomadic Arab tribes and crossed by traders carrying goods from south to north. The oases on the main routes were also reached by Judean merchants, some of whom chose to settle in them. Along with their earthy goods, they brought the belief in a single God, and its spiritual offerings an omnipotent universal creator, and the resurrection of the dead began to captivate followers of the various idolatrous sects. For example, a passage in the Mishnah states, "All the converts from Rechem are pure." Rabbi Yehuda sees them as unclean, because they are erring proselytes. Tractate Niddah. Rechem was probably a settlement in southeastern Transjordan, whose conversion to Judaism did not seem convincing to Rabbi Yehuda bar Ilet. Jewish or Judaizing burial inscriptions have also been found in various parts of the northern Hejaz. Before the advent of Islam, in the era called in Arab historiography the Age of Ignorance in the 4th or early 5th century CE, Jews settled in Tama, Khaybar, and Yathrib, later named Medina, in the heart of the Hejaz. Not long before the rise of Islam, Judaism began to make its way into the powerful tribes that inhabited these centers. The best known of these, because Muhammad clashed with them early in his campaign, were the Kanaka, the Qurayza, and the Nadhir in the region of Yathrib. But tribes in Tama and Khaybar, Arabic-speaking and bearing typical local names, had also converted to Judaism. The atmosphere among these Judaizers may be deduced from the late description by the Arab historian Abd Allah al-Bakri, who lived in the 11th century and wrote, concerning a tribe in Tama, that the tribesmen were prevented by the Jews from entering their fort as long as they professed another religion, and only when they embraced Judaism were they admitted one. The spread of Jewish monotheism, which was not yet rabbinical, must have helped prepare the spiritual ground for the rise of Islam. Although the new religion clashed strongly with its precursor, the Quran testifies to the crucial role played by Judaism's ideological preparation. The Muslim holy book contains various phrases, stories, and legends taken from the Old Testament and flavored with local imagination. From the Garden of Eden to the Shekinah, through the tales of Abraham, Joseph, and Moses, to the messages of David and Solomon, who are called prophets, echoes of the Old Testament are heard throughout the Quran, though it does not mention the great prophets like Jeremiah and Isaiah, and, of the later ones, only Zechariah and Jonah. Judaism was not the only religion that penetrated the Arabian Peninsula. Christianity also contended for believers, successfully in some places, though ultimately the Holy Trinity was not absorbed into the Muslim canon. Furthermore, in the territory between these two well-defined religions were some lively syncretic sects, such as the Hanifs, all of which contributed to the bubbling crucible from which the new monotheism sprang. The triumph of Islam in the early 7th century CE curtailed the spread of Judaism and led to the gradual assimilation of the proselytized tribes. Moreover, the new religion forbade Muslims to convert to Judaism, and anyone who propagated such conversions was condemned to death. As noted in the previous chapter, the privileges granted to those who joined the religion of Muhammad were hard to resist. Yet prior to the rise of Muhammad, in the center of the Arabian Peninsula, Jewish preaching had led to the astonishing conversion of an entire kingdom in the south. Unlike the developments that took place in Yathrib or Khaybar, this mass conversion gave rise to a stable religious community that withstood the temporary gains of Christianity as well as the later triumph of Islam, and survived until modern times. In the early centuries of the Common Era, the population in the heart of the Hejaz was still tribal, but the region known today as the Yemen was developing a more coherent state organization, and it was searching for a centralizing religious belief. Arabia Felix, the proselytized kingdom of Himyar. This legendary region in the southern end of the peninsula intrigued the Romans, who called it Happy Arabia. Under Augustus they dispatched a garrison there, to which Herod contributed a company from Judea. But the mission failed, and most of the soldiers were lost in the blazing desert. Himyar was the name of a large local tribe, which in the 2nd century BCE began to subdue its neighbors and to consolidate into a tribal kingdom. Its capital was the city Zafar, and it came to be known also as the Kingdom of Saba, Dhuradan, Hadramaut, and Yamnat, and of the Arabs of Tawdid and Tihamit. By such a resounding name it became known far and wide. Rome did form some ties with it, and much later so did the Sassanid kings of Persia. Around the Himyarite ruler, known in the Arabian traditions as Tuba, corresponding to king or emperor, and in Himyarite inscriptions as Malik, were consolidated the kingdom's administration, the nobility, and the tribal leadership. Himyar's confirmed rival was the Ethiopian kingdom of Aksum across the Red Sea, which periodically sent forces across the strait to blockade its wealthy neighbor. A possible visit by the Himyarites to the Holy Land was suggested by some tombs in Beit She'arim near Haifa, uncovered in 1936. A Greek inscription engraved over one of the niches describes the interred as people of Himyar. We know they were Jews, because one of them was named Menahem, elder of the congregation, and two characteristic Jewish emblems, a candelabra and a ram's horn, were carved beside the inscription. No one knows how these Himyarite tombs, dated probably to the 3rd century CE, came to be in Beit She'arim. 2. The Arian Christian historian Philosturgius wrote that in the middle of the 4th century, Constantius II, emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, sent a mission to the Himyarites to convert them to Christianity. The mission was resisted by the local Jews, but in the end the Himyarite king accepted Christianity, says Philosturgius, and even built 2 churches in his kingdom. The story has not been verified. However, it was at about that time that the Ethiopian kingdom became Christian, and it is possible that there was a struggle between the contending religions in Himyar at that time. Possibly one of the kings converted to Christianity, but if so, the victory was short-lived. There is much archaeological and epigraphic evidence, some of it newly discovered, that indicates with near certainty that toward the end of the 4th century CE the Himyar kingdom abandoned paganism and adopted monotheism, but it was not Christianity that it chose. In 378 CE, Malik Karabuhaman built structures on which were discovered such inscriptions as "By the might of their Lord, Lord of heavens." There are also inscriptions reading "Lord of the heavens and the earth" and Ramanan, the merciful. The latter is a characteristic Jewish term, it appears in the Talmud in its Aramaic form, Ramana, and was only later, in the early 7th century, adopted by the Muslims as one of the names of Allah. Christians in the Arab world also used the term, but they invariably added the Son and the Holy Spirit. If researchers disagreed about the character of this pioneering monotheism, the issue was more or less resolved when another inscription was discovered in the city of Beit al-Ashwal, dedicated to the son of Malik Karabuhaman. It says, in Hebrew, written by Yehuda, the well-remembered, Amen Shalom, Amen, and, in Himyari, by the power and grace of his Lord, who created his soul, Lord of life and death, Lord of heaven and earth, who created all things, and with the financial help of his people Israel and the empowerment of his Lord. 3. Whether or not this inscription was ordered by the royal house itself, it praises the king on the terms of the Jewish religion, and its author clearly assumes that this religion is shared by the ruler. Himyar was ruled from the last quarter of the 4th century CE to the first quarter of the 6th, that is, between 120 and 150 years, almost as long as the duration of the Hasmonean kingdom by a strong, monotheistic Jewish monarchy. Muslim tradition associates the Judaization of the Himyarite kingdom to Abu Karab Asad, Malik Karabuhaman's second son, who apparently ruled between 390 and 420 CE. Legend has it that this king went to war in the north of the peninsula but, instead of fighting, returned with 2 Jewish sages and began to convert all his subjects to Judaism. 4. At first the subjects rejected the new religion, but were eventually persuaded and entered the covenant of Abraham. There is also evidence from 440 CE that confirms the Jewish faith of Surabai il-Yafur, Asad's son. The great dam of Marib, repaired and rebuilt by this king, bears an inscription with his name and titles, and the help given him by the Lord of heaven and earth. Another epigraph dating from the same time includes the expression Ramanan, the divine title that recurs in inscriptions of successive kings. The story of the execution of Askar, a Christian missionary from the city of Najran in northern Himyar, indicates that Raman Judaism had become the hegemonic religion. There are many Arabic legends about the killing of this preacher, described in Christian hagiography as a martyr at Jewish hands. This occurred in the reign of the Himyarite king Surabai il-Yaakov. After Askar built a chapel with a cross on top, he was arrested by agents of the kingdom and the chapel was destroyed. The king tried to persuade him to abandon his belief in the Redeemer, but Askar refused and was sentenced to death. At the advice of a rabbi close to the king, it was decided to carry out the sentence in Najran, as an example to others. Christianity had made some headway in the city, and it was felt necessary to deter the local populace. Before he was put to death, the martyr Askar performed some miracles that impressed the public and were recorded in the tradition of the Church. 5. The kingdom went into decline after Surabai il-Yaakov's death, and his two sons were unable to fight on the Ethiopians, who penetrated Himyar and for a time succeeded in reinforcing their remaining Christian supporters. The struggle between Himyar and the Ethiopian kingdom of Aksum was not only a religious one, but also a conflict of political and commercial interests. Aksum was influenced by the Byzantine Empire, which sought to control the Red Sea Strait in order to secure its trade with India. Himyar opposed Byzantium and firmly resisted the Christian domination of the region. 6. The prolonged devotion to Judaism among large elements in the kingdom might have been due to strong conflicts of interest. The nobility and the merchants supported the Jewish monarchy, because it safeguarded their economic independence. But Judaism was not confined to the nobility. There is much evidence that it struck root in various tribes, and even crossed the strait and penetrated the rival realm of Ethiopia. 7. After several years of Christian hegemony, Judaism returned to power in the figure of Dhu-Nuwas, the last Jewish Himyarite ruler. There is abundant material about this Malik, mainly because of his intense struggle against Christianity and his bitter war against Ethiopia. Procopius's book on the wars, the testimony of the itinerant merchant Cosmas, known as Christian Topography, a hymn composed by the abbot John Saltz, the fragmented book of the Himyarites, a letter of the Syrian bishop of Beitar Shem, 8 and many other Christian documents all offer evidence about the power of the Jewish king as well as his cruelty and persecution of the followers of Jesus. A good many Arabic sources confirm these stories, if with less anti-Jewish intensity. 9. Dhu-Nuwas's Orchale name was Yusuf Azar, and later Arabic traditions also call him by the epithet Masruk, probably meaning long-haired. He was famous for his flowing locks, and legends describe his heroic last battle and how, riding his great white horse, he sank in the Red Sea. There is no doubt about his Judaism, but it is not certain that he was of royal birth, nor exactly when he ascended the throne. It was probably not much later than 518 CE, as until that year the Himyarite capital was ruled by a viceroy, a protege of the Ethiopians, against whom Dhu-Nuwas led a widespread revolt in the mountains. He succeeded in capturing Zafar and consolidating his power over the whole kingdom. The nobility supported him, and those who had not converted to Judaism did so after his victory. One testimony states that Jewish sages came from Tiberias to fortify the Mosaic faith when Dhu-Nuwas was established on the throne. 10. With Judaism again in power, the city of Najran, with its Christian majority, rebelled again. The Himyarite king besieged it for a long time and finally captured it. Numerous Christians perished in the battle, which served Ela Asbaha, the king of Aksum, as a pretext to launch war against Jewish Himyar. With the support and logistical assistance of the Byzantine Empire, which provided the ships, Christian armies crossed the Red Sea, and in 525 Dhu Nuwas was defeated after a long, grim battle. The city of Zafar was destroyed, 50 members of the ruling family were taken captive, and this was the end of the Judaizing kingdom in the southern Arabian Peninsula. An attempted rebellion, led by Saif ibn Dhu Yazan, a descendant of Dhu Nuwas, was crushed. The Ethiopian-backed regime that succeeded the Jewish kingdom was of course Christian, but in the 570s the region was conquered by the Persians. This halted Himyar's complete Christianization, but the country did not become Zoroastrian. This religion won few followers outside Persia. We know that the Judaized community of Himyar persisted under the Ethiopian and the Persian powers, because when the forces of Muhammad arrived in 629, the Prophet warned them in a letter not to force the local Christians and Jews to convert to Islam. The type of tax imposed on the Jews reveals that many of them subsisted on agriculture, but we have no way of estimating how many remained faithful to their religion, or how many converted to the victorious religion. In all probability, a good many of the Jews had earlier become Christian, and others converted to Islam afterward. But, as noted earlier, a good many continued to believe in the old Roman God, and by maintaining theological ties to the centers in Babylonia, the Himyarite Jewish community survived until the 20th century. The existence of a Judaizing kingdom in the southern Arabian Peninsula was already known in the 19th century. Heinrich Graetz devoted several pages to it in his famous work, based on stories drawn from Arab historians as well as Christian sources. He wrote accounts of Abu Karabasat and Dhu Nuwas laced with colorful anecdotes. 11 Simon Dubnow, too, wrote about this kingdom, not at such length as Graetz but with more accurate dates. 12 Salo Baron followed their example with several pages about the ancestors of the Jewry of the Yemen, and sought in various ways to justify their harsh treatment of the Christians. 13. Later Zionist historiography paid less attention to the Himyarite kingdom. Diner's monumental compilation Israel in Exile opens with the Jewish people going into exile in the 7th century CE, and so the earlier Jewish kingdom in southern Arabia disappears. Some Israeli scholars question the Jewishness of the Himyarites, which was probably not entirely rabbinical. Others simply passed over this troublesome historical chapter. 14 School textbooks issued after the 1950s made no mention of the proselytized southern kingdom that lay buried under the desert sand. Only historians who specialized in the history of the Jews of the Arab countries sometimes referred to the many Himyarite proselytes. Notable among them was Israel ben Ze'ev, who first published his book Jews in Arabia in the late 1920s in Egypt, edited it and translated it into Hebrew in 1931, and expanded it considerably in 1957. The other scholar who discussed the Jewish kingdom in depth was Chaim Ze'ev Hirschberg, whose book Israel in Arabia appeared in 1946. These two works provide a broad canvas depicting the history of the Jews in the south of the Arabian Peninsula, and despite their nationalist tone, their scholarship is of high quality. In recent years archaeology has uncovered additional epigraphic material, and Ze'ev Reuben, a prominent historian at Tel Aviv University, is one of the few who keep up the research about the lost time of the Himyarites. At the end of his fascinating description of the Judaized kingdom, Hirschberg, perhaps the best-known historian of the Jews in the Arab world, asked the following questions: how many Jews lived in the Yemen? What was their racial origin? Were they of the seed of Abraham, or Judaized Yemenites? Needless to say, he could not answer these questions but, unable to stop himself, continued. Nevertheless, the Jews who had come from the land of Israel, perhaps also from Babylonia, were the living soul of the Jewish community in the Yemen. They were not too few, their importance was considerable, and they decided every issue. When the persecutions began, they remained faithful to their people and their faith. In fact, many of the proselytized Himyarites could not withstand the suffering and converted to Islam. The Christians vanished altogether from the Yemen, but the Jews remained as a distinct element, apart from the Arabs. They cleave to their faith to this day, despite the contempt and humiliation surrounding them. Other proselytes, such as the Hazars, assimilated and integrated among the nations, because the Jewish element among them was scanty, but the Jews of the Yemen remained a living tribe of the Jewish nation. 15. Compared with the meticulous description of Himyar's history, and the strict use of original sources at every stage of the work, this concluding paragraph seems out of place, even somewhat absurd. Yet it deserves to be quoted, because it demonstrates the nature and thinking of Zionist historiography on the subject of proselytizing. Hirschberg had not the slightest evidence concerning the number, if any, of born Jews in the different classes of Himyarite society, nor about the origins of those who clung to the Jewish faith. But the ethnocentric imperative was stronger than his historical training, and demanded that he conclude his work with the call of the blood. Otherwise, the readers of this respected scholar's work might fall into the error of thinking that the Jews of the Yemen were descendants of Dhnuwas and his hardened nobles, and not of the peaceable Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the purported patriarchs of all the Jews in the world. Hirschberg's ethnobiological passion was by no means exceptional. Virtually everyone who wrote about the Jewish community of Yemen applied to it a politically correct genealogy reaching back to the ancient Judahites. Some scholars even argued that, following the destruction of the First Temple, many Judahites were exiled not to Babylonia but to southern Arabia. Others suggested that the first Yemenite Jews were of the dynasty of the Queen of Sheba. King Solomon's sexy guest must have returned to her country accompanied by Jewish courtiers, who with great dedication obeyed the command to multiply and be fruitful. This queen must have produced numerous offspring, because the Ethiopians also believed that their kings were her descendants. Thus the chapter about the Judaizing Himyarites was abandoned by the historiographical roadside in Israel's educational system, and secondary school graduates know nothing about it. It is the sad fate of this mighty Jewish kingdom, which dominated its region, that its descendants are not proud of it and that many others fear to mention its very existence. 16. Phoenicians and Berbers, the mysterious Queen Kahina. The Himyarites are not the only ones who have vanished from the historical memory of Israel. The origin of their fellow Jews in North Africa has been similarly suppressed. If, according to national mythology, the Jews of Yemen are the descendants of King Solomon's courtiers, or at least of the Babylonian exiles, the Jews of the Maghreb are likewise supposed to be descendants of the First Temple exiles, or of the Jews of European Spain, a supposedly higher lineage. The latter are also described as having been exiled to the western end of the Mediterranean from the desolate kingdom of Judah after the fall. The present chapter, above, referred to the spread of Judaism to North Africa, and the great uprising against Rome between 115 and 117 CE. A Jewish Hellenistic king named Lucas, some historians called him Andreas, arose in the course of this large-scale messianic, anti-pagan revolt, and temporarily seized the province of Cyrenaica, in the east of today's Libya. His ferociously swift conquests took him as far as Alexandria in Egypt. Evidence shows that this fiery religious revolt was especially vicious, like future monotheistic conflicts, and that it was put down with an iron hand by the Roman armies. 17 The propagation of Judaism slowed down in this province but was not entirely extinguished. There remained Jews and proselytes in Cyrenaica, and, following the upheavals, the Judaizing process advanced slowly westward. The suspicious Rabbi Hosea, who lived in the Holy Land in the 3rd century CE, was concerned about the proselytizing in North Africa, and the Jerusalem Talmud quotes him as asking, the proselytes coming from Libya, should they have to wait 3 generations? Tractate Kilaim. The leading Amora known as Rav declared, from Tyre to Carthage people know the Israelites and their Father in heaven, and westward from Tyre and eastward from Carthage people do not know the Israelites and their Father in heaven. Tractate Menayot. The successful spread of Judaism in the Maghreb was probably due to the presence of a Phoenician population in the region. Although Carthage was destroyed back in the 2nd century BCE, not all its inhabitants perished. The city was rebuilt, and was soon an important commercial port once more. Where, then, did all the Punics, the African Phoenicians who populated the coastline, go? Several historians, notably the French Marcel Simon, have suggested that a large number of them became Jews, accounting for the distinctive strength of Judaism throughout North Africa. 18. It is not beyond reason to assume that the close resemblance of the language of the Old Testament to ancient Phoenician, as well as the fact that some of the Punics were circumcised, helped promote mass conversion to Judaism. The process may also have been stimulated by the arrival of captives from Judea after the fall of the kingdom. The old populace, originating from Tyre and Sidon, had been hostile to Rome for a very long time, and probably welcomed the exiled rebels and adopted their particular faith. Marcel Simon suggests that the philo-Jewish policy of most of the Severan emperors, a dynasty originating in North Africa, might also have contributed to the popularity of Judaization. North Africa was one of the outstanding successes in the history of proselytization in the Mediterranean region. Although in the 3rd and 4th centuries CE, as noted in the previous chapter, the rate of conversion to Judaism slowed down in Egypt, Asia Minor, Greece and Italy, the heart of the ancient Western civilization along the coast of the Maghreb, the communities of believers in Yahweh did quite well. Archaeological and epigraphic evidence depicts thriving Jewish religious life. Archaeological excavations near ancient Carthage uncovered a number of tombs from the 3rd century CE inscribed in Latin characters, or even Hebrew or Phoenician, with images of candelabra engraved alongside. Also all over the region a large number of tombstones have been found at the graves of proselytes with Greek or Latin names, and their religion is always stated beside their non-Hebrew names. A synagogue from the same period, bearing inscriptions and designs of candles, candelabras and ram's horns, was discovered in Hammam-Lif, ancient Nero, near today's Tunis. On the floor is written, "Your maidservant Julia." The young woman repaired with her fortune this mosaic for the sake of the holy synagogue of Nero. It is not surprising that the inscription goes on to name the head of the synagogue as Rusticus and his son as Astrius. In North Africa, as elsewhere, many of the Judaizers remained in a state of semi-conversion, or as they would later be known, heaven worshippers, Koelikoli. The New Testament mentions God-fearers, Jews and proselytes coming to Jerusalem from the parts of Libya about Cyrene, Acts 2:10. Many syncretist sects flourished in various cities, and it was this heterogeneous throng that gave rise to Christianity, which grew powerful in this region as in other Mediterranean lands. Two of the leading thinkers of early Christianity, Tertullian and, later, Augustine, were born in Africa. The former was especially concerned about the strength of Judaism in his native city of Carthage. His extensive knowledge of the Old Testament and Jewish tradition indicates the strength of the local Jewish religious culture. His sharp attacks against the proselytes also testify to the popular appeal of this movement. He sought to explain the success of Judaism, in contrast to that of the persecuted Christianity, by noting that it was a legal religion in Roman law, hence easier to adopt. He showed respect for the Jews, especially the Jewish women for their modesty, but fiercely attacked the Judaizers, arguing that they adopted the Jewish religion out of convenience, because on the Holy Sabbath they could avoid all work. 19. Evidence of Christianity's struggle against the strong Jewish presence is found in the writings of Augustine and in those of the Christian poet Commodianus. Augustine criticizes the heaven worshippers, probably an intermediate Jewish Christian sect, whom the Church regarded as heretics or even unbelievers. In his work Instructions, Commodianus, whose exact dates are not known, attacked the numerous proselytes and mocked their switching and changing of religions and the blatant inconsistency of their worship. The advance of the Church was temporarily halted by the Vandal conquest. Germanic tribes from Europe dominated North Africa between 430 and 533 CE, where they established an Arian Christian kingdom. There is next to no information about the situation of North Africa's Jews during the Vandal century, but it is known that relations between the Arians and the Jewish believers were much better than between the latter and the consolidating Orthodox Church. The return of the Byzantine Empire to the region restored the primacy of the Church, and the suppression of heretics and unbelievers intensified. It is quite likely that, following this conquest, some of the coastal Jews, those former Punics, fled inland, and others moved further west. Here began the amazing story of a new wave of Judaization. As Ibn Khaldun, the great 14th century Arab historian, wrote. Possibly some of the Berbers practiced Judaism, which they had received from their powerful Israelite neighbors in Syria. Among the Jewish Berbers were the Jerua, who inhabited Ors, the tribe of Kahina, who was killed by the Arabs in their first conquests. Other Jewish tribes were the Nifuka, of the African Berbers, the Fendalawa, the Mediun, Bilula, Gayatha, and the Berbers of the extreme Maghreb, the Fayzaz. Idris the first of the Beni el-Hassan, son of el-Hassan who reached the Maghreb, wiped out all traces of the religions that persisted in his territory and crushed the independence of the tribes. 20. Ibn Khaldun apparently assumed that at least some of the Berbers, North Africa's longtime inhabitants, were descendants of the ancient Phoenicians or some other Canaanite population that originated in the vicinity of Syria and converted to Judaism. Elsewhere he even speaks of the Himyarite origin of some of the Berbers. 21 The Judaized tribes he lists were large and powerful, and spread across North Africa. Other than the Jerua, who inhabited the highlands of Ors, the Nifuka lived near today's Tripoli, the Mediana tribes lived in today's western Algeria, and the Fendalawa, Bilula, and Fayzaz lived in the territory of Fes, in today's Morocco. Despite the mass conversion to Islam that followed the Arab conquest, these tribal areas roughly correspond to the sites where Jewish communities persisted until modern times. Many cultural practices, not only the amulets common among the Berbers, are also found in the religious rites of the Jews of North Africa. Some of these Jews always spoke the Berber language in addition to Arabic. Were the Judaized Berbers, as well as their proselytized Punic predecessors and a handful of émigré Judeans, the ancestors of the Jews of North Africa? Moreover, to what extent did this great wave of Berber Judaization augment the number of Jews in Spain during and after its conquest by the Arabs? Ibn Khaldun returns elsewhere to the resistance to the Muslim conquest, led by the Queen of the Ors Mountains, Dihya al-Kahina. This leader of the Judaized Berbers was believed to be a necromancer, hence her title Kahina, priestess, probably of Punic or Arabic origin. She was a strong ruler, and in 689, when the Muslims launched their renewed effort to conquer North Africa, she united several powerful tribes and succeeded in defeating the mighty forces of Hassan ibn al-Numan. 5 years later, after the queen had implemented a scorched earth policy and destroyed towns and villages along the coast, Arab reinforcements arrived and overwhelmed the forces of the bold Berber ruler, and she herself was killed in battle. Her sons converted to Islam and joined the conquerors, and this was the end of her long reign, which remains shrouded in myths and mystery. Ibn Khaldun was not the only Arab historian to describe the fascinating deeds of Dihya al-Kahina. Earlier Arab writers, from the 9th century CE, described in detail her fight against the Muslim conquerors. The Baghdad-based writer al-Waqidi emphasized her cruel treatment of her own subjects. Khalifa ibn Qayyat al-Usfuri dated her defeat to 693 CE, the Persian historian Ahmad al-Baladhuri recounted the story in brief, and Ibn Abd al-Hakam, who lived in Egypt, expounded the story of the queen's son who also fought against the invaders. 22 Muslim historians who followed Ibn Khaldun continued to write about the Judaized queen, and her story was picked up by modern scholars. Many legends formed around the acts and personality of the female Berber Jewish leader. During the colonial period, French writers revived the old myths in order to highlight the historical fact that the Arabs were invaders whom the local populace had fiercely resisted. Later, in the post-colonial period, Kahina became an Arab, sometimes a Berber heroine, a forerunner of the French national heroine Joan of Arc. Since Arabic literature referred to her as a mysterious Jewess, some Zionist historians were intrigued, and a few took up the story as though Dihya was a late incarnation of the biblical prophetess Deborah. Nahum Slous, a diligent Zionist historian of North Africa's Jews who completed his doctoral thesis in Paris, was the first to install Kahina in the modern Jewish memory. 23 As early as 1909 he published 2 essays about the Jewish Berbers, and an article entitled The Kahina's Race. 24 He argued that North Africa was settled by large numbers of Jews who came from Jerusalem, and was ruled by them for a long time before the arrival of the Muslims. To his mind, Kahina the warrior queen could not have been a mere proselytized Berber, she had to have been a Jew by race. In 1933 Slosks expanded his publications and reissued them as a book in Hebrew. Dihya al-Kahina, Judith the Priestess, contains fascinating historical material tinged with romanticism and seasoned with folklore and picturesque tales that Slosks had borrowed from Arabic and French historiography. 25 He argues that Kahina's noble tribe, the powerful Jerua tribe of the Ors, whom he calls the Gera, was a nation of the race of Israel. 26 These Geras had come to the region from Libya and had previously lived in Egypt. The priests, who led the tribe, had come to the land of the Nile in the reign of Judah's king Josiah, in the exile of the pharaoh Necho. Dihya was an affectionate Jewish nickname for a woman named Judith, and she was certainly of a priestly family. Jewish tradition does not permit women to be priests, but as the Canaanite influence was still strong among them, the Geras dubbed her a Kahina. Slosks could tell that Kahina was good-looking and strong. She was said to be handsome as a horse and powerful as a wrestler. 27 French scholars compared her to Joan of Arc, but Slosks, drawing on Arab sources, stated that Kahina indulged in carnal love with all the passion of her fiery youth, and was married 3 times. The problem was that these husbands were not Jews of her tribe, and it is known that one of them was a Berber and the other a Greek, namely, a Byzantine. Would a kosher Jewess have married uncircumcised Gentiles? Slosks explained that the Judaism of the Berber tribes was not of the severe, rabbinical form known to us, hence their customs were of a different sort. Kahina remained faithful to her ancestral faith in its ancient, pre-Ezra form, which was common among the faraway Jews in Africa, a Judaism that did not yet distinguish between peoples and continued to marry its neighbors, and would never keep up with the special isolation of the Pharisees that was predominant in the Roman and Arab cities. 28. In this way Slosks could remain an ethnocentric Zionist, asserting that the legendary Amazon and her priests were of the right race, while admitting that the other Berber tribes were generally proselytes. He was convinced that syncretism and a flexible religious policy had helped propagate Judaism and make it a popular religion before the arrival of Islam. Nevertheless, despite the unorthodox ways of the Jewish Berbers and their religious oddities, they and their descendants definitely belong to the Jewish people. He asserted that he had gone to Africa to seek his national brothers and was convinced that Israel was one nation in the world. 29. Hirschberg, a far more cautious and reliable historian than Slosks, was the second scholar to deal with the Judaized Berbers and their queen Kahina. The foreword to his book History of the Jews in North Africa includes the following passage. The obscurity of the history of most of the communities of the interior in the first half of the second millennium CE provides a certain background for the thesis that the great majority of Maghreb Jews are of Berber stock. This thesis was enunciated in various travel books and adopted in modern historical writings, without anybody giving it a thorough scrutiny. The position with regard to sources is different here than in the case of the Himyar Judaizer in South Arabia or the Hazars on the banks of the Volga. We know that the great majority of the former adopted Islam in the days of Mohammed and that only Jews of Jewish stock were left in South Arabia, and it is also well known that the Hazar Judaizers have completely disappeared. Now is it to be supposed that precisely the Berbers in North Africa remained loyal to Judaism, especially as the evidence of their Judaization is extremely flimsy? 30. Having demolished the possibility of a historical connection between the Jews of Yemen and the Himyarite kingdom, and declared its absence to be an established fact, Hirschberg felt obliged to clarify the origins of the Jews of North Africa. A thorough, pedantic scholar, he did not want to overlook uncomfortable historical passages that most of his colleagues dismissed out of hand. Certain older Arab historians had described the Berber tribes' conversion to Judaism, and their having neither approved nor disapproved made their descriptions more trustworthy. And since, as he knew, Jews never sought to convert others, it must have been the presence of Jewish communities in the Berber lands that led some of the inhabitants to adopt Judaism. Hirschberg's readers were soon reassured further along. He asserted that these proselytes were a tiny minority in the Jewish population. Moreover, he noted, there is hardly any Jewish testimony on the subject of proselytes, the Berber language left little trace in written Judeo-Arabic culture, and the Old Testament was never translated into Berber. The fact that the Jews adopted Arabic very quickly after the Muslim conquest, whereas the Berbers put up stronger resistance to the linguistic acculturation, proves that the former were not of Berber origin. As for the story about the Judaized queen, it was not very meaningful, since she did not act in the spirit of Judaism and ultimately contributed nothing to it. In fact, her name was Kaya, and the Arab writers misread it as Kahina. 31. Hirschberg knew, of course, that the Berbers' culture was largely an oral tradition, and consequently no traces of it are to be found in the Arabic literature and language of North Africa. He knew that there were many names, family appellations, superstitions, and customs common to Jewish believers and Muslim Berbers. For example, the custom of splashing passers-by with water at Pentecost was both Jewish and Berber. The relatively free status of the Jewish women also resembled Berber custom rather than Arabic, and so on. In many Jewish communities the family name Cohen, priest, did not appear at all, while in others almost all members of the congregation were called Cohen but had not a single levy which could have indicate collective conversions. Moreover, some Islamized Berber tribes had retained certain Jewish customs, such as not lighting fires on Sabbath Eve and avoiding leavened bread during the spring festival. Yet this last fact only served to reinforce Hirschberg's conviction: ancient Christianity disappeared completely from North Africa, while Judaism persisted through the ages. Indeed, not only the Christian Berbers became Muslim, so did the proselytized Berbers. Only the Jews of the seed of Abraham remained. 32. So firm was Hirschberg's conviction that he forgot his ethnologious belief that the Arabs, too, had descended from the great patriarch. But this typical slip is marginal. His constant effort to prove that the Jews were a nation race that had been torn from its ancient homeland and gone into a wandering exile was far more significant, and, as we have seen thus far, it met the imperative of mainstream Zionist historiography. His inability to rise above the purifying essentialist ideology that guided all his research damaged his work, and it was this fault that constituted the scientific source in support of the common positions in the standard history textbooks of the Israeli educational system. André Chouaroqui, a French-Israeli scholar and public figure who was born in Algeria, was less concerned about his pure descent. His book Between East and West, A History of the Jews of North Africa, shows a significant historiographic shift, but, while the last Christian communities of the Berbers survived only to the 12th century, Judaism in North Africa retained the loyalty of its proselytes down to our own day. In the middle of the 20th century, an estimated one-half of the Jews of North Africa are descendants of Berber converts. 33. Chouaroqui had no more data for estimating the proportion of Berber descendants in the Maghreb's Jewish community than had Hirschberg. They could equally well have spoken of 9% as of 99%. His book was first published in French in the 1950s, and it clearly sought to align itself with French scholars of the Maghreb. At that time it was difficult to rebut the widespread view of ancient Judaism as a strongly proselytizing religion, and the book's later Hebrew readers were offered a version far less ethnocentric and more reasonable on the origins of the Jews of North Africa. The book highlights Jewish efforts to proselytize the Punics and does not hesitate to link this growing influence throughout the region with the mass Judaization of the Berbers. Chouaroqui also wrote about the Jewish queen Kahina, arguing that although she also treated her Jewish subjects harshly, the final battles of the Jewish people before modern times were not those against Rome in the land of Israel in the 1st century CE, but rather in the 7th century against the Arabs in Africa. 34. As we shall see further on, Chouaroqui's national passion misled him a little. These were not the last battles of the Jewish people against the Arabs before the 20th century. The Hazars, just before their mass conversion to Judaism, outdid Kahina and her Berber Jewish troops in halting the advance of Islam, and succeeded even after the battles in North Africa. But before we proceed to these eastern faraway Jews, the Volga and Don rivers being east of the Maghreb, it is necessary to mention the significant support for the view of the Maghreb Jews as descendants of Judaized Berbers and Judaized Arabs who accompanied the armies of Islam. It comes from the field of philology. Professor Paul Wexler of Tel Aviv University was primarily interested in Spanish Jewry, but since the history of this community became involved at an early stage with that of North Africa, he was able to shed new light on the issue. His book The Non-Jewish Origins of the Sephardic Jews argues, the Sephardic Jews are primarily descendants of Arabs, Berbers, and Europeans who converted to Judaism in the period between the rise of the first Jewish communities in Western Asia, North Africa and Southern Europe, and the 12th century. 35 There may, of course, have been some descendants of Judeans in these communities, but they must have been a tiny minority. How did Wexler reach such a heretical conclusion, counter to the hegemonic discourse in the academic world in which he worked? The sad lack of historical testimony about the early formation of Jewish groups in the Iberian Peninsula, Wexler argued, forces us to rely on the evolution of their languages and their ethnographic data. As a philological archaeologist, Wexler skillfully traced linguistic vestiges found in the texts and the languages that are still in use today, and concluded that the origins of the Sephardic Jews were extremely heterogeneous, and hardly Judean. Most came to Europe from North Africa with the Muslim conquest in the early 8th century CE, and traces of Judeo-Arabic from the Maghreb, as well as Berber customs, can be found in the Judeo-Iberian language and culture. And if the Arab language was the decisive factor from a linguistic viewpoint, in cultural, religious and demographic terms the Berber presence was the most significant. 36. Furthermore, and this may be Wexler's most important discovery, Hebrew and Aramaic made their appearance in Jewish texts only in the 10th century CE, and were not a product of an earlier autochthonous linguistic development. This means that exiles or émigrés from Judea had not settled in Spain in the 1st century CE or introduced their original language. During the first millennium CE, Jewish believers in Europe knew no Hebrew or Aramaic. Only after the religious canonization of classical Arabic in the Muslim world, and of medieval Latin in Christendom, did Judaism adopt and propagate its own religious language as a high cultural code. 37. Wexler's theory might explain the great conundrum in the history textbooks in Israel. The authorized scholars have failed to provide a reasonable explanation for the existence of such a large Jewish community in Spain, a lively and creative community that was considerably bigger, numerically, than the groups of Jewish believers that had appeared in Italy, southern Gaul, or the Germanic lands. Judaism probably began to germinate in the Iberian Peninsula in the early centuries CE, mainly among proselytized Roman soldiers, slaves, and merchants, much as it did in other imperial colonies in the northwestern Mediterranean. In the New Testament, Paul writes, "Whensoever I take my journey into Spain, I will come to you." Rom 15:24. He probably intended to preach to the first Jewish Christian congregations that were beginning to be organized there. The decisions adopted by the Council of Bishops at Elvira bear evidence to the monotheistic syncretism that was still going strong in the south of Western Europe during the 4th century CE. 38 Later, the heavy-handed treatment of the Visigoth rulers toward Jewish believers and new proselytes, chiefly in the 7th century CE, drove many of them to flee to North Africa. Their historical revenge was not long in coming. The Muslim conquest of Iberia, which began in 711 CE, was carried out mainly by Berber regiments that may well have included many proselytes, who enlarged the demographic size of the older Jewish communities. Contemporary Christian sources condemned the treasonable behavior of the Jews in various cities, who welcomed the invading forces and were even drafted by them as auxiliary troops. Indeed, as many Christians fled, the Jews, their rivals, were appointed acting governors of many cities. In his compilation Israel in Exile, Ben-Zion Diner had included many quotes from Arab sources that corroborate the Christian ones, such as the following. The 3rd Regiment, which had been sent against Elvira, besieged Granada, the capital of that state, and entrusted the blockade to a local force made up of Muslims and Jews, and that is what they did wherever Jews were found. Having captured Carmona, Musa attacked Sevilla. After a siege lasting many months, Musa captured the city, and the Christians fled to Baia. Leaving the Jews as the standing army in Sevilla, Musa advanced to Merida. Moreover, When Tarik saw that Toledo was empty, he brought in the Jews and left some of his men with them, while he himself proceeded to Wadi al-Hajra Guadalajara. 39. Tarik ibn Ziyad, the supreme commander and first Muslim governor of the Iberian Peninsula, Gibraltar bears his name, was a Berber from the Judaized tribe of Nifuka. He reached Spain with 7,000 troops, which soon grew to 25,000, as many local men joined them. Among them were many Jews, says Diner. Drawing his information from Spanish scholars, the Zionist historian reluctantly admits that some of them argue that all the Berbers who took part in the Arab conquests in Spain were Judaizers. 40. It would be a wild exaggeration to argue that the conquest of Spain was a coordinated operation of Muslim and Jewish Berbers. But as we have seen, the fruitful cooperation between the two religions began in Iberia at the start of the invasion, so it is reasonable to assume that the Jews' favored status made for a meaningful expansion of their communities. However, the ability of established Jews to proselytize pagans and Christians was practicable only in the early stages of the Muslim presence, when Christian hegemony retreated and the massive conversion to Islam had not yet begun. 41 This option would begin to shrink in the 9th century, though it never quite ended. The wave of Islamization did not stop the immigration of Jewish believers from all over southern Europe and even more from the coast of North Africa. In his important book on the Sephardic Jewry, Yitzhak Beer noted admiringly that Arabic Spain had become a refuge for Jews. 42 The Jewish community thrived demographically, thanks to local proselytizing and to the waves of conquest and immigration. It also flourished culturally, thanks to the admirable symbiosis between it and the tolerant Arabism of the Kingdom of Al-Andalus and the principalities that succeeded it. Jewish life in the Muslim regions proved the possibility of a multi-religious society in a medieval world of hardening monotheism, which increasingly expressed itself in the abasement, and often the persecution, of the infidel. At that same time, a kingdom at the other end of Europe was notable for its freedom from religious fanaticism. Jewish Khagans. A strange empire rises in the east. In the middle of the 10th century, the Sephardic Golden Age, Hasdai ibn Shaprat, a physician and important statesman in the court of the Caliph of Córdoba, Abdar Rahman III, wrote a letter to the king of the Khazars, Joseph ben Aaron. Rumors about a great Jewish empire bordering on Eastern Europe had reached the Jewish elites at the continent's western end, and aroused intense curiosity. Was there, at long last, a Jewish kingdom that was not subordinate to Muslim or Christian powers? The letter opens with a poem of praise for the king with an acrostic composed by Menahem ben Saruk, Hasdai's secretary and the leading Hebrew poet in the Iberian Peninsula. 43 Followed by the writer's introduction of himself, inter alia, of course, as a descendant of the exiles from Jerusalem, and a description of the kingdom in which he lives. Then he comes to the point. Merchants have told me that there is a kingdom of Jews called Alcazar, and I did not believe it, because I thought they said this to please and approach me. I was puzzled about it, until emissaries arrived from Constantinople with a gift from their king to our king, and I asked them about it. They assured me that this was the truth, that the kingdom is called Alcazar, and between Constantinople and their country there was a journey of 15 days by sea, but on land there are many nations between us. And the name of its king is Joseph. And I, when I heard this, was filled with force and my hands grew strong and my hope intensified, and I bowed and made obeisance to the Lord of heaven. I searched for a faithful emissary to send to your land to find out the truth and to greet my lord the king and his servants our brothers, but it was difficult to do, for the distance is very great. 44. Hasdai goes on to describe in detail all the difficulties entailed in dispatching the letter, and finally asks direct questions, of what tribe is the king? What is the system of the monarchy? Is it passed from father to son, as was done by the ancestors in the Torah? How big is the kingdom? Who are its enemies, and over whom does it rule? Does war take precedence over the Sabbath? What is the country's climate? And so forth. Hasdai's curiosity was limitless, for which he apologized courteously. It is not known how long it took before the Khazar king's reply arrived, but in the extant letter King Joseph answered Hasdai's questions as best he could. He described his origin and the boundaries of his kingdom. You have asked of what nation and family and tribe we are. Know you that we are of the sons of Japhet and of his son Togarmah? It is said that in his time my ancestors were but a few, and the Lord granted them strength and boldness, and they fought with many great nations mightier than they were, and with God's help drove them out and inherited their country. Many generations passed until a king rose whose name was Bulan, a wise and God-fearing man, who put all his trust in the Lord, and removed all the sorcerers and idolaters from the country and lived under the Lord's wing. This king summoned all his ministers and servants and told them all these things. They were content, and accepted the king's judgment and entered under the wing of the Shekinah. Then rose a king of his offspring, named Obadiah, a righteous and honest man, who reformed the kingdom and set the law in the proper order, and built synagogues and seminaries and brought in many of the sages of Israel. 45. Writing in an epic and ornate style, the king describes the conversion to Judaism and lists the reasons that moved his ancestors to prefer the Jewish religion to the other two monotheistic faiths. In a tone suffused with fervent belief in the Torah and the commandments, he goes on to describe the location of his kingdom, its size, its population, and the power of his enemies and rivals, the Russians and the Ishmaelites. Various literary embellishments of and additions to the old texts led some scholars to conclude that these letters, especially the king's reply, were not written in the 10th century CE, and might be forgeries or emendations by Muslim authors. There are two versions of Joseph's letter, a long one and a short one, but certain terms in the short version do not belong in the Arabic lexicon, and its original author was not part of the Muslim cultural world. Moreover, the distinctive linguistic use of the biblical Hebrew reversing connection, vav hahapuk, indicates that Hasdai's letter and the king's reply were not written by one hand. The letter of the Hazar king was probably copied and embellished many times, but its core information seems fairly trustworthy, as it accords with contemporary Arab testimonies, and so cannot be dismissed as merely a literary creation. 46. In any event, there is evidence from the late 11th century that despite the difficulties of international communications, copies of both letters, in several versions, were found throughout the Jewish intellectual world. For example, Rabbi Yehuda al-Barzilai, who questioned the accuracy of these copies, commented, "We have seen some versions of the letter written by Joseph the king, son of Aaron the Hazar priest, to Rabbi Hasdai son of Yitzhak, and did not know if it was true or not." Finally, though, this sharp scholar, who detested fables, became convinced, and he admitted as much, that Hazars proselytized and had proselyte kings. I have heard that all this is written in the books of Ishmaelites who were living then and wrote about it in their books. He therefore copied the letter of King Joseph and quoted a part of it in his own work. 47. It is almost certain that the 12th century Rabbi Yehuda Halevi was familiar with this correspondence. He ascribed the conversion to Judaism by the Hazar monarch to a three-sided monotheistic brainstorming session. Its depiction in the opening of his work Ekuzari is adapted from King Joseph's letter, with some changes in style and detail. 48. It should be noted that Rabad, Rabbi Abraham ben David, who was several decades younger than Yehuda Halevi and was one of the fathers of Kabbalah in Provence, wrote of Eastern Europe, there were Hazar peoples who proselytized, and their king Joseph sent a letter to the president, Rabbi Hasdai son of Yitzhak, ben Shaprat, to tell him that he followed the rabbinate. And so did all his people. He goes on to say that when in Tolitula Toledo, he met Jewish students who told him that they were Hazars and faithful to rabbinical Judaism. 49. Whereas the histories of the Judaized Himyarites and Berbers were all but erased from the general consciousness, it was more difficult to leave blank pages in the case of the Hazars. In the first place, the secular modern public knew about the Kuzari, the theological treatise completed in 1140 CE by Yehuda Halevi, a highly respected figure in Jewish tradition and a canonical one in Zionist culture because of his particular association with the Holy Land. Second, there was a mass of historical evidence about the Hazar kingdom from Arabic, Persian, Byzantine, Russian, Armenian, Hebrew and even Chinese sources. They all agreed that it was very powerful, and many of the sources also referred to its unexpected conversion to Judaism. Furthermore, the historical standing of this kingdom and the events that followed its breakup had been echoed in the earliest Jewish historiography in Eastern Europe, which battled with this issue for decades. Even Zionist reconstructors of the past hesitated for a long time to tackle the subject, and few of them attempted to research it with appropriate thoroughness. But the widespread interest in the Khazar kingdom eventually began to shrink, and it all but evaporated with the rise of the memory establishment in Israel, after some 10 years of its existence. Although the medieval kingdom of the Khazars existed in distant obscurity, and no gifted theologians had praised and immortalized it as the biblical authors had done in their time and place, it is, however, attested by external sources far more varied and abundant than exist about the kingdom of David and Solomon. Jewish Khazaria was, of course, immeasurably bigger than any historical kingdom in the land of Judah. It was also more powerful than Himyar or the desert realm of Dihya al-Kahina. The story of the Khazars is fascinating. It begins in the 4th century CE, when some nomadic tribes accompanied the Huns as they surged westward. It continues with the rise of a great empire in the steppes along the Volga River and the northern Caucasus, and ends with the Mongol invasion in the 13th century, which wiped out all traces of this extraordinary kingdom. The Khazars were a coalition of strong Turkic or Hunnic Bulgar clans who, as they began to settle down, mingled with the Scythians who had inhabited these mountains and steppes between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, which was known for a long time as the Khazar Sea. 50 At its peak, the kingdom encompassed an assortment of tribes and linguistic groups, Alans and Bulgars, Magyars and Slavs. The Khazars collected taxes from them all and ruled over a vast land mass, stretching from Kiev in the northwest to the Crimean Peninsula in the south, and from the upper Volga to present-day Georgia. From the 6th century on, Persian testimonies followed by Muslim ones shed light on the early stages of the Khazar saga. They invaded the Sassanid kingdom and harassed its border inhabitants. They got as far as the area around Mosul in today's Iraq. In the early 7th century, during the reign of the Persian king Khosrau II, a marriage with the Khazar king's daughter sealed an alliance that enabled the Persians to build fortifications in the passes of the Caucasus Mountains. Remains of these fortifications against Khazar invasions can still be seen. Armenian and Byzantine sources reveal that in the following years the Khazar kingdom formed an alliance with the Eastern Roman Empire in its struggle against the Persians, and became a significant factor in the regional balance of power. The 7th century Armenian bishop Sebios wrote in his History of Heraclius, "The Armenian nobles went to serve the great Kagan, king of the northern lands. At the command of their king, the Kagan, they marched through the Jor Pass to come to the aid of the king of Greece." 51. The Kagan, this being the title of the ruler of Khazaria, maintained extensive relations with the Byzantine Empire. The future emperor Justinian II, who had been exiled to the Crimea, escaped at the end of the 7th century to the Khazar kingdom, where he married a Khazar princess. She was rebaptized as Theodora and would later be a powerful empress. Nor was this the only marital tie between the realms. In the 10th century, the ruler and author Constantine VII Porphyrogenitus wrote, that Emperor Leo III, allied himself by marriage with the Kagan of Khazaria, accepting his daughter as wife for his son Constantine V, shaming the Byzantine Empire and himself, because he thereby abandoned the precepts of the forefathers and treated them with disdain. 52. This non-traditional, interdynastic match took place in 732 CE, and the son born of it became the emperor who was known as Leo the Khazar. This was also the zenith of the diplomatic relations between the two mighty kingdoms. The Khazars succeeded in the course of many battles to halt the Muslims' northward sweep, and temporarily saved the Byzantine Empire from a menacing encirclement that would have precipitated its collapse. The many battles between the Muslims and the Khazars were described by numerous Arab chroniclers, who had no qualms about copying each other's work. Ibn al-Athir wrote that they fought very fiercely, and both sides held out. Then the Khazars and the Turks overcame the Muslims. After Al-Jarrah fell on the battlefield, the Khazars coveted the country and penetrated far into it, reaching Mosul. 53 Is was in 730 CE, but the response was not long in coming. After a tremendous logistical effort and more battles, the Arab armies managed to repel the determined enemy. The commander, who would later be the Caliph Marwan II, even led strong forces into Khazaria itself, and his condition for withdrawal was the conversion of the Kagan to Islam. The Khazar sovereign accepted, and the Arab armies retreated to the Caucasus Mountains, which was agreed as the final boundary between Khazaria and the Muslim world. As we shall see, the temporary conversion of the pagan Khazar kingdom was not very meaningful, though many of its subjects accepted the faith of Muhammad. Most sources depict the Khazar kingdom as having a highly original dual government, a supreme holy leader as well as an active secular leader. Ahmad ibn Fadlan, a diplomat and author who was sent by the Caliph al-Muqtadir in 921 CE to the Bulgar country by the Volga, crossed Khazaria, and described it in his rare travel notes. On the Khazars and their political system, he wrote: "As for the king of the Khazars, known as Khakan Kagan, he is seen only once in 4 months, and at a respectful distance. He is called the Great Khakan, and his deputy is called Khakan Bey. It is the latter who commands the armies, administers the kingdom and looks after it. He sallies and raids, and the kings of the vicinity surrender to him. He goes every day to see the Great Khakan, in a deferential manner, showing himself humble and modest." 54. More information is found in the work of the geographer and chronicler Al-Istikhri, writing in about 932. His description is livelier and more picturesque. As for their regime and government, their master is called Khakan Khazar, who is more exalted than the king of the Khazars, though it is the king who empowers him. When they want to empower a Khakan they throttle him with a silk cord, and when he has almost suffocated they ask him, "For how long do you wish to reign?" And he replies, "So many years. If he dies before that time it is well, otherwise he is put to death at that time. Only the sons of well-known families may fill the post of Khakan, and he has no real power, but is worshipped and adored when people appear before him. Yet no one enters his presence except a small number, such as the king and those of his rank. And no one is appointed Khakan except those who cleave to Judaism." 55. Other Arabic sources corroborate the existence of a dual power system in Khazaria. This was an efficient regime. It maintained a mystique around the Great Khagan, and utilized the most gifted and competent prince as the Bey, who functioned as a military viceroy. The halo of sanctity that hung over the Khagan did not stop him from maintaining a harem of 25 women and 60 concubines, though this was not necessarily in devout emulation of the biblical King Solomon. The seat of the rulers was the capital Idol, beside the Volga estuary on the Caspian Sea. Unfortunately, it appears that changes in the course of the great river's tributaries and the rise in sea level inundated the city, whose precise location remains unknown. If the kingdom maintained a documentary archive, it was lost, and scholars have had to rely mainly on external sources. Idol was largely a city of tents and wooden houses, and only the rulers' residences were built of bricks. Ibn Fadlan's description provides some details. Al-Khazar is the name of a region, and climate, and its capital is called Idol. Idol is the name of the river that runs into Al-Khazar from the land of Russians and Bulgars. Idol is a city and Al-Khazar is the name of the kingdom, not the city. Idol is in 2 parts. The king resides in the western part, a parasang in length, surrounded by a wall, but it is built irregularly. Their houses are made of felt, except a few that are built of mud. And there are markets and public baths. 56. The inhabitants were no longer nomadic herders like their forefathers, but the populace still migrated every spring to the rural areas to cultivate the soil and spent the harsh winter in the capital city, where the climate was more temperate because of its proximity to the sea. Al-Istikhri reported, "In summer they go to the fields 20 leagues away, to sow and to gather. As some are close to the river and others to the prairie, they carry it the produce on carts and on the river. Their main nourishment is rice and fish. The honey and barley they send out of their country comes to them from the region of the Russians and Bulgars. 57. Alistakri also described another city. The Hazars have a city named Samandar. It has many gardens, and it is said to contain some 4,000 vineyards, as far as the Sarir boundary. Most of its produce is grapes. 58. It is known that this was the Hazar capital before the rulers moved to Idle, and that fishing was an important source of livelihood for the population. So we know that the Hazars were typical rice growers and regular consumers of fish and wine, though the bulk of the kingdom's income came from tolls. Hazaria straddled the Silk Road, and also dominated the Volga and the Don rivers, which were major transportation routes. A further source of income was the heavy tax imposed on the numerous tribes governed by the kingdom. The Hazars were known for their flourishing trade, especially in furs and slaves, and their growing wealth enabled them to maintain a strong and well-trained military force that dominated all of southern Russia and today's eastern Ukraine. Thus far, the descriptions of the Arab chroniclers coincide and even accord with the testimony of King Joseph's letter. The question of the Hazar language, however, is obscure. No doubt the great mixture of tribes and populations spoke various languages and dialects, but what was the language of the Hazar power elite? Alistakri, following al-Bakri, wrote, "The language of the Hazars differs from that of the Turks and the Persian language, and does not resemble the language of any other nation." 59. Nevertheless, most researchers assume that the spoken Hazar language consisted of Hunnic Bulgarian dialects with others from the Turkic family. There is no doubt, however, that the Hazars' sacred tongue and written communication was Hebrew. The few extant Hazar documents indicate as much, and the Arab writer al-Nadim, who lived in Baghdad in the 10th century, confirms it. As for the Turks and the Hazars, they have no script of their own, and the Hazars write in Hebrew. 60 inscriptions have been found in Crimea that are in a non-Semitic language written in Hebrew characters. Two of these characters, Shin and Zadik, eventually entered the Cyrillic alphabet, presumably in the course of the Hazars' early rule over the Russians. Why did the Hazar kingdom not adopt the Greek or Arabic language for religious usage and high-level communication? Why did the Hazars become Jews, when all their neighbors converted en masse either to Christianity or to Islam? And another question, when did the amazing collective proselytizing begin? Hazars and Judaism, a long love affair? One of the few surviving testimonies left by the Hazars themselves is the important document known to scholars as the Cambridge document. Its originality is less disputed than that of King Joseph's letter. This Hebrew manuscript, written by a Jewish Hazar from the court of King Joseph, was found in the famous Cairo Geniza, published in 1912, and has since been kept at the Cambridge University Library. 61 Little is known about the writer or the addressee, but it appears to have been written in the 10th century CE and may have been another reply to Hasdai's request. The text is fragmented, and many words are missing, but it is still a rich source of information. After a few missing lines, the letter reads as follows: Armenia and our ancestors fled from them, for they could not bear the yoke of the worshippers of idols. And the princes of Hazaria received them, for the men of Hazaria were first without the Torah. And they too remained without Torah and scriptures, and made marriage with the inhabitants of the land and mingled with them. And they learned their deeds, and went out with them to the war continually. And they became one people. Only upon the covenant of circumcision they relied. And some of them observed the Sabbath. And there was no king in the land of Hazaria. Only him who won victories in the battle they would appoint over him them as general of the army. Now, it happened, at one time when the Jews went forth into the battle with them, as was their wont, that on that day a Jew proved mighty with his sword and put to flight the enemies who came against Hazaria. Then the people of Hazaria appointed him over them as general of the army in accordance with their ancient custom. 62. The document also describes a tripartite brainstorming encounter between a Muslim, a Christian, and a Jew, similar in essentials to the description in King Joseph's letter, and concluded, of course, with the appropriate decision in favor of Judaism. It seems that this literary historical model was very popular in that period, because early Russian chronicles describe the conversion of Vladimir I of Kiev to Christianity in almost the same manner, though naturally with a different outcome. A contemporary Arab writer also described the Judaization of the king of Hazaria following an intense theological debate, except that in his text the Jewish scholar hired an assassin to poison the Muslim scholar before the decisive confrontation, and in that way the Jew turned the king to his religion and converted him. 63. The rest of the so-called Cambridge document, like its opening, suggests an interesting hypothesis concerning the Judaization of the Hazars. Israel, together with the men of Hazaria, returned in perfect repentance. But also the Jews began to come from Baghdad, from Chorazin, and from the land of Greece, and strengthened the hands of the men of the land, and encouraged themselves in the covenant of the father of the multitude Abraham. And the men of the land appointed over them one of the wise men as judge. And they call his name in the tongue of Hazaria, Kagan. Therefore, the judges who arose after him are called by the name Kagan even unto this day. As to the great prince of Hazaria, they turned his name into Sabriel and thus made him king over them. 64. It may be that the Sabriel was the post-conversion name of King Bulan, mentioned in Joseph's letter, and this story may well be unreliable, and the dramatic descriptions of the Judaization merely fables and sermons. However, stories about migration as the catalyst in the process of proselytization seem much more relevant to understanding Hazar history. The arrival of Jewish believers from Armenia, from today's Iraq, from Chorazin, which covered parts of modern-day Iran, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, and from Byzantium may well have triggered the conversion of that strange kingdom to Judaism. Proselytizing Jews were driven from the arena of rival monotheisms, Christianity or Islam, to the lands of paganism. As in other regions that witnessed mass Judaization, so in Hazaria, it began with immigrants who convinced the pagans that their faith was preferable. The great mass proselytizing campaign that began in the 2nd century BCE, with the rise of the Hasmonean kingdom, reached its climax in Hazaria in the 8th century CE. The Hazar Hebrew testimony about Jewish immigration finds support in Arabic literature. The Arab chronicler al-Masudi wrote, "As for the Jews, they are the king and his court and the Hazars his people." The Judaization of the king of the Hazars took place in the caliphate of Harun al-Rashid. Many Jews who had heard of it joined him from all the Muslim cities and from Byzantium. The reason being that the Byzantine king in our time, the year 330–944 CE, Arminus Romanus forcibly Christianized the Jews in his kingdom. Upon which, many Jews fled from Byzantium to the land of the Hazars. 65. The Abbasid Caliph Harun al-Rashid lived from 763 to 809 CE. The putative Byzantine Emperor Romanus reigned in the first half of the 10th century. This passage suggests that the relation between the Hazar kingdom and Judaism developed in stages, the first of which was in the 8th century CE. We have seen that in that century the Hazar armies invaded Armenia, and even reached the city of Mosul in today's Kurdistan. In these regions there were still Jewish communities, people remaining from the ancient kingdom of Adiabene who had spread deep into Armenia. Perhaps it was in this encounter that the Hazars were first exposed to the religion of Yahweh, and that some Jewish believers accompanied the army when it returned to Hazaria. It is also known that proselytized Jews bearing Greek names lived on the northern shores of the Black Sea, especially in the Crimea. 66 Later some of them fled from the vicious persecutions of the Byzantine emperors. Yehuda Halevi noted in the Kuzari that the Hazars converted in 740 CE, but the date may not be correct. A Christian document written circa 864 CE in distant western France stated that all the Khazari obey the precepts of Judaism. 67 At some stage between the mid-8th and mid-9th centuries, the Hazars adopted Jewish monotheism as their particular faith and rite. It is also reasonable to assume that this was not a miraculous single act, but a long process. Even King Joseph's questionable letter describes the conversion as occurring in stages. King Bulan was persuaded by the logic of the law of Moses and became a Jew, but only King Obadiah, his grandson or great-grandson, reformed the kingdom and set the law in the proper order, built synagogues and seminaries, and adopted the Mishnah and Talmud. It is also said that he invited Jewish sages from far away to bolster the true faith among his subjects. If in the 19th century scholars were doubtful about the conversion of the Khazar kingdom, today it is not in dispute. The spreading monotheism reached the Caucasus and the steppes of the Volga and the Don, today's southern Russia, and convinced rulers and tribal elites to believe in the many advantages of a single deity. The question remains, why did Khazaria opt for Judaism rather than the other monotheistic religions, with their less onerous requirements? If we set aside the magical sermon included in King Joseph's letter, the Cambridge document, and Yehuda Halevi's book, we are left with the same explanation that accounted for Himyar's conversion. The desire to remain independent in the face of mighty, grasping empires, in this case, the Orthodox Byzantine Empire and the Abbasid Muslim Caliphate, impelled the rulers of Khazaria to adopt Judaism as a defensive ideological weapon. Had the Khazars adopted Islam, for example, they would have become the subjects of the Caliph. Had they remained pagan, they would have been marked for annihilation by the Muslims, who did not tolerate idolatry. Christianity, of course, would have subordinated them to the Eastern Empire for a long time. The slow and gradual transition from the ancient shamanism of the region to Jewish monotheism probably also contributed to the consolidation and centralization of the Khazar realm. One of the leading collectors of material about the Khazars was a Karaite Russian named Abram Furkavich. His tireless researcher was also very devout, anxious to create the impression that Khazaria had converted not to rabbinical Judaism but to Karaism. He added and deleted material in various documents, sacred books, and tomb inscriptions. Thus, despite his valuable work of preservation, he damaged many sources and created general distrust. Eventually his falsifications were discovered by other scholars, chiefly the important historian Abraham Eliyahu Harkavi, and closer investigation revealed that the Khazars' Judaism was not at all Karaite. It is quite possible that Karaism, no less than Talmud Judaism, spread through the expanses of Khazaria, especially to the Crimea, but the Jewish practice in the kingdom was, to a greater or lesser extent, rabbinical. The historical consolidation of Karaism came too late to have been the first catalyst that prompted the Judaization of the Khazars, and there is no reason to assume that it went on to capture all of them. Moreover, at the time of the Khazar conversion, copies of the Talmud were still a rarity, which enabled many proselytes to take up ancient rites, even priestly sacrifice. Remains of a body found in a burial cave in Fangaria in the Crimea were found clothed in leather garments in the style worn by servers in the Jerusalem temple, as prescribed in detail in the Old Testament. But one of the wonders of the Eastern Jewish kingdom, for which it is still praised, was its religious pluralism, inherited from its early polytheistic shamanism, which was still popular in the region. As al-Masuti wrote, the laws of the Khazar capital decree 7 judges, 2 for the Muslims, 2 who judge in accordance with the Torah, for the Khazars, 2 who rule in accordance with the Gospels, for the Christians among them, and 1 for the Sakhalaba, Bulgars, and Russians and other idolaters. 68. It is almost certain that the Khazar power sheltered Jews, Muslims, Christians, and pagans, and that synagogues, mosques, and churches existed side by side in its cities. Ibn Hawkal, writing in 976, 7 CE, confirmed this in his description of Samandar. There are Muslims living there, who have mosques in the place, and the Christians have churches and the Jews synagogues. 69 Yaqut al-Hamawi, drawing on Ibn Fadlan, wrote. The Muslims have in this city idol a big mosque where they pray, and which they visit on Fridays. It had a tall minaret for summoning to prayer and several criers. When the king of the Khazars heard in the year 310-922 CE that Muslims had destroyed a synagogue in Dal al-Babunaj, he ordered the minaret to be torn down, and this was done. And he put the criers to death. He said, "If I did not fear that they would destroy all the synagogues in the Muslim lands, I would have destroyed this mosque." 70. Jewish solidarity sometimes overcame the principle of religious tolerance, but did not do away with it. Although when Jews were persecuted in the Byzantine Empire during the reign of the Emperor Romanus, King Joseph retaliated by persecuting Christian Khazars. Nevertheless, the Khagans implemented a policy similar to that of the Muslim kingdom of Al-Andalus, a mild monotheistic model, very different from the contemporary Christian civilization or from the totalitarian ethos of the Hasmonean kingdom. Muslims and Christians served in the Khagans' armies, and were even exempt from fighting when their fellow believers were on the other side. The Cambridge document supports the statement found in the letter of King Joseph, that the Khagans bore Hebrew names. King Joseph's letter mentions Hezekiah, Manasseh, Yitzhak, Zebulun, Menahem, Binyamin, and Aharon. The manuscript mentions kings named Binyamin and Aharon, which reinforces the correctness of the king's letter, albeit partially. The author of the manuscript also writes, "Now they say in our land that our ancestors came from the tribe of Simeon, but we are not able to prove the truth of the matter." 71 Proselytes have always striven to find some direct genealogical link to the patriarchs of biblical mythology, and this tendency affected many of the Khazars, who wanted to believe that they were descended from the Israelite tribes. The religious consciousness grew more decisive in the next generation, and in time it overcame the former tribal identities associated with idolatry. The pagan cults became abominable in the eyes of the proud new monotheists, and even more so for their offspring and their imagined identity. The kingdom therefore saw itself as more Jewish than Khazar, and so it was documented in the contemporary Russian epics. It was not the land of the Khazars, but the land of the Jews, Zemlya Zhidovskaya, that awed its Slav neighbors. The desire for a sacred genealogy also gave rise to novel cultural markers. The list of kings in King Joseph's letter includes one named Hanukkah, and the Cambridge document mentions an army commander named Pesa. This original practice of naming people after religious festivals was unknown in biblical times or in the Hasmonean kingdom, nor has it been found in the kingdom of Himyar and its descendants, or among the Jews of distant North Africa. In later times, these names migrated westward to Russia, Poland, and even Germany. Nevertheless, the question remains unanswered: did Jews constitute the majority of the monotheistic believers in the whole of Khazaria? The sources are contradictory. Some of the Arab writers assert that the Jewish Khazars were an elite minority that held the power. For example, Al-Istiqri states that the smallest community are the Jews, while most of the inhabitants are Muslims and Christians, but the king and his courtiers are Jews. 72 others stated that all the Khazars were Jews. Yaqut, following Ibn Fadlan, the most reliable source of the period, states, the Khazars and their king are all Jews. 73 Al-Masudi likewise asserted, as for Jews they are the king and his courtiers and his subjects the Khazars. 74 It is quite possible that the bulk of the great Khazar tribe became Jews, while other tribes were only partly proselytized, and that many became Muslims or Christians or remained pagan. How big was the community of proselytized Khazars? The research has not come up with any figures. A major difficulty in history is that we never know much about the spiritual beliefs of the commonality. Most traditional Jewish historiography, as well as a major part of Soviet nationalist scholarship, emphasized that only the monarchy and the higher nobility became Jews, while the Khazar masses were pagan or adopted Islam. It must not be forgotten that in the 8th, 9th, and 10th centuries CE, not all European peasants had become Christian, and that the faith was quite tenuous in the lower echelons of the medieval social hierarchy. On the other hand, it is known that at the time of the early monotheistic religions, slaves were almost always forced to adopt their master's faith. The wealthy Khazars, who owned many slaves, were no different, as the letter of King Joseph clearly states. Inscriptions engraved on many tombstones in the former Khazaria indicate widespread Judaism, though often with obvious syncretic deviations. 75. The Khazar kingdom remained Jewish for too long. Estimates range from 200 to 400 years, not to warrant the assumption that the practice and the faith trickled down to broader strata. Although it was probably not the pure and detailed halakhic Judaism, at least some of the commandments and rituals must have reached extensive congregations, otherwise, the Jewish religion would not have attracted so much attention, as well as a good deal of emulation, throughout the region. It is known that proselytization also took place among the Alans, speakers of Iranian dialects who lived under the Khazar aegis in the mountains of the northern Caucasus. The Cambridge document contains the statement that in one of the Khazars' many wars against their neighbors, only the king of the Alani was in support of Khazaria. For some of them observed the Torah of the Jews. 76. It was the same with the great Kabar tribe, which pulled away from Khazaria and joined the Magyars on their westward migration. Before their migration to Central Europe, the Magyars, who are among the forebears of today's Hungarian people, were subordinated to the Khazar kingdom. The Kabars, who had been part of the Khazar population, rebelled against the Kagan for some reason, joined the Magyars, and left Khazaria with them. It is known that among them were a good many proselytes, and their presence in the formation of the Hungarian kingdom and the rise of the Jewish community in it may not be void of significance. 77. In addition to the letter of King Joseph and the long Cambridge document, there is another Khazar document that was found in the Cairo Geniza and brought to the same British university. Published only in 1962, it testifies to the spread of Judaism in the Slav regions of Khazaria. 78. A letter in Hebrew sent from Kiev about 930 CE asks for assistance for a local Jew named Yaakov ben Hanukkah, who has lost all his property. The signatories on the letter are typical Hebrew names as well as Khazar Turkic ones, and together they claim to represent the congregation of Kiev. The letter also bears an endorsement in Turkish characters, saying, "I read it." This document almost certainly indicates the early presence of Khazar proselytes in the city that would soon become the Russian kingdom's first capital. It is even possible that the forebears of these Jews founded it, as the name Kiev derives from a Turkic dialect. There must have been a reason that a wide opening in the ancient city wall was known as the Jews' Gate, and that it led to a quarter known as Jewish and another called Khazar. 79. Another early source attesting to the collective conversion of the Khazars is a Karaite one. In about 973 CE, one Yaakov Kirkazani, a scholarly traveler who was quite familiar with the regions around Khazaria, wrote a commentary in Aramaic on the verse "God shall enlarge Japheth," General 927. This is what the words mean: he will dwell in the tents of Shem, which grant him a favor and advantage. And some commentators think that this refers to the Khazars, who became Jews. 80. This Karaite testimony is not the only one confirming that the Judaization was not merely an Oriental fantasy of Arab scholars. In addition to Hasdai ibn Shaprut's request and the statements of Rabad, the great Rabbi Saadia Jayan, who lived in Baghdad for several years in the 10th century, also wrote about the Khazars. We saw in the previous chapter that he lamented the Islamization of Jews in the Holy Land. Did he rejoice in the Judaization of a whole kingdom, by way of replacement? He may well have been dubious about these new Jews who showed up far north of Babylon, these believers in the law of Moses who were also tough warriors, riders of horses, periodic executioners of their own kings, and very active slave traders. The worry that these wild Jews did not accept the full burden of the Torah and all the precepts of the Talmud may well have dismayed the Karaites' severest ideological opponent. In his writings, he referred to the Judaization of the Khazars in a matter-of-fact way, mentioned the Kagan once, and also described a Jew named Yitzhak bar Abraham who journeyed to the Khazars' land and settled there. 81. Later, sometime in the early 12th century, Rabbi Petty of Regensburg, Ratisbon, set out to journey from his city in Germany to Baghdad. On the way, he passed through Kiev, the Crimean Peninsula, and other regions that had been parts of Khazaria, which had already declined and diminished. His impressions of the journey, actually written by his disciple, were as follows. In the land of Kedar and the land of Khazaria it is customary that the women mourn and bewail their deceased parents all day and all night. There are no Jews in Kedar, there are heretics, and Arpedaya asked them, "Why do you not believe in the words of the sages?" They replied, "Because our parents did not teach them." On the Sabbath eve they cut all the bread to be eaten on the Sabbath and eat in the dark, and spend all day sitting in one place, and do not pray but sing the psalms. When Rabbi Pedaya taught them our prayer and the blessing of food, they liked it, and said, "We have not heard of the Talmud." 82. This description strengthens the supposition that Karaism was widespread in the region or, alternatively, that there was an undefined Jewish syncretism in the steppes. Later, however, when Pedaya reached Baghdad, he told a different story. The 7 kings of Meshech were visited by an angel who told them in a dream to abandon their religions and laws and follow the law of Moses ben Amram, or their country would be destroyed. They tarried, until the angel began to devastate their land, and all the kings of Meshech and their people converted to Judaism, and asked the head of a seminary to send them Torah students, and poor students went there to teach them and their sons the Torah and the Babylonian Talmud. Students went from Egypt to teach them. He saw the emissaries and those who went to the tomb of Ezekiel, heard about the miracles and that the worshippers' petitions were answered. 83. Were these the last gasps of a dwindling Jewish kingdom? The desperate clinging to a faith that remained after the former royal glory? We know too little about the situation of Hazaria in the 12th century CE to venture an opinion. When did the great Hazar Empire collapse? In the past it was assumed by many that it happened in the second half of the 10th century. The Principality of Kiev, out of which grew the First Russian Kingdom, was for many years a vassal of the rulers of Hazaria. The principality grew stronger in the 10th century, struck an alliance with the Eastern Roman Empire and attacked its powerful Hazar neighbors. In 965, or 969, Sviatoslav I, the ruling prince of Kiev, attacked the Hazar city of Sarkal, which controlled the Don River, and captured it. Sarkal was a fortified city, originally built by Byzantine engineers, of important strategic value to the Jewish Empire, and its loss marked the beginning of the empire's decline. Contrary to prevalent opinion, however, this was not the end of Hazaria. Reports about the fate of the capital idol in this war are contradictory. Some Arab sources state that it fell, others state that it survived the Russian victory. Since it consisted largely of huts and tents, it may well have been rebuilt. What is certain, though, is that in the second half of the 10th century Hazaria lost its hegemonic position in the region. Prince Vladimir I of Kiev, Sviatoslav's young son, expanded the boundaries of his principality as far as the Crimea, and, in a significant step for the future of Russia, converted to Christianity. His alliance with the Eastern Roman Empire undermined its long connection with Hazaria, and in 1016 CE a joint Byzantine-Russian force attacked and defeated the Jewish kingdom. 84. Thereafter, the Russian Church was headed by the Patriarch of Constantinople, but this holy alliance did not last long. In 1071 the Seljuks, rising tribes of Turkic origin, defeated the empire's considerable forces, and eventually the Kievan Russian kingdom, too, fell apart. Little is known about the situation of Hazaria in the late 11th century CE. There are some mentions of Hazar warriors fighting in the armies of other powers, but there is almost no information about the kingdom itself. Seljuk assaults on the Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad, beginning at about the same time, ended its flourishing intellectual renaissance, and most Arab chronicles fell silent for a long time. Empires have risen and fallen throughout history, but the monotheistic religions, as noted in the first chapter, were far more durable and stable. From the decline of the tribal societies until modern times, religious identity meant far more to people than did their superficial relationship to empires, kingdoms, or principalities. In the course of its triumphant history, Christianity outlived many political regimes, and so did Islam. Why, then, not Judaism? It survived the fall of the Hasmonean kingdom, the collapse of Adiabene and Himyar and Yahya al-Kahina's heroic defeat. It also survived the last Jewish empire, which stretched from the Caspian to the Black Sea. The decline of Hazaria's political power did not cause the collapse of Judaism in its main cities, or in extensions of it that reached deep into the Slav territories. The continued Jewish presence in them is documented. The fact that Jews held on to their faith in the mountains, in the steppes, in the river valleys and in the Crimean Peninsula is attested not only by Pedaya. Christian testimonies, too, reveal that followers of the law of Moses existed in various places. 85. But if the internecine wars in the sprawling prairies between the Caspian Sea, the Black Sea and the Caucasus Mountains did not annihilate populations and religions, the torrential Mongolian invasion led by Genghis Khan and his sons in the early 13th century swept up everything in its path and wrecked the political, cultural, and even economic morphologies of all of Western Asia and Eastern Europe. Some new kingdoms arose under the aegis of the Golden Horde, apparently including a small Khazar kingdom, but the Mongols did not understand the needs of land cultivation in the vast territories they captured, and did not sufficiently care for the farming needs of the subjugated populations. During the conquest, the irrigation systems that branched from the wide river systems that had sustained the cultivation of rice and vineyards were demolished, causing the flight of masses of people and depopulating the prairies for hundreds of years. Among the emigrants were many Jewish Khazars who, together with their neighbors, advanced into the western Ukraine and hence to Polish and Lithuanian territories. Only the Khazars in the mountains of the Caucasus managed, to some extent, to hold on to their land, where agriculture was based mainly on precipitation. After the first half of the 13th century, there are no more mentions of Khazaria, the kingdom sank into historical oblivion. 86. Modern research explores the Khazar past. Isaac Jost took an interest in the Khazars and wrote about them. Later, so did Heinrich Graetz. The wisps of Khazar history available in the 19th century were the letters of Hasdai and Joseph. Despite the differences between these two notable historians, they shared the German condescension toward the culture of Eastern Europe, especially its Jews. Furthermore, in seeking to reconstruct the history of the Jews, they looked in particular for its spiritual expressions. The scanty Khazar output could make no impression on these hyper-Germanic intellectuals. Jost placed no credence at all in Joseph's letter, and Graetz, who indulged in descriptions, wrote that before their conversion to Judaism, the Khazars professed a coarse religion, which was combined with sensuality and lewdness. 87. This was characteristic rhetoric, a systematic erasure of the past proselytes who had swelled the ranks of the chosen people. Graetz, with his basic positivist approach, gave credence to the Hebrew correspondence between Hasdai and the king, just as he believed all the biblical stories. It seems he was momentarily captivated by the image of the mighty kingdom of the Jewish Khazars, and was also convinced that Judaism had spread through much of its population. Yet in the final analysis, he viewed the Khazars' Judaization as a passing phenomenon, without significance, which had no effect on the history of the Jews. 88. But if the historians of Ashkenaz did not attribute much importance to the Khazars, Eastern European scholars looked at it differently. In Russia, Ukraine, and Poland there was lively interest in the lost Jewish kingdom, especially among the Jewish Russian scholars. In 1834, V. V. Grigoriev, an early scholar at the St. Petersburg School of Eastern Studies, published a study about the Khazars, in which he stated, an unusual phenomenon in the Middle Ages was the Khazar people. In the midst of wild nomadic tribes, it had all the qualities of a civilized nation, orderly administration, flourishing commerce, and a standing army. Khazaria was a bright meteor that shone in Europe's dark sky. 89. In the early 19th century, the idea that the Russian nation emerged in the light of a Jewish kingdom did not seem strange. Interest in Khazaria spread following this pioneering study, and other historians began to research the subject from a sympathetic viewpoint that tended to glorify the Khazar past. At this time, Russian nationalism was in its infancy, and it was possible to show generosity to the exotic ancient Slavic peoples in the East. Echoes of these works reached the Jewish communities as well. In 1838, Joseph Pearl published his satiric book Boan Tzadik, containing 41 letters from imaginary rabbis concerning various aspects of Jewish life, including some mentions of the Khazars. 90. Letter 25 discussed past doubts about the Judaization of the Eastern Kingdom, contrary to the current scientific confirmation of the statements in Hasdai's letter, though not in Joseph's letter. Another supposed rabbi wrote in response that he was happy to learn about the historical existence of the Khazars. 91. Interest in Khazaria did not end there, and it grew stronger in the second half of the century. For example, in 1867 two books appeared that dealt directly and indirectly with Khazar history. One was a short work by Joseph Yehuda Lerner, entitled The Hazars, the other, Abraham A. Harkava's The Jews and the Language of the Slavs. 92 Lerner trusted the Hebrew correspondence and relied on it rather uncritically. He already knew some of the Arab chronicles, and he used them to complete the historical reconstruction. But what is most interesting about his essay is his refusal to date the fall of the Hazar kingdom to 965, or 969, CE. He argued that a Jewish kingdom persisted in the Crimean Peninsula, ruled by a king named David, and that only in 1016, following the Byzantine conquest, did the independent Jewish monarchy fall apart and the large Jewish population turn to Karaism. 93 Lerner concludes with a defense of the findings of Abram Furkavish, who, as we have seen, was accused by other scholars of forging and distorting Jewish tombstone inscriptions, all of which suggests that Lerner himself came from a Karaite background. One of the most trenchant critics of Furkavish and of the Karaite hypothesis was Abraham Harkava, an early Jewish Russian historian. In 1877 Harkava was appointed head of the Department of Jewish Literature and Oriental Manuscripts in the Imperial Public Library in St. Petersburg, a post he retained for the rest of his life. He was a cautious and pedantic researcher, and his works The Jews and the Language of the Slavs and other works about the Hazars, notably stories by Jewish writers on the Hazars and the Hazar kingdom, are regarded as reliable studies. He had no doubt that there were many Jews in Hazaria, and that they practiced rabbinical Judaism. It was he who in 1874 discovered in Furkavish's collection the longer version of King Joseph's letter, and his profound knowledge of Eastern tradition and literature made him a leading scholar on the subject of the Hazars. The Orientalist Daniel Abramovich Kwolson, a baptized Jew, was a colleague of his, with whom Harkava argued intensely. 94. By the time Dubnow consolidated his status in Jewish historiography, there was already a fair amount of material on Hazaria. The Cambridge document was published in 1912, and in the first half of the 20th century the Hasdai-Joseph correspondence began to be treated as a trustworthy source, even though it had been extensively redacted. In his comprehensive overworld history of the Jewish people, Dubnow devoted more space to the Hazar kingdom than did his predecessors Jost and Greets. 95 He outlined the development of the kingdom, described in vivid terms its voluntary Judaization on the basis of King Joseph's letter, and trusted the bulk of the Arab chronicles. Like Greets, he was impressed by Hazaria's great power, but he did not fail to stress that only the higher strata converted, while the middle and lower classes remained pagan, Muslim, or Christian. He added a special appendix including a long bibliographic analysis, and stated that the story of the Hazars is one of the most problematic issues in the history of the Jews. 96 But he did not explain why that was so. There seems to be some awkwardness in his writing on the subject, though the reason for it is unclear. Perhaps it was the fact that those tricky Hazars were not exactly the ethnobiological descendants of Israel, and their history was alien to the Jewish meta-narrative. The Soviet government in its early days encouraged the study of Hazaria, and young historians enthusiastically began to research Russia's pre-imperial past. Between the early 1920s and the mid-1930s, this resulted in a wave of historiographical production whose findings were unhesitatingly idealized. The Soviet scholars' sympathy was due to the fact that the Hazar Empire was not ruled by the Orthodox Church, and was tolerant of and open to all religions. The fact that it was a Jewish kingdom did not disturb the researchers, especially since many of them, for all their conspicuous Marxism, came from a Jewish background. Why not inject a little Jewish pride into the spirit of proletarian internationalism? But the most prominent of these scholars were not of Jewish origin. In 1932, Pavel Kokovtsov published all the Hebrew Hazar documents in a systematic critical work, and although he expressed reservations about the authenticity of some of them, the publication itself encouraged further research as well as archaeological excavations in the region of the lower Don River. The archaeological mission was led by young Mikhail Artemonov, who published his summaries in Studies on Hazaria's Ancient History. 97 This work conformed to the Russian and Soviet tradition of being sympathetic to the Hazar narrative, and it lauded the ancient rulers who nurtured the embryonic Kievan Russia. The great Soviet interest in Hazaria and its prominent place in the historiography of southeastern Europe influenced the work of Jewish scholars outside the USSR. For example, between the two world wars, the important Polish Jewish historian Yitzhak Skipper devoted several chapters in his books to Hazar history. Baron, too, in his comprehensive oeuvre, was determined to examine the Hazar phenomenon at length. Where Dub now included Hazar history as a legitimate chapter in the history of the Jewish people, Baron, writing in the late 1930s, treated it, surprisingly, as a major issue, as we shall see. Despite Baron's essentially ethnocentric outlook, he did not hesitate to tackle the Hazar conundrum and install it in the history of the Jews. To integrate the Hazars into that sequence, he assumed that there had been a massive migration of Jews into the Hazarian territories, making its population mixed Hazar Jewish, as he put it. 98 Other than that, Baron's Hazar narrative is solid, and based on most of the sources available to him at the time. In later editions, published in the late 1950s, he included new analyses and expanded on the subject with many updated clarification. Diner did the same in his valuable collection of sources, Israel in Exile. As well as impressive quotes from the Hasdai-Joseph Exchange, the Cambridge Document, and Arab and Byzantine Chronicles, the 1961 edition included numerous scholarly comments and abundant new information. It devoted more than 50 pages to Hazar history, and Diner adopted a straightforward position about it. The Hazar Kingdom, the country of Jews and the cities of Jews within it were historical facts of great significance. They were transformed by the developments of Jewish history, and their impact was felt in the life of the Jewish people, despite their distance from its high road. 99. For such a statement to be made, it was necessary to assume that there had been in Hazaria an early Jewish population, a Jewish tribal community, and that it was because of its presence that the kingdom converted to Judaism. Jewish migration to Hazaria was not merely a trickle of refugees and immigrants who made it to the strange country and proselytized with great skill. There had to have been a continuing Jewish immigration to the country, and the Jews were a significant stratum of the population, bolstering its Jewish element. 100 Now that we are certain that many of the Hazars were Jews by descent, we can take pride in their territorial and military might, and relish the memory of an ancient Jewish sovereignty, a kind of medieval Hasmonean kingdom, but much bigger. Baron's and Diner's updated Hazar history drew very largely on Abraham Polak's impressive research. Polak's book was published in Hebrew in 1944, with two further editions, the last one in 1951. Hazaria, The History of a Jewish Kingdom in Europe was the first comprehensive work on the subject, and although it won a prize from the city of Tel Aviv, it was received in some circles with reservations and mixed reactions. All the reviews praised its broad scope, energy, and scholarly thoroughness. Polak, who was born in Kiev, knew Russian, Turkish, Classical Arabic, Ancient Persian, Latin and probably Greek, and his knowledge of the historical material was impressive. But some reviewers criticized his vertiginous treatment of history, a term used in the title of one of the most abrasive critiques of the book. 101 The author, it said, had overloaded the narrative with myriad details and had extracted more than was necessary from the sources. There is some truth to this argument. In cutting his path through the Hazar world, Polak followed the same positivist working principles that guided the local historians in reconstructing the history of the First Temple period and the Second Temple period. But he did so with great skill, and his statements were hard to refute. Polak's great sin, according to some of the reviews, lay in the assumption that concluded his work. This Israeli scholar asserted categorically that the great bulk of Eastern European Jewry originated in the territories of the Hazar Empire. I cannot imagine what greater joy and honor he grants us with this Turkish-Mongolian genealogy than our Jewish origin, complained the critic made dizzy by the book. 102. But in spite of this and other criticisms, Baron and Diner drew extensively on Polak's book and regarded it as the definitive work on the history of the Hazars. Provided, of course, a Jewish ethnobiological seed was planted in the beginning of the history. Polak's publishers included on the back cover a prominent statement designed to reassure suspicious readers: this empire Hazaria was Jewish not only by religion, but because it had a large Israelite population, and proselytized Hazars were only a minority in it. If the proselytes were but a small part of that vast Jewish kingdom, then the Hazar thesis conformed with the Zionist meta-narrative and became more legitimate. The author himself, for all his supposed irresponsibility, was partly aware of the problem and sought to sugarcoat his bitter pill with a comforting ethnocentric palliative. There had been Jewish settlements in the country before the Hazars' conversion, even before the Hazar conquest. There had been a process of Judaization in the kingdom among other, non-Hazar people. There was Jewish immigration from other countries, mainly from Muslim Central Asia, Eastern Iran, and Byzantium. Thus a large Jewish community grew there, of which the proselyte Hazars were only a part, and whose cultural character was shaped mainly by the old population of the northern Caucasus and Crimea. 103. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, such phrasing could still more or less meet the demands of Zionist historiography, and as we have seen, Diner gave this bold move his stamp of approval. Moreover, Polak was a devout Zionist who gave generously of his intellectual and linguistic capabilities to Israeli military intelligence. At the end of the 1950s he was appointed chairman of Tel Aviv University's Department of Middle Eastern and African History, and in this setting managed to publish several works about the Arab world. But such an independent-minded scholar was not cut out for compromises, and as his historical approach grew increasingly out of step with the dominant reconstruction of Jewish historical memory, he continued to defend his pioneering work. From 1951 to the present moment, not a single historical work about the Hazars has appeared in Hebrew. Nor was Polak's Hazaria ever reissued. It served till the end of the 1950s as a legitimate point of departure for Israeli researchers, but it lost this status over the years. Except for one modest thesis on this subject, and one, published, routine seminar paper, there has been nothing. 104 The Israeli academic world has been mute on this topic, and no significant research has taken place. Slowly and consistently, any mention of the Hazars in the public arena in Israel came to be tagged as eccentric, freakish, and even menacing. In 1997, the prominent Israeli television commentator Ehud Yaari, who had for years been intrigued by the unique power of the Hazars, produced a short TV serial on the subject, cautious but full of fascinating information. 105. What caused this silent lapse in the Jewish-Israeli memory? Aside from the traditional ethnocentric conception that in some form dominates every aspect of Jewish nationalism, there are two possible hypotheses. One is that the wave of decolonization of the 1950s and 1960s drove the Israeli memory merchants to avoid the very shadow of the Hazar past. There was anxiety about the legitimacy of the Zionist project, should it become widely known that the settling Jewish masses were not the direct descendants of the children of Israel. Such delegitimization might lead to a broad challenge against the State of Israel's right to exist. Another possibility, not necessary in conflict with the former, is that the occupation of large, densely populated Palestinian territories intensified the ethnic element in Israeli identity politics. The proximity of masses of Palestinians began to seem a threat to the imaginary national Israel, and called for stronger bonds of identity and definition. The effect was to put the kibosh on any remembrance of Hazaria. In the second half of the 20th century, the connection with the orphaned Hazars was steadily weakened, as the Jewish people gathered again in its original homeland after 2,000 years of wandering in the world. The age of silence in Israel echoed in many ways the silencing in the USSR, though in the land of Russian socialism it took place in the previous generation. Between Artemonov's book in 1937 and the 1960s, hardly anything was published about the Hazars, and those few publications were mostly devoted to their repudiation and denigration. The existence of those strange Jews in the East became, not surprisingly, an aberration from the historical logic of Marxism-Leninism and the character of Mother Russia that was reborn under Stalin. The proletarian internationalism of the 1920s and the first half of the 1930s was replaced, even before the Second World War, by assertive Russian nationalism. After 1945, with the rise of the Cold War and the accelerated Russification of the non-Russian territories, this became an even harsher and more exclusive ethnocentrism. All the Russian and, later, the Soviet historians who had written about Hazaria were denounced as bourgeois who had failed to comprehend the common Slav traits and so played down the importance of ancient Kievan Russia. In 1951 even the daily paper Pravda joined the call to excoriate the Khazar parasites and their old erring and misleading interpreters. P. Ivanov, an establishment historian, probably Stalin himself, published an important article exposing the poor research on the Khazars, and asserted that our forefathers had to take up arms to protect our homeland against invasions from the steppes. Ancient Russia was the shield of the Slav tribes. It defeated Hazaria and liberated from its domination, old Slav lands, and lifted the yoke of Hazaria from the backs of other tribes and nations. 106 The article made a point of attacking Artemonov, who had inappropriately shown sympathy for Khazar culture and had ascribed to it a positive historical role in the birth of Russia. The Scientific Council of the History Institute at the USSR Academy of Sciences met after the Pravda article and concluded that the paper had been perfectly correct in its reasoning. Now all the stops were pulled out, and the Khazars became damned and tainted beings, who had by ill fortune stumbled into Russian history. Only in the 1960s, with the partial thaw of the Stalinist frost, did the study of the Khazars carefully begin anew, but from now on, it bore clear nationalist, and at times anti-Semitic, features. 107. But whereas in Israel and the Soviet Union the two states to which the Khazar past was most relevant, Hazaria research was treated for many years as taboo, fresh materials were emerging in the West. In 1954 a thorough and comprehensive study of Jewish Hazaria, by a British scholar named Douglas Dunlop, was published by Princeton University Press. Dunlop showed a thorough familiarity with the Arabic literature on the subject, and great caution on the fate of the Khazars after the fall of their empire. 108 In 1970 Peter Golden submitted a vast doctoral dissertation, entitled The Khazars, Their History and Language as Reflected in the Islamic, Byzantine, Caucasian, Hebrew and Old Russian Sources. Parts of this scholarly work were published in 1980. 109. In 1976 Arthur Koestler dropped a literary bombshell entitled The 13th Tribe, which was translated into many languages and provoked a variety of reactions. In 1982 the book by Norman Galb and Amal Jan Pritzik, Khazarian Hebrew Documents of the 10th Century, laid the critical foundations for the subject. The popular work by Kevin A. Brook, The Jews of Hazaria, appeared in 1999. His non-academic writer also started an extensive website dedicated to the subject of Hazaria. 110 Other works appeared in Spanish, French, and German, and in recent years many of the books mentioned have been translated into Russian, Turkish, and Persian. 111 None of them appeared in Hebrew, except Koestler's 13th Tribe, which was issued in Jerusalem by a private publisher, who did not risk distributing it to the bookshops. 112. Other than these, over the years there have been dozens of essays, articles, and chapters in history books devoted to the history of the Khazars and its connection to Jewish history. There was even a scientific conference in Jerusalem in 1999, attended mainly by outside scholars. The event attracted little interest in local academic circles. 113 Although the ideological pressure of the late 1980s and 1990s has eased somewhat, Israeli historians have not taken up the subject of Hazaria, nor have they directed their students to these blocked historical paths. But while the Khazars scared off the Israeli historians, not one of whom has published a single paper on the subject, Koestler's 13th Tribe annoyed them and provoked angry responses. Hebrew readers had no access to the book itself for many years, learning about it only through the venomous denunciations. The Enigma, the Origin of Eastern Europe's Jews. Arthur Koestler was a Zionist pioneer in his youth, even a close supporter of the Zionist right-wing leader Vladimir Jabotinsky, but grew disillusioned with the settlement project and the Jewish national movement. Later he was a communist, but grew to detest Stalin and became bitterly anti-Soviet. Nevertheless, he continued to support the existence of the State of Israel, and was concerned about the Jewish refugees who flocked to it. Throughout his life, he opposed all forms of racism in general, and anti-Semitism in particular, and fought against them with his considerable literary talent. Most of his books were translated into Hebrew and were quite successful. One of the impulses that prompted him to write The 13th Tribe was his determination to defeat, while he still could, Hitler's heritage in the world. He wrote, "The large majority of surviving Jews in the world is of Eastern European and thus perhaps mainly of Khazar origin. If so, this would mean that their ancestors came not from the Jordan but from the Volga, not from Canaan but from the Caucasus, once believed to be the cradle of the Aryan race, and that genetically they are more closely related to the Hun, Uyghur, and Magyar tribes than to the seed of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob. Should this turn out to be the case, then the term anti-Semitism would become void of meaning, based on a misapprehension shared by both the killers and their victims. The story of the Khazar Empire, as it slowly emerges from the past, begins to look like the most cruel hoax which history has ever perpetrated. 114. Kessler was not certain, in the 1970s, whether the non-Ashkenazi Jews were descendants of the Judeans, and if the Khazar conversion was an exception in Jewish history. Nor did he understand that his battle against anti-Semitic racism might deal a mortal blow to Zionism's principal imaginary. Or rather, he did and did not understand, and naively assumed that if he declared an unambiguous political position at the end of the book, he would be exonerated. I am aware of the danger that it may be maliciously misinterpreted as a denial of the State of Israel's right to exist. But that right is not based on the hypothetical origins of the Jewish people, nor on the mythological covenant of Abraham with God. It is based on international law, i.e., on the United Nations decision in 1947. Whatever the Israeli citizens' racial origins, and whatever illusions they entertain about them, their state exists de jure and de facto, and cannot be undone, except by genocide. 115. But it was no use. In the 1970s Israel was caught up in the momentum of territorial expansion, and without the Old Testament in its hand and the exile of the Jewish people in its memory, it would have had no justification for annexing Arab Jerusalem and establishing settlements in the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights, and even the Sinai Peninsula. The writer, who was able, in his classic novel Darkness at Noon, to crack the communist enigma, did not comprehend that the Zionist enigma was entirely caught up in the mythology of an eternal ethnic time. Nor did he foresee that the post-1967 Zionists would resemble the Stalinists in their ferocious response. Both saw him as an irredeemable traitor. When the book appeared, Israel's ambassador to Britain described it as an anti-Semitic action financed by the Palestinians. 116. The organ of the World Zionist Organization, in the diasporas of the exile, suggested that perhaps this cosmopolitan has begun, after all, to wonder about his own roots, but that most probably Kessler feared he was a forgotten writer, and sensed that a Jewish theme, presented from a paradoxical and unusual perspective, and done skillfully, would restore public interest in him. 117. The Zionist publication expressed a deep concern that thanks to its exotic elements and Kessler's prestige, the book would appeal to Jewish readers without either historical understanding or a critical faculty, who might accept its thesis and implications literally. 118. Professors V. Ankari, of the Department of Jewish History at Tel Aviv University, among other institutions, compared Kessler to Jacob Vollmarayer, the German scholar who already in the 19th century had suggested that the modern Greeks were not descendants of the ancient Hellenes, as they imagined, but of a hodgepodge of Slavs, Bulgars, Albanians, and others who had poured into the Peloponnese and gradually mixed with its original population. We might speculate, Ankari wrote, about Kessler's psychological reasons for borrowing from Abraham Pollock's old thesis, which had been dismissed in the past and could harm Israel in the present. 119. Later Professor Shlomo Simonson, Ankari's respected colleague at Tel Aviv University, also wondered if the reasons for Kessler's writing about the Jewish Khazars might have to do with his conflicted identity as an Eastern European immigrant within British culture. It is not surprising at all, Added the senior Israeli historian, that a recently published work on the history of Jewish self-hate devoted a substantial section to Kestler. 120 Simonson, like Ankari, noted that the source of this discredited story about the origin of Eastern European Jews was the work of their Tel Aviv colleague Professor Pollack. But neither Pollack, a professional historian, nor Kestler, who did not claim to be one, invented the thesis that a large part of Eastern European Jewry originated in the territories of the Khazar Empire. It should be stressed that this hypothesis, reviled since the 1970s as scandalous, disgraceful, and anti-Semitic, had previously been accepted in various scholarly circles, both Zionist and non-Zionist, although it never became the consensus, because of the fears it aroused among the ethnocentric. Already in 1867, for example, the great Jewish scholar Abraham Harkavi had written in the introduction to his book The Jews and the Languages of the Slavs that the first Jews who came to the southern regions from Russia did not originate in Germany, as many writers tend to believe, but from the Greek cities on the shores of the Black Sea and from Asia, via the mountains of the Caucasus. 121 Harkavi stated that later waves of immigration brought Jews also from Germany, and since they were more numerous, the Yiddish language eventually became dominant among the Jews of Eastern Europe, but in the 17th century they still spoke Slavic. Dubnow, too, before he became a well-known and responsible historian, wondered in an early letter, whence did the first Jews who came to Poland and Russia originate in the western countries, or the lands of the Khazars and Crimea. 122 He assumed that the answer would be found only as archaeology progressed, furnishing the historical narrative with further evidence. Yitzhak Skipper, a senior socio-economic historian and a prominent Zionist in Poland, believed for a long time that the Khazar thesis accounted well for the massive demographic presence of Jews in Eastern Europe. In this, he was following a series of Polish scholars, Jewish and non-Jewish, who had written about the first settlements of Jewish believers in Poland, Lithuania, Belorussia, and Ukraine. Skipper also assumed that there had been authentic Jews in Judaizing Khazaria who contributed to the development of crafts and commerce in the powerful empire that stretched from the Volga to the Dnieper River. But he was also convinced that the influence of Judaism on the Khazars and the Eastern Slavs gave rise to the large Jewish communities in Eastern Europe. 123. We have seen that Salo Baron followed Pollack and devoted a good many pages to the Khazar issue. Despite the built-in ethnicism of his work, he made an unusual digression from linear history when he stopped at the Khazar way station. Unable to overlook the views of most Polish historians between the world wars, let alone the comprehensive work of the Israeli historian Pollack, Baron wrote. But before and after the Mongol upheaval, the Khazars sent many offshoots into the unsubdued Slavonic lands, helping ultimately to build up the great Jewish centers of Eastern Europe. During the half-millennium, 740 to 1250, of its existence, however, and its aftermath in the Eastern European communities, this noteworthy experiment in Jewish statecraft doubtless exerted a greater influence on Jewish history than we are as yet able to envisage. From Khazaria, Jews began drifting into the open steppes of Eastern Europe, during both the period of their country's affluence and that of its decline. After Sviatoslav's victories and the ensuing decline of the Khazar Empire, on the other hand, refugees from the devastated districts, including Jews, sought shelter in the very lands of their conquerors. Here they met other Jewish groups and individuals migrating from the west and south. Together with these arrivals from Germany and the Balkans, they began laying the foundations for a Jewish community which, especially in 16th century Poland, outstripped all the other contemporary areas of Jewish settlement in population density as well as in economic and cultural power. 124. Baron was not a self-hating Jew and certainly not hostile to the Zionist enterprise, and neither was his Jerusalem colleague Ben Zion Diner. Nevertheless, the latter, Israel's Minister of Education in the 1950s, did not hesitate to join Baron and Pollack and express an unambiguous position regarding the origins of the Eastern European Jews. The Russian conquests did not destroy the Khazar kingdom entirely, but they broke it up and diminished it. And this kingdom, which had absorbed Jewish immigrants and refugees from many exiles, must itself have become a diaspora mother, the mother of one of the greatest of the diasporas of Israel in Russia, Lithuania, and Poland. 125. Readers today might be astonished to hear that Israel's high priest of memory in the 1950s did not hesitate to describe Hazaria as the diaspora mother of Eastern European Jewry. It goes without saying that here, too, his rhetoric was suffused with characteristic ethnobiological thinking. Diner, like Baron, needed the historical connection with the born Jews who were in Hazaria before it was Judaized. Nevertheless, the fact is that until the 1960s the assumption that the majority of the Yiddish people did not originate in Germany but in the Caucasus, the Volga steppes, the Black Sea and the Slav countries was an acceptable assumption, caused no shock, and was not considered anti-Semitic, as it was after the early 1970s. The statement by the Italian philosopher Benedetto Croce that any history is first of all a product of the time of its writing has long been a commonplace, but it still fits perfectly the Zionist historiography of the Jewish past. The conquest of the city of David in 1967 had to be achieved by the direct descendants of the house of David, not, perish the thought, by the offspring of tough horsemen from the Volga-Don steppes, the deserts of southern Arabia, or the coast of North Africa. In other words, the whole, undivided land of Israel needed more than ever a whole, undivided people of Israel. Traditional Zionist historiography had always maintained that the Jews of Eastern Europe had come from Germany. Before that, they had spent some time in Rome, to which they had been driven from the land of Israel. The essentialist view of the exiled, wandering people, combined with the prestige of a civilized country such as Germany, overshadowed the lowly status of Europe's backward regions and created a winning product, just as the Jews from the Arab countries tend to describe themselves as Sephardic, so the Jews of Eastern Europe prefer to see themselves as Ashkenazi. Although there is no historical evidence showing that Jews migrated from Western Germany to the continent's east, the fact that Jews in Poland, Lithuania, and Russia spoke Yiddish supposedly proved that the Eastern European Jews were originally German Jews, Ashkenazi Jews. As the vocabulary of the language spoken by these Jews was 80% Germanic, how did it happen that Hazars and all sorts of Slavs, who had previously spoken Turkic or Slavonic dialects, ended up speaking Yiddish? Isaac Bear Levinson, also known as Rival, described as the father of Jewish Enlightenment in Russia, stated in his book Testimony in Israel, published in 1828, "Our elders told us that some generations earlier the Jews in these parts spoke only this Russian language, and this Ashkenazi Jewish language we speak now had not yet spread among all the Jews living in these regions." 126 Harkava, 2, was convinced that before the 17th century most Eastern European Jews spoke Slavic dialects. Polak, who gave much thought to this issue, proposed several hypotheses, some more persuasive than others. A less than convincing suggestion was that a large part of the Judaized Hazar population, especially those who lived in the Crimea, were still speaking an ancient Gothic language that had been common in the peninsula till the 16th century, and resembled Yiddish much more than the German that was current at that time in the German lands. A more plausible suggestion was that the Germanic colonization that spread eastward in the 14th and 15th centuries, bringing with it large German-speaking commercial and artisanal populations, led to the spreading of their language among those who acted as mediators between these economic powerhouses and the local nobility and peasantry, which continued to speak their Slavic dialects. 127 Some 4 million Germans had migrated from Eastern Germany into Poland, where they created Eastern Europe's first bourgeoisie, and also brought the Roman Catholic clergy with them. The Jews, who came mainly from the east and the south, not only from the Hazar lands, but also from the Slavic regions under its influence, took on certain functions in the division of labor that formed with the first signs of modernization. Becoming tax collectors and prosperous minters of coins, silver coins bearing Polish words in Hebrew characters have been found, as well as humble carters, woodworkers, and furriers. The Jews filled intermediate positions in production and mingled with the cultures and languages of the different classes. They might also have brought some of these skills from the Hazar Empire. Kestler described this historical scene in vivid terms. One can visualize a shtetl craftsman, a cobbler perhaps, or a timber merchant, speaking broken German to his clients, broken Polish to the serfs on the estate next door, and at home mixing the most expressive bits of both with Hebrew into a kind of intimate private language. How this hodgepodge became communalized and standardized to the extent to which it did, is any linguist's guess. 128. Later, a limited immigration of Jewish elites from Germany, rabbis and Talmudic scholars, young and old, completed the process, further establishing the new language of the masses and apparently also modifying and consolidating their rituals. These religious elites, seemingly invited in from the West, enjoyed a prestige that many wanted to emulate and share, hence the expansion and consolidation of the German vocabulary. Yet such a pivotal word as to pray, a key concept in the ritual imaginary, was retained in its Turkish dialect form, davanen. Like many other words in Yiddish, it did not come from a German dialect. 129. Although the immigrants from the West contributed significantly to it, Yiddish did not resemble the German Jewish dialect that developed in the ghettos of Western Germany. There the Jewish population was concentrated in the Rhine region, and its dialect incorporated many words and expressions from the local French and German dialects, of which there is not a trace in Eastern Yiddish. Already in 1924 the philologist Matthias Mises had argued that Yiddish could never have come from Western Germany, although in that period the concentrations of Jews were in fact to be found there, not in the eastern part of the territory of German dialect speakers. 130. More recently, the Tel Aviv linguist Paul Wexler published some thorough studies supporting the assumption that the spread of Yiddish was not due to migration of Jews from the West. Its basis is Slavic, and its vocabulary is predominantly Southeastern German. In its origins, Yiddish resembles the Sorb language, which evolved in the boundary regions between speakers of Slavic and Germanic dialects. Like Yiddish, it almost disappeared in the 20th century. 131. Demographically, too, the thesis that the Jews of Eastern Europe originated in Western Germany is challenged by an inconvenient fact. The number of Jewish believers in the 11th to 13th centuries in the territory between Mainz and Worms, Cologne and Strasbourg, was very small. There are no precise data, but estimates range from a few hundred to a few thousand, never more. It is possible that some wandered eastward during the Crusades, though there is no evidence to suggest this, and moreover it is known that the fugitives from the pogroms did not go far and usually returned to their homes, but in any case, such a trickle could not have given rise to the huge Jewish communities of Poland, Lithuania, and Russia. If these communities originated in Western Germany, as Israel's establishment historians argue today, why did they multiply so dramatically in the East while remaining demographically stable in the West, long before the use of birth control? Surely the quantities of food and sanitary conditions in Eastern Europe were hardly superior to depleted, hungry and unhygienic Western Europe? In the final analysis, life in the poverty-stricken small towns in the East was no more conducive to propagation than life in the cities of Britain, France, and Germany, yet it was in the East that the demographic Big Bang took place, with the result that speakers of Yiddish dialects constituted, on the eve of the 20th century, 80% of all the Jews in the world. Hazaria collapsed some time before the first indications of the presence of Jews in Eastern Europe, and it is difficult not to connect the two. Although Jewish believers in Russia, Ukraine, Poland, Lithuania, and Hungary erased their Khazar or Slavic past from memory, and remembered instead, like the descendants of Himyars and North Africa's Judaizers, how they came out of Egypt's house of bondage, various vestiges of their true historical past did remain. In their migration westward, they left a few markers by the side of the road. Back in the 1920s, Yitzhak Skipper discovered in the regions of the Ukraine, Transylvania, Istria, Poland, and Lithuania a number of place names that contain some form of the terms Khazar or Kagan. 132. There are also given and family names that hark back to the Khazar or Slavic East, rather than the Germanic West. Names for animals such as the hawk, balaban, deer, wolf, and bear were not known in the kingdoms of Judea or Himyar, or among the Jews of Spain and North Africa, and they reached Western Europe quite late. Aside from these rather minor indications, there are some sociological and anthropological elements uniquely associated with Eastern Jewry that cannot be found anywhere in the West. The essential way of life of the typical Yiddish townlet, which must also have preserved the dialect, has never been found in the Rhine area or its vicinity. From the 2nd century BCE, when Judaism began to spread in the world, it flourished in small faith communities mostly on the margins of cities and towns, and only rarely in villages. In Western and Southern Europe, Jews never created separate settlements. But the Jewish townlet, not always small, and not always exclusively Jewish, permitted its inhabitants to differ from its neighbors not only in religious practices and norms but also in more secular ways, such as language or the architectural style of prayer houses. At the center of the Jewish townlet stood the synagogue, with a double dome reminiscent of the Eastern pagoda. Jewish dress in Eastern Europe did not resemble that of the Jews of France or Germany. The yarmulke also derived from a Turkic word, and the fur hat worn over it were more reminiscent of the people of the Caucasus and the horsemen of the steppes than of Talmudic scholars from Mainz or merchants from Worms. These garments, like the long silk kaftan worn chiefly on the Sabbath, differed from the clothing worn by the Belarusian or Ukrainian peasants. But any mention of these features and others, from food to humor, from clothing to chants, all connected to the specific cultural morphology of their daily life and their history, scarcely interested the scholars who were occupied in inventing the eternal history of the people of Israel. They could not come to terms with the troublesome fact that there had never been a Jewish people's culture, but only a popular Yiddish culture that resembled the cultures of their neighbors much more than it did those of the Jewish communities of Western Europe or North Africa. 133. Today the descendants of the Jews of Yiddish land live mainly in the United States and Israel. The remains of millions of others are buried beneath the slaughterhouses constructed by Hitler in the 20th century. When we consider the tremendous effort that the memory agents in Israel have invested in commemorating their dying moments, compared with the scanty effort made to discover the rich, or wretched, depending on one's viewpoint, life lived in Yiddish land before the vicious massacre, we can draw only sad conclusions about the political and ideological role of modern historiography. Like the absence of costly archaeological exploration in southern Russia and the Ukraine to uncover the remains of Hazaria, the absence of sociological, linguistic, and ethnographic studies about the long-standing ways of life in the townlets of Poland and Lithuania, work of innovative historical research, not mere folklore. 134 is no accident. No one wants to go looking under stones when venomous scorpions might be lurking beneath them, waiting to attack the self-image of the existing ethnos and its territorial ambitions. The writing of national history is not seriously meant to uncover past civilizations. Its principal aim thus far has been the construction of a meta-identity and the political consolidation of the present. History deals with books, not with things, a patriotic scholar might argue, having spent his or her entire life interpreting religious, governmental, and ideological texts produced in the past by a paper-thin elite. This is true where the traditional study of the past is concerned. But the advent of anthropological history began, slowly but surely, to corrode the simplistic Zionist meta-histories. Sometimes it seems that most of the scholars who have specialized in the history of the people of Israel have yet to hear about this strange new form of historiography. A deeper exploration of the ways of life and communication in past Jewish communities might further expose a wicked little fact, that the further we move from religious norms and the more we focus our research on diverse daily practices, the more we discover that there never was a secular ethnographic common denominator between the Jewish believers in Asia, Africa, and Europe. World Jewry had always been a major religious culture. Though consisting of various elements, it was not a strange, wandering nation. There is a good deal of irony in the fact that people who adopted the religion of Moses had been living between the Volga and the Don rivers before the arrival there of Russians and Ukrainians, just as Judaizers had been living in Gaul before it was invaded by Frankish tribes. So, too, in North Africa, where Punis converted to Judaism before the arrival of the Arabs, and in the Iberian Peninsula, where a Judaic culture flourished and struck root before the Christian Reconquista. In contrast to the image of the past that Christian Judeophobes began to promote, and that modern anti-Semites echoed, there had never been in all history a cursed nation race that was driven out of the Holy Land for killing the divine Messiah, and that settled uninvited among other nations. The offspring of the Judaizers around the Mediterranean, in Adiabene before and after the Common Era, the descendants of the Himyars, the Berbers, and the Hazars, were linked by the Jewish monotheism that bridged the diverse linguistic cultural groups that arose in far-flung lands and followed different historical paths. Many abandoned Judaism, others clung to it stubbornly and succeeded in carrying it to the threshold of the secular age. This Himyar, Berber, and Hazar time lost beyond recovery. Is there no chance that a new historiography would invite those ancient Jews, who have been forgotten by their descendants, to reappear in the legitimate sphere of public memory? The construction of a new body of knowledge always bears a direct connection with the national ideology in which it operates. Historical insights that diverge from the narrative laid down at the inception of the nation can be accepted only when consternation about their implications is abated. This can happen when the current collective identity begins to be taken for granted and ceases to be something that anxiously and nostalgically clings to a mythical past, when identity becomes the basis for living and not its purpose. That is when historiographic change can take place. For now, it is difficult to predict whether the Israeli politics of identity will permit, in the early 21st century, the emergence of fresh paradigms for the investigation of the origins and history of Jewish faith communities. Chapter 5. The Distinction, Identity Politics in Israel. The State of Israel will foster the development of the country for the benefit of all its inhabitants. It will be based on freedom, justice, and peace as envisaged by the prophets of Israel. It will ensure complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants irrespective of religion, race, or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. The Declaration of the Establishment of the State of Israel, 1948. A candidates list shall not participate in elections to the Knesset if its objects or actions, expressly or by implication, include one of the following: 1. Negation of the existence of the State of Israel as the state of the Jewish people. 2. Negation of the democratic character of the state. 3. Incitement to racism. Basic Law, the Knesset, Clause 7a, 1985. Before the great secularization in Europe, Jewish believers clung to the religious axiom that sustained them through times of trouble: they were the chosen people, God's sacred congregation, destined to illuminate the nations. In reality, they knew that as minority groups existing in the shadow of other religions, they were subordinated to the stronger powers. The passion for proselytizing that had characterized these communities in the past had all but disappeared through the ages, largely from fear of the dominant religions. Over the centuries, thick layers of distrust and fear of propagating their faith padded the self-identification of the believers and bolstered the communal isolation that eventually became their distinguishing mark. In the Middle Ages, the exclusive belief in the unique nation that dwells apart also served to prevent large-scale desertion to the other monotheistic religions. Like other minorities in periods of stress and hardship, the Jewish faith communities were knit together by group solidarity. In peaceful times, the rabbinical elites exchanged information about precepts and religious norms, and various aspects of their rites and ceremonies. For all the great differences between Marrakesh and Kiev, Sana'a and London, differences not only in the secular sphere but even in the religious practices, there was always a common core of rabbinical attachment to the Talmudic law, a shared concept of deliverance from exile, and a profound religious devotion to the holy city Jerusalem, whence salvation would come. The spread of secularization in Europe eroded the status of the religious frameworks and undermined the authority of the rabbis, their communities' traditional intellectuals. Like members of other religious, cultural and linguistic groups, those who discarded their Jewish religion were swept up in the momentum of modernization. The depiction in Zionist theoretical and historical writings notwithstanding, they were not the only ones struggling to assimilate into the national cultures that were rising at this time. Perhaps peasants in Saxony, Protestant shopkeepers in France and Welsh labourers in Britain were affected differently by the rapid changes in ways of life and the migratory upheavals, but they suffered no less than did the Jewish believers. Entire worlds disappeared, and assimilation into the general economic, political, linguistic, and supracultural systems demanded a painful renunciation of long-standing customs and mores. Despite the particular difficulties experienced by the Jews, in some countries, France, the Netherlands, Britain, Germany, most of them became Israelites, meaning Frenchmen, Dutchmen, Britons, or Germans of the Mosaic faith. They became eager supporters of the new states, some even stressed their national identity and took great pride in it. Rightly so, as they were among the pioneer speakers of the national languages and consolidators of the national cultures, largely because of their concentration in the cities. They were thus among the first Britons, Frenchmen, and Germans. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the poet Heinrich Heine was a German before Adolf Hitler's grandfather became one, if indeed he ever did. During the First World War, which witnessed the peak of mass nationalism in Europe, they set out to defend these new homelands, and probably also killed, without notable qualms, Jewish soldiers fighting on the other side of the front line. 1 German Jewish reformists, French Jewish socialists and British Jewish liberals almost all volunteered to defend their newfound collective property, the national state and its territory. Strangely enough, Zionists also became involved in the war culture that focused on Europe's national boundaries, despite their belief in a separate national entity. At that time they were still too weak to offer an alternative identity that could defuse the fighting spirit arising from the varied nationalist attachments of their supporters and activists. In fact, from 1897, the year of the First Zionist Congress, until the end of the First World War, Zionism was a feeble and insignificant movement in the world's Jewish communities, and often yielded to the national demands of the Gentiles. In Germany in 1914, Zionists accounted for less than 2% of Germans of Jewish origin, and in France even less. The Zionist idea was born in the second half of the 19th century in Central and Eastern Europe, in the lands between Vienna and Odessa. It grew uneasily on the fringes of German nationalism and reached the lively cultural marketplaces of the Yiddish population. In fact, for all its marginality, Zionism was part of the last wave of nationalist awakening in Europe, and coincided with the rise of other identity-shaping ideologies on the continent. It can be viewed as an attempt at collective assimilation into modernity, exactly like the surrounding national enterprises that were then starting to take shape. 2 While a significant number of its ideological progenitors belonged more or less to the Germanic culture, Moses Hess, Theodor Herzl, Max Nordau, those who developed, disseminated, and implemented its theories came from the intelligentsia of the widespread Yiddish-speaking population, which was densely packed into the cities and towns of Poland, the Ukraine, Lithuania, Russia, and Romania. As noted in the second chapter, in these regions there was a secular, modern Yiddishist civilization such as did not exist in Jewish communities elsewhere, neither in London nor in Marrakesh. It was this distinctive culture, rather than religion, that incubated the proto-nationalist and nationalist ferment. It was from this semi-autonomous world that young intellectuals arose. Finding their paths blocked to the centers of high culture, academic careers, free professions, civil service, many became socialist revolutionaries and democratic innovators, and a few became Zionists. At the same time, the distinctive presence of the Yiddish communities fueled a revival of anti-Jewish feeling. The mosaic of nationalities emerging in Eastern Europe sought to eject the conspicuously different Yiddishist entity from its midst. Aside from the repression and traditional restrictions in the Tsarist regime and the Romanian kingdom, in the 1880s a wave of popular pogroms, with emergent nationalist features, shocked millions of Jews and accelerated their mass migration westward. Between 1880 and 1914 some 2.5 million Yiddish-speaking Jews transit through Germany toward receptive countries in the West. Some of them ended up on the safe shores of the American continent, less than 3% of them chose to migrate to Ottoman-ruled Palestine, and few of them stayed there. One of the byproducts of this large population shift was that it indirectly exacerbated the traditional hostility that simmered beneath the surface in Germany, scene of the transit. This fierce hatred, much of which is still left unexplained, would play out in one of the most horrendous acts of genocide in the 20th century. In the process, it showed that there is no direct correlation between technological progress or cultural refinement and morality. Modern anti-Semitism flourished throughout the world of European modernity, but its manifestation in Western and Southern Europe, as well as on the American continent, was quite different from its features and expressions in Central and Eastern Europe. The uncertainties and inner struggles of the young national identity created anxiety and fear almost everywhere. The cultural problems involved in the construction of nationalities were precisely those that turned the long-standing dislike of the unlike into an integral part of the new democratic mass politics. Any form of different skin pigmentation, distinctive dialects, or unfamiliar religious customs irritated the bearers of the new national consciousness who were struggling to define and demarcate themselves as unambiguous collectivities. The level of abstraction in constructing the imagery of the nation demanded a definitive and unequivocal characterization of those who would not be a part of it. The nation, therefore, was imagined as an ancient, extended blood family, and it was convenient that its nearest neighbor would also be its most threatening enemy. Since for hundreds of years Christian civilization had depicted the Jewish believer as the ultimate other, it was a simple matter for the new collective identities to pick this element out of the old tradition and install it as the border post that marked the new national community. In territories where civil and political nationalism prevailed, it was possible to enclose and seal off the ancient hatreds that were part of the Christian heritage and to include the ostracized Jew in the new identity. The U.S. Constitution, the French Revolution, the laws of Great Britain were sufficiently amenable, forming a stable foundation for the development of inclusive tendencies, which through gradual struggle achieved a hegemonic position in the public arena. In these and other countries, Jews became integral parts of the nation. However, this successful process was not free from turmoil and regression. The highly dramatic Dreyfus affair in France in 1894 was a good historical example of the nonlinear, uncertain evolution of modern nationalism. The outburst of intense anti-Semitism that extruded Dreyfus from the body of the Gallo-Catholic nation exposed the tensions between conflicting sensibilities. Did the Jewish officer belong to the French nation, or was he a representative of an alien people who had insinuated itself from the East? To preserve its greatness, should France not be fundamentally Christian? Might not the Italian origin of Émile Zola account for his anti-patriotic support for the traitorous Jewish captain? These and similar questions roiled the national imaginary and set off vibrations that shook the country to its foundations. The tide of anti-Semitism was ultimately turned by the political and intellectual circles that understood the value of the civil sphere, and the persecuted army officer was reattached to the French nation. Supporters of the ethno-religious national identity did not disappear. They arose again during the Nazi occupation, and some persist to this day. But culturally inclusive nationalism was invigorated after the Dreyfus affair, and despite the horrific relapse during the Second World War, it continued to entrench itself through the 20th century. Similar, though not identical, transitions occurred in a less dramatic and more nuanced way in the United States, during the McCarthy period, for instance, in Great Britain, and in most of the nation-states on both sides of the Atlantic. Anti-Semitism, like other forms of racism, did not become extinct in these countries, but it ceased to be a meaningful signifier in the trends that directed the continued development of the collective super-identity. On the other hand, as noted in the first chapter, ethnobiological and ethno-religious ideologies triumphed in the regions between Germany and Russia, Austria-Hungary, and Poland, where they continued to determine the nature of nationalism for many years. The dominance of this anxious and exclusionary mindset enabled the anti-Jewish code of hatred to continue as one of the main indications of the true super-identity. Although anti-Semitism was not always publicly demonstrated, and the ink used in the printed media and textbooks was not always spiked with venom, Judeophobia continued to insinuate itself into the crucial nodes of identity. One reason for this was that defining the national entity in those rambling, branching cultural spaces required a great many past indications of a common origin, and any element that might challenge the myth of a unifying source provoked revulsion and fear. Even nationalists who were confirmed atheists resorted to traditional religious symbols in their self-definition, while respected clergymen accepted the principle of blood as a boundary marker. In other words, just as Germanity at some stage needed abundant Arianism to define itself, so Polishness needed Catholicism and Russianness needed Orthodox Panslavism to swaddle their national identities and imagery. Unlike the Jewish religious reform movement, or the liberal and socialist intellectual groups that sought participation in the emergent national cultures, Zionism borrowed extensively from the dominant nationalist ideologies flourishing in the lands of its birth and infancy, and integrated them into its new platform. It included traces of German Völkism, while Polish Romantic nationalist features characterized much of its rhetoric. But these were not mere imitations. It was not a case of an agonized victim taking on some features of his smiling executioner. While the secular, semi-nationalistic outlook of the Bund, the widespread leftist Jewish movement, demanded cultural autonomy for the people of Yiddish land, rather than a single independent polity for all the Jews of the world, educated Zionists emulated the other nationalists in Europe and assumed an ethnoreligious or ethnobiological identity to conceptualize their self-definition. Seeking to build a bridge that could connect Jewish believers, mainly former believers, whose languages and secular customs were polyphonous and diverse, they were unable to build on the lively popular mores and turn them into a homogeneous, domesticated modern culture, as the Bund tried to do. To achieve their aim, the Zionists needed to erase existing ethnographic textures, forget specific histories, and take a flying leap backward to an ancient, mythological, and religious past. As the previous chapters have shown, while the chosen history ostensibly matched the religious imaginary, it was not really religious, because Jewish monotheism was not grounded in historical evolutionary time. Nor was it wholly secular, since it ceaselessly utilized materials from the old eschatological faith in order to structure the new collective identity. We must remember that Jewish nationalism had undertaken an almost impossible mission to forge a single ethnos from a great variety of cultural linguistic groups, each with a distinctive origin. This accounts for the adoption of the Old Testament as the storehouse of national memory. In their urgent need to establish a common origin for the people, the national historians embraced uncritically the old Christian idea of the Jew as the eternal exile. In the process, they erased and forgot the mass proselytization carried out by early Judaism, thanks to which the religion of Moses grew enormously, both demographically and intellectually. For the Jewish nationalists, Judaism ceased to be a rich and varied religious culture, and turned into something hermetic, like the German Volk or the Polish and Russian Narod, though with the unique characteristic that it comprised an alien, wandering people, unrelated to the territories it inhabited. In this sense, Zionism became something of a negative reflection of the anti-Jewish image that accompanied the rise of collectivities in Eastern and Central Europe. This negative reflection correctly identified the national sensibilities in this region, and their physical proximity kept their menace in full view. Zionism's basic assumptions were correct and, as noted before, it borrowed many elements from the nationalism in which it was embedded. At the same time, it adopted the most exclusionary and conceited aspect of the Jewish religious tradition, the divine commandment that the people shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the nations, number 23:9. The ancient ideal of an elect, holy, monotheistic congregation was reinterpreted in an isolationist, secular plan of action. Zionism from its inception was an ethnocentric nationalist movement that firmly enclosed the historical people of its own invention, and barred any voluntary civil entry into the nation its platform began to design. At the same time, any withdrawal from the people was depicted as an unforgivable offense, and assimilation as a catastrophe, an existential danger to be averted at all costs. No wonder, then, that to bind together the frangible secular Jewish identity, it was not enough to write a history of the Jews, so culturally disparate, so chronologically fragmentary. Zionism had to resort to another scientific discipline, that of biology, which was conscripted to reinforce the foundation of the ancient Jewish nation. Zionism and Heredity. The second chapter of this book depicted Heinrich Graetz as the father of ethno-nationalist historiography. He adopted the assumptions of German historians about the nation being born in primeval time as a changeless entity that advances through history in a linear fashion. But his personal spirituality prevented him from adopting excessively materialistic interpretations of history. His friend Moses Hess, in some ways the first proponent of Jewish nationalism whose assumptions deviated from tradition, needed a good deal of racial theory to dream up the Jewish people. He absorbed the dubious scientific ideas of his time, especially in physical anthropology, and integrated them into a novel theory of identity. He was probably the first, but certainly not the last, to follow this ideological course in the formation of Jewish nationalism. The 35 years that had passed since the publication of Hess's Rome and Jerusalem in 1862 had seen a substantial rise in the number of Zionists in Europe, and in the number of anti-Semites. The racist pseudoscience that flourished in all of Europe's laboratories of learning during the imperialist era of the late 19th century percolated through ethnocentric nationalism into the central public arenas and became part of the ideological texture of the new political parties. Among them was the young Zionist movement. The concept of the nation as an ethnic entity was upheld, with varying intensity, by all the different Zionist camps, which was why the new biological science captivated so many. The idea of heredity helped justify the claim to Palestine that ancient Judea that the Zionists ceased to view as a sacred center from which deliverance would come, and by a bold paradigmatic shift revamped as the destined national homeland of all the Jews in the world. The historical myth required the appropriate scientific ideology, for if the Jews of modern times were not the direct descendants of the first exiles, how would they legitimize their settlement in the Holy Land, which was the exclusive homeland of Israel? The divine promise would not have sufficed for nationalism's secular subjects, who had revolted against the passive tradition that left the conduct of history to the Almighty. If justice was not to be found in religious metaphysics, it had to be found, if only partially, in biology. Nathan Birnbaum, perhaps the first Zionist intellectual, it was he who coined the term Zionism in 1890, picked up the argument where Hess left off. You cannot explain a people's particular mental and emotional distinction except by means of the natural studies. Race is all, said our great fellow national Lord Beaconsfield Benjamin Disraeli. The distinction of the people stems from the distinction of the race. The variety of races accounts for the great diversity of nations. It is because of the differences between the races that the German or the Slav thinks differently from the Jew. It is this difference which explained why the German created the Song of the Nibelungen and the Jew, the Bible. Point 3. As Birnbaum saw it, neither language nor culture, but only biology, could account for the rise of nations. Otherwise it was not possible to explain the existence of the Jewish nation, whose progeny were immersed in various national cultures and spoke different languages. Tribes and nations existed because nature has produced, and keeps on producing, diverse races of men, just as it creates different seasons and climates. For when Houston Stewart Chamberlain published his famous racialist book The Foundations of the 19th Century in 1899, Birnbaum viewed it with understanding, rejecting only the British thinker's erroneous anti-Semitic position. The Jews were not a bastard race, as Chamberlain argued. They had actually preserved their lineage by marrying only among themselves, and they were, moreover, an integral part of the white race. Although Birnbaum's part in the rise of the Zionist movement was not insignificant, it is not necessary to dwell on it too long when tracing the evolution of the Jewish nationalist idea. Though he coined the term Zionist, he was not one of the leading thinkers of the new nationalism, and eventually he quit the movement and became Orthodox. Theodor Herzl, the true founder of the Zionist movement, was less certain, and could not decide if the Jews arose from a homogeneous source. His writings include some comments that reflect a clearly ethnocentric outlook, and others that contradict it. The term race occurs several times in the Jewish state, but it is used in the manner of the period, as another word for people, sans biological connotations. One evening in London, Herzl dined with the Anglo-Jewish author Israel Zangwill, who would later join the Zionist movement. In his personal diary that day, the handsome leader expressed dismay that the writer, who was famously ugly, thought that they shared the same origin. He obsesses about the racial aspect, which I cannot accept. It's enough for me to look at myself and at him. I say only this: we are a historical entity, a nation made up of different anthropological elements. That will suffice for the Jewish state. No nation has racial uniformity. 5. Herzl was not a theoretician, and scientific issues did not interest him beyond the demands of his immediate political work. He aspired to reach his goal without being overloaded with an excess of historical or biological arguments. It was Max Nordau, Herzl's confidant and right hand, and the person who conducted all the early Zionist congresses, who gave a more meaningful ideological dimension to the rise of Jewish nationalism. This gifted journalist and essayist was better known than Herzl in the intellectual arena of fin de siècle Europe. As the author of the popular book Entartung, Degeneration, he was one of the best known among the conservatives seeking to warn the world against the dangers of modern art, homosexuality, and mental illness, all of which were associated with physical racial degeneracy. His encounter with Herzl turned him into an enthusiastic Zionist, but earlier he had been concerned about the physical and mental condition of the Jews. Born Simon Maximilian Meyersing Hassudfeld, Southfield, he changed his lowly Jewish name for a proud European one, Nordau, North Pasture. Like the Hungarian-born Herzl, he was from Budapest and, like him also, sought to identify himself as a German in every sense. The ugly anti-Semitism of the 1880s and 1890s halted the integration of this Eastern European Jew into the German nation. Like other Jews who found personal assimilation problematic, he opted for collective integration into the modern world, namely, Zionism. This was not, of course, the way Nordau himself thought of it. As he saw it, although anti-Jewish hate created nothing, it awakened the dormant consciousness of an existing race and revived its sense of its own distinction. The failure of Germanization led him to adopt a position of Jewish exclusivity, with the pessimistic conclusion that a race cannot be exchanged but only improved. This Zionist leader, convinced that the Jews shared a homogeneous biological origin, wrote about the blood ties that exist in the Israelite family 6. But he wondered whether the Jews had always been physically small or had been made shorter by the conditions of their lives, which caused them to be weak and degenerate. Zionism opened exciting vistas for the improvement of the race by means of agricultural labor, accompanied by gymnastics and bodybuilding in the open air of the ancestral homeland. His famous speech at the Second Zionist Congress, in which he first spoke of the lost muscular Jewry, expressed a passionate longing for a brawny nation race. 7 In no other race or people can gymnastics fulfill such an important educational function, as it must do among us Jews, he wrote. It is needed to straighten our backs, in body and character alike. 8 For the ancient blood to be revived, the Jews needed a soil, and only Zionism could give them that. If Nordau failed to become an authentic German, he did succeed in becoming an original Zionist folkist. The essentialist romanticism fostered in various channels of German culture was blended into the ideological project that began to guide the new national ideology. Nordau was in some ways a hesitant folkist. By contrast, Martin Buber, who was for several years the editor-in-chief of Die Welt, The World, the Zionist movement's main organ, was a bold and consistent folkist. The philosopher of religious existentialism, who would later become a man of peace and strive to bring about a Jewish Arab state in Palestine, began his nationalist career as one of the principal molders of the Jewish people as a blood community, Blutsgemeinschaft. Buber visualized the nation as a biological chain of generations from antiquity to the present, and felt the blood connection rising from an unfathomable past. There is a fair amount of Kabbalistic vagueness in the way he phrased it. Blood is a deep-rooted nurturing force within individual man. The deepest layers of our being are determined by blood. Our innermost thinking and our will are colored by it. Now he finds that the world around him is the world of imprints and of influences, whereas blood is the realm of a substance capable of being imprinted and influenced, a substance absorbing and assimilating all into its own form. The people are now for him a community of men who were, are, and will be a community of the dead, the living, and the yet unborn who, together, constitute a unity. That his substance can, nevertheless, become a reality for the Jew is due to the fact that his origin means more than a mere connection with things past. It has planted something within us that does not leave us at any hour of our life, that determines every tone and every hue in our life, all that we do and all that befalls us, blood, the deepest, most potent stratum of our being. 9. This neo-romantic mysticism of heredity and soil underlay the spiritual nationalism of this charismatic thinker, who captivated young Jewish intellectuals in Eastern Europe. Among the Bar Kokhba circle of Buber's followers in Prague was Hans Kohn, mentioned in the first chapter. This future historian, the first to try to conceptualize critically the issue of organic nationalism, knew his subject well, and the search for hereditary nationalism was the first station in his intellectual biography. Buber was always a moderate and cautious Zionist, and ultimately his religious humanism overcame the ethnic call of the blood. By contrast, Vladimir Zeev Jabotinsky, the leader of Zionist revisionism, craved power and detested concession and compromise. Nevertheless, the two Zionist leaders, so unalike in their political perceptions, shared a basic ideological hypothesis: Jews have a distinctive blood that sets them apart from other people. The intellectual father of the Zionist right from the 1930s to the present had no doubt about it. It is quite clear that the source of the national sentiment cannot be found in education, but in something that precedes it. In what? I thought about this question and answered myself: in the blood. And I persist in this view. The sense of national identity is inherent in man's blood, in his physical racial type, and only in that the people's mental structure reflects their physical form even more perfectly and completely than does that of the individual. That is why we do not believe in mental assimilation. It is physically impossible for a Jew descended from several generations of pure, unmixed Jewish blood to adopt the mental state of a German or a Frenchman, just as it is impossible for a Negro to cease to be a Negro. 10. For Jabotinsky, nations arise from racial groups, ethnicities, in today's parlance, and their biological origin forms the psyche, today's mentality, of peoples. Since Jews do not have a common history or a common language, nor a territory that they have inhabited for centuries, which might have given rise to a common ethnographic culture, one logically concludes as follows. Natural terrain, language, religion, shared history, all of these do not constitute the essence of a nation, they are merely descriptions of it. But the essence of a nation, the alpha and omega of its distinctive character, is its special physical attribute, the formula of its racial composition. In the final analysis, when all shells arising from history, the climate, natural surroundings, and outside influences, have been removed, the nation is reduced to its racial kernel. 11. Race was always a scientific concept for Jabotinsky. He believed that even if there were no truly pure races, there was a racial formula, and he was also convinced that in the future it would be possible, by means of a blood test or a glandular secretion, to have a system of classification based on these formulae: the Italian race, the Polish race, and of course the Jewish race. In order to understand the Jews and their conduct in history, it was necessary to discern their origin, and especially to preserve their distinctiveness. Without the protective armor of religion, prolonged residence among other nations might dissolve that distinctiveness and cause them to vanish. They should thus gather as soon as possible in a state of their own. Jabotinsky did have a liberal side, and even a surprisingly universalist worldview, or perhaps not surprising, as he had acquired his education in Italy rather than in Germany, but nevertheless he believed in the continued physical/biological existence of the Jewish people, which had sprung from a uniform ethnic and territorial source to which it must return as soon as possible. This was the focus of his entire historical thinking. It should be pointed out that, despite the impression given by Israeli historiography, the Zionist right did not have a monopoly on the essentialist concept of the nation. Even the well-known Marxist Berborikov was not free from biology. Zionist socialism shared the same conceptual mechanisms, and it, too, padded them with universalist rhetoric, though of a different sort. As we saw in the third chapter, Borikov regarded the Palestinian fellahin as an integral part of the Jewish race, a population that could easily be welded into the steel structure of socialist Zionism. So did his disciples and the future founders of the State of Israel, Ben-Gurion and Yitzhak Ben-Zvi, until the Arab uprising of 1929. Initially Borakov contended that, since the locals were as much descendants of the ancient people of Judea as were all the world's Jews, they should be taken back into the body of the nation, while becoming acculturated in a secular manner. The Zionist left would never have considered admitting into the warm bosom of the Jewish people Muslim peasants of a different biological origin. But after the 1929 pogroms, these Muslim peasants became complete strangers with astonishing speed. Arthur Ruppin was another leftist Zionist whose political outlook was profoundly shaken by the fateful events of 1929. That was when he began to distance himself from the pacifist Brith Shalom, Peace Alliance, group, a movement of intellectuals who strove to reach an accommodation with the Arab population by renouncing the demand for a sovereign Jewish majority in Palestine. Ruppin became convinced correctly, as it happens, that a national colonialist clash was inescapable, and became a committed Zionist. Ruppin is a unique and fascinating figure in the history of Zionism. His career in the Jewish national movement began, like Cohn's, in the New Little Blood community group of the Bar Kokhba Circle in Prague. But earlier still, in 1900, he took part in an essay competition in Germany on the question, what may be learned from the theory of evolution about internal political developments and political legislation. The first prize went to Wilhelm Schallmayer, a pioneer of eugenics, whom the Nazis would greatly admire after his death. The second prize went to Ruppin for a paper that discussed Darwinism and the social sciences, and that 2 years later became his doctoral dissertation. Ruppin was a confirmed Darwinist throughout his life. He believed that the Jewish nation was primarily a biological entity. He was aware that the Jews were not a pure race, since in the course of their wanderings in the world they had absorbed alien elements. Nevertheless, they constituted a hereditary unit, which alone gave substance to their national demands. His very likeness to the Asiatic peoples, from whom they have been separated for 2,000 years, shows that the Jews have remained unchanged, and that in the Jews of today we may say we have the same people who fought victoriously under King David, who repented their misdeeds under Ezra and Nehemiah, died fighting for freedom under Bar Kokhba, were the great carriers of trade between Europe and the Orient in the early Middle Ages. Thus the Jews have not only preserved their great natural racial gifts, but through a long process of selection these gifts have become strengthened. The terrible conditions under which the Jews lived during the last 500 years necessitated a bitter struggle for life in which only the cleverest and strongest survived. The result is that in the Jew of today, we have what is in some respects a particularly valuable human type. Other nations may have other points of superiority, but in respect of intellectual gifts the Jews can scarcely be surpassed by any nation. Point 12. Did all the Jews in the world possess such exceptional mental qualities? The young Ruppin thought they did not, and stressed in a footnote, it is perhaps owing to this severe process of selection that the Ashkenazim are today superior in activity, intelligence, and scientific capacity to the Sephardim and Arabian Jews, in spite of their common ancestry. 13. The Zionist leader was therefore undecided whether the influx of Jews from Yemen, Morocco, and the Caucasus to the land of Israel was a positive occurrence, but the spiritual and intellectual status of these Jews is so low that an immigration en masse would lower the general cultural standard of the Jews in Palestine and would be bad from several points of view. 14. The profoundly Eurocentric outlook was even stronger than the concept of the Jewish race, and this simplistic Orientalism was common in all the Zionist movements. But while there were doubts about the immigration of Jews from the Arab East, the Ashkenazi Jews were urged to hurry and return to their homelands so as to preserve and protect what was left of their racial distinction. For Ruppin as for other proponents of Zionism, assimilation of the Jews among the Gentiles was an even greater threat to the existence of the people than was the Gentiles' hatred. It is certain, however, that by intermarriage the race character is lost, and that descendants of a mixed marriage are not likely to have any remarkable gifts. 15. They might eventually eliminate the Jewish ethnos. It was Ruppin who expressed in 1923 an idea that was widespread, though not often proclaimed. I think that Zionism is less than ever justifiable now, except by the fact that the Jews belong racially to the peoples of the Near East. I am now collecting material for a book on the Jews to be based on the problem of race. I want to include illustrations showing the ancient peoples of the Orient and the contemporary population, and describe the types which used to and still predominate among the peoples living in Syria and Asia Minor. I want to demonstrate that these same types still exist among the Jews of today. Point 16. The first edition of the Sociology of the Jews, in Hebrew and in German, appeared in 1930. The time, the beginning of the 1930s, and the places of publication, Berlin/Tel Aviv, were germane to the work's basic rhetoric. The first chapters are entitled The Racial Composition of the Jews in Eretz Israel and The History of the Jewish Race Outside Eretz Israel. The author states in the introduction that the subject of the origin of the Jews had preoccupied him for many years and remained unaltered. Alien blood had in fact seeped into the Jewish people, but the founder of the sociology department at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem continued to believe that most Jews continue to resemble in their racial composition their ancient ancestors in Eretz Israel. 17. At the end of Ruppin's first volume, there are many photographs of typically Jewish heads that provide visual support for the central theses about the distinctive variation and unity among Jews of different communities. The facial features and the shape of the skull supposedly proved that all the Jews had originated in ancient Asia. But the racial kinship with Asia did not need to cause anxiety. The cultural inferiority of the natives of Palestine ensured that the Jewish settlers would not intermarry with them. Ruppin knew the Orient well. In 1908 he was appointed director of the Palestine office of the Central Executive of the Zionist movement, with the specific task of buying land. He was the father of Jewish settlement, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that Ruppin was to Zionist colonization what Herzl was for the organized national movement. Although by 1948 only some 10% of the land of Palestine had been purchased, he could claim much of the credit for the agroeconomic infrastructure on which Israel was established. He bought land all over the country, and also set up the central institutions that distributed it. He did much to ensure that the Zionist conquest of the soil would be totally separated from the Palestinian agricultural economy. The biological distinction had to be maintained by systematic ethnic separation. Ruppin's practical activity did not entirely interrupt his theoretical work. In 1926 he was appointed lecturer in the sociology of the Jews at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. Thereafter, till his death in 1943, he continued to develop his demographic ideas about the Darwinist struggle of the Jewish race. Right up until the outbreak of the Second World War, he even maintained academic ties with the eugenicist thinkers who were thriving in Germany. Amazingly, the victory of Nazism did not entirely curtail these contacts. After Hitler's rise to power, the Jerusalem lecturer traveled to Germany to visit Hans Gunther, the Pope of racial theory, who joined the Nazi Party in 1932, was the architect of the extermination of the Gypsies, and remained a Holocaust denier to his dying day. 18. This bizarre association with the National Socialists must not be misunderstood. The juxtaposition of ethnocentric nationalism and biology would give rise to a monstrous perversion in the first half of the 20th century, but most Zionists did not think in terms of blood purity, nor did they seek such purification. The project of systematically expelling aliens from their midst never came up, because it was hardly needed, especially since the traditional Jewish religion, though no longer a hegemonic religious belief, was still useful in part as the confirmation of a Jewish identity. The secular Zionists continued to recognize, though not to celebrate, religious conversion. It should be remembered that some of the race proponents from Hesse through Nordau to Buber were married to Gentile women of alien blood. 19. The purpose of Jewish biology was to promote separation from others, not actually to be purified of them. It sought to serve the project of ethnic nationalist consolidation in the taking over of an imaginary ancient homeland. Moreover, most if not all of the Zionist supporters of the blood theory rejected the explicit and deterministic hierarchy of racial groups. In their outlook, the theory about superior and inferior races was marginal. To be sure, there was no shortage of praise and adulation for Jewish genius, no shortage of swaggering about its extraordinary qualities. At times, this resembled anti-Semitic stereotypes. But uttered by a helpless, persecuted minority, this was perceived as more ridiculous than threatening, pathetic but not dangerous. It should be noted, however, that the Jewish blood theory was not held exclusively by the handful of leading thinkers quoted above. It was popular in all currents of the Zionist movement, and its imprint can be found in almost all its publications, congresses, and conferences. Young intellectuals of the movement's second rank copied and distributed it among the activists and supporters, and it became a kind of axiom that inspired dreams and imaginings of the ancient Jewish people. 20. The concept of Jewish heredity, and even the theory of eugenics associated with it, was especially prominent among the scientists and physicians who joined Zionism. Raphael Fox's bold book Zionism and the Biology of the Jews recapitulated their story in detail. 21. Dr. Aaron Sandler, a leading Zionist in Germany who emigrated to Mandatory Palestine in 1934 and became the physician of the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, knew that there were no pure races but argued that the Jews had, in effect, become a racial entity. On the other hand, Dr. Elias Auerbach, who settled in Haifa back in 1905, was convinced that the Jewish people had always been a pure race, and that Jews had not intermarried with Gentiles since the time of Titus. Dr. Aaron Bini Amini, who became, after his arrival in Palestine, the physician of the famous Gymnasia Herzliya, continued to measure and weigh his students to prove the principles of natural selection. Dr. Mordecai Barukov, who also lived in Mandatory Palestine, argued in 1922 that in the struggle between the nations, in the secret, cultural war between one nation and another, the winner is the one who ensures the improvement of the race and the biological enhancement of his offspring. 22. During the violent Arab uprising in 1929, Dr. Yaakov Zess, another physician, published an essay entitled The Hygiene of the Body and the Spirit, in which he emphasized that we, more than other nations, need racial hygiene. Dr. Yosef Meir, head of the Labor Federation's Sick Fund, who would later become the first Director General of the Israeli Ministry of Health, agreed with Zess, and stated in the 1934 Guide to Members of the Fund, "For us, eugenics in general, and preventing the transmission of hereditary diseases in particular, is of even greater value than for other nations." 23. The greatest of them all was the well-known physician and biologist Redcliffe Nathan Solomon. This British Zionist, who contributed a great deal to the Faculty of Life Sciences at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem and was a member of its Board of Trustees, was also the first to try to transpose assumptions from physical anthropology to genetics, which was then a young science with a brilliant future. An article of his entitled The Heredity of the Jews appeared in the first issue of the pioneering Journal of Genetics in 1911. Thereafter, Solomon insisted that even if the Jews were not a pure race, it posed no problem, they were still a solid biological entity. Aside from the fact that the Jew was identifiable by the shape of his skull, his features, and his bodily measurements, there was also a Jewish allele that was responsible for this distinctive physical appearance. 24. There were of course differences between the fair Ashkenazi and the swarthy Sephardi, but the reasons for them were straightforward: the latter had mixed more with their neighbors. The noticeable Ashkenazi fairness sprang from the ancient Philistines, who were absorbed by the Jewish nation in antiquity. Long-skulled European invaders became part of the Hebrew people, hence their whitish appearance. The reason the Yemenite Jews were of smaller stature and submissive character was that they are not Jews. They are black, with an elongated skull. Arab half-castes. The true Jew is the European Ashkenazi, and I support him against all the others. 25. Solomon was more of a eugenicist than a geneticist. To him, Zionism was a eugenic project designed to improve the Jewish race. The young people in Palestine seemed to him bigger and stronger. Some force has acted on them to produce anew the Philistine type in Philistia. The mysterious force was the natural selection that reinvigorated the Philistine genes in the genetic stock of the Jews. A similar process was taking place in Britain, where the Anglo-Jews, especially those who donated money to the Zionist enterprise, were acquiring an unmistakable Hittite expression. Point 26. Were it not for the tragic consequences of 20th century eugenics, and had Solomon been a marginal figure in the early days of Jewish science in the land of Israel, this text would merely make us smile. But eugenics contributed to grave ideological perversions, and as we shall see, Solomon had too many successors in the departments of life sciences in the state of the Jewish people. The broad Israeli historiography contains a good deal of apologetics excusing the presence of biology in the Zionist discourse, noting that this was a common fashion at the end of the 19th and first half of the 20th century. True, many scientific publications, as much as daily newspapers and popular weeklies, carried articles that confounded heredity and culture, blood, and national identity. The term race was frequently used by anti-Semites, but it was also used by the respectable press and in liberal and socialist circles. The Zionist thinkers and promoters who discussed theories of blood and race, the argument goes, did not really take them seriously, and certainly they could not have anticipated the horrific developments that these ideas would help bring about. But this contextual historical argument, though convenient, is far from accurate. It is true that borrowing from biology to describe historical developments was a widespread practice before the Second World War, but it must not be forgotten that the physical anthropology that classified races, and the science of blood that complemented it, was contested by scholars. The simplistic transposition of natural laws into human society and culture rang a warning bell among thinkers and scientists in various disciplines. Some of the critics even challenged directly the idea of a Jewish race, the very idea that anti-Semites and Zionists were beginning to acclaim. Two prominent illustrations, taken from two ends of the ideological spectrum of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, can illustrate the argument. In 1883 the well-known French scholar Ernest Renan was invited to address the Saint Simon Circle in Paris, which had a good number of French Israelites as members. In the 1850s and 1860s, Renan's early philological writings had contributed to the consolidation of Orientalism and scientific racialism throughout Europe. Racists of all sorts derived much encouragement from his classification of the Aryan and Semitic languages, which he padded with a fair amount of prejudice. Yet apparently the rise of racist anti-Semitism in the early 1880s worried him, leading him to entitle a lecture Judaism as Race and as Religion 27. Renan's rhetoric was still replete with such terms as race and even blood, but his historical erudition resisted the dominant verbal conventions. By dint of a short, sharp empirical analysis, he joined the outlook of the German historian Theodor Mommsen and attacked the popular views ascribing to the Jews qualities of an ancient, closed race of uniform origin. Christianity, Renan stated, was not the first religion that called on all humanity to believe in a single deity, it was Judaism that began the great campaign of religious conversion. To demonstrate his thesis, he began by surveying the wave of Judaization during the Hellenistic and Roman period, until Cassius Dio's famous assertion in the 3rd century CE that the term Jew no longer applied to people of Judean descent, see chapter 3, above. The Jews used to convert their slaves, and their synagogues were effective venues that attracted their neighbors to join them. The masses of Jewish believers in Italy, Gaul, and elsewhere were mostly local people who had converted to Judaism. Point 28. Renan went on to talk about the Adiabani kingdom, the Falashas, and the vast conversion under the Hazars. In conclusion, Renan repeated, there is no Jewish race, nor one typical Jewish appearance. At most, self-isolation, endogenous marriage and the long periods in the ghettos had produced certain Jewish types. The Jews' secluded social life had affected their behavior and even their physiognomy. Heredity and blood had nothing to do with it. This social existence and even the typical occupations had not been freely chosen by the Jews, but imposed on them in the Middle Ages. In many ways the Jews of France did not differ from the Protestants. The Jews, mainly Gauls who had been Judaized in antiquity and become an oppressed religious minority, were liberated by the French Revolution, which ended the ghettos. Thereafter, the Jews were part and parcel of the national culture of France, and the question of race had no significance whatsoever. This contribution by the leading French intellectual of his day, the Jean-Paul Sartre of the period, undoubtedly lent significant support to the liberal democratic camp, which would ultimately roll back the ethnocentric and anti-Semitic nationalist wave of the Dreyfus Affair. A similar role, in another political, national, and cultural arena, was played by Karl Koschei. This pope of the Marxism of the Second International, a methodical thinker of Czech origin, succeeded Marx and Engels at the head of Europe's socialist camp at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century. Though there were anti-Semitic elements in the organized workers' parties, the movement itself opposed racism, and Koschei was one of its leading guides in the labyrinth of ideological modernization. In 1914, on the eve of the war, he set out to tackle one of the most pressing questions on the German cultural scene. His book Judaism and Race, which appeared in English in 1926 under the title Are the Jews a Race?, sought to clarify the issue, which was becoming toxic and troubling. Point 29. Sought to define the nation on a voluntarist basis, see the chapter 1. The lecture on Judaism was translated into English and published by the American Jewish Committee as a response to German racism in Contemporary Jewish Record 6, 4, 1943, 436-48. Unlike Marx, Koschei was free of prejudice concerning Jews and Judaism, but he followed the great German thinker in his materialist view of history. Hence, though he accepted the Darwinist theories of evolution, he refused to apply them to the human sphere. All living beings adapt themselves to their environment in order to survive, he contended, but humanity also adapts its environment to suit its needs. Thus human labor creates a different kind of evolution, in which man's consciousness changes as he works, in other words, in the process of altering his environment. As Koschei saw it, many of the scientific theories in the capitalist era were used to justify the ruling class's domination and exploitation of society. The new ideas about the human races went hand in hand with colonialist expansion, and were promoted mainly to legitimize the brutal might of the great powers. Why complain if nature, rather than social history, created masters and slaves? In Germany, the racist ideology was also applied to the power relations in Europe. The descendants of the Blonde Teutons were gifted, while the Latins, heirs of the dark Celts who rose up in the French Revolution, lacked productive strength. These two races were locked in permanent struggle. But the worst and most dangerous race, according to the new racist scientists, were the Jews, a strange and alien element. Jews were easily distinguished by their appearance, the shape of the skull, the nose, the hair, the eyes. All these were distinctive features of the dangerous wandering race. But Koschei argued that significant statistics showed that there were variations in these physical features, which made it impossible to use them to identify supporters of the Mosaic religion. For example, Jews from the Caucasus were short-skulled, brachycephalic, and the Jews of North Africa and the Arab countries were long-skulled, dolichocephalic, while among European Jews the shape was average and varied. The Jews resembled in appearance the populations among whom they lived, far more than they resembled their co-religionists elsewhere. The same might be said of their physical conduct, their gestures, and their mental qualities. If certain Jewish communities had distinctive qualities, they were due to history, not biology. The economic functions to which they were diverted gave rise to a specific subculture and concomitant linguistic markers. But modernization was slowly eroding the traditional Jewish separation and was integrating Jewish believers into the new national cultures. Thus, if the arguments of anti-Semitism were scientifically worthless, so, too, were those of the Zionist ideology that complemented them with similar reasoning. Koschei had witnessed the suffering of the Jews of Eastern Europe, especially the persecutions instigated by the Tsarist regime, but as a socialist he could propose only one solution to the problem of anti-Semitism: the struggle for a new and egalitarian world, in which national problems would be resolved and the issue of race would disappear from the political agenda. In his lecture against the concept of a Jewish race, Koschei referred, inter alia, to two anthropologists, both of them Americans of Jewish background, who contested both the popular biological interpretation of human history and the racialization of the Jews. Both Franz Boas, often described as the father of American anthropology, and Maurice Fishberg, who was also a demographer, published important books in 1911. Boas's book, The Mind of Primitive Man, sought to demolish the speculative connections between racial origin and culture, and Fishberg's The Jews, a study of race and environment, used an empirical approach to show that the physical form and the origin of the Jews were not uniform on any level. 30 Boas's decisive influence on freeing American anthropology from 19th-century biological Darwinism has been much written about. No wonder that in Germany, in 1933, excited Nazi students burned copies of the German edition of his book. 31. Fishberg's book received less notice, but it helped discredit the views of anti-Jewish racists. His research was based on a morphological examination of 3,000 immigrants in New York, accompanied by original observations that drew attention to the broad range of characteristics linked to the history of the Jews. His comprehensive work ended with the conclusion that there was no basis for assuming an ethnic unity among modern Jews, nor a Jewish race, any more than one could speak of the ethnic unity of Christians or Muslims, or of a Unitarian, Presbyterian or Methodist race. The Scientific Puppet and the Racist Hunchback. Fishberg's book was never translated into Hebrew, nor did 3 other books that continued his scientific legacy attract any attention in Israel: Harry L. Shapiro's Anti-Racist The Jewish People, A Biological History, published in 1960, The Myth of the Jewish Race, a massive tome by Raphael Patai and his daughter Jennifer Patai, and The Myth of the Jewish Race, A Biologist's Point of View, by Alon Korkos. None of them was translated into Hebrew, and their theses were never discussed in Israeli arenas of culture and research. 32 It would seem that the scientific structure that Ruppin and Solomon installed in Jerusalem in the 1930s and 1940s effectively blocked the importation into Israel of anthropological and genetic literature that cast doubt on the very existence of a Jewish race nation, and might have impeded the ideological production line of the Zionist enterprise. After the Second World War, of course, the use of the terms race and blood became awkward. In 1950, a much publicized declaration by a number of senior scientists, under the aegis of UNESCO, completely rejected any connection between biology and national cultures, stating that the concept of race was a social myth rather than a scientific fact, after which serious researchers avoided the term. 33 But this general acceptance did not deter the workers in the life sciences in Israel, nor did it undermine the profound Zionist belief in the common origin of the wandering people. The Jewish race disappeared from the vocabulary of conventional research, but it was replaced by a scientific field with a respectable title, the study of the origin of the Jewish communities. Popular journalism dubbed it simply the search for the Jewish gene. The State of Israel, which had begun to import people from the Jewish communities of Europe and later imported many Jews from the Muslim world, was now confronted with the urgency of creating a new nation. As noted in previous chapters, the principal function in this cultural production was undertaken by the Hebrew intellectuals who had immigrated to Mandatory Palestine and whose early educational endeavor preceded the establishment of the state. The organic history of the Jewish people, stretching from the Bible to the Talmud, a combat force of the pre-state Jewish community, was taught throughout the state educational system. Zionist pedagogy produced generations of students who believed wholeheartedly in the ethnic uniqueness of their nation. But in the age of scientific positivism, nationalist ideology needed more substantial reification than the soft materials produced in the humanities. The biological laboratories were called upon to provide it, and at first they did so in fairly subdued manner. Nurit Kirsch, who in recent years completed her doctoral dissertation at Tel Aviv University, has investigated the early stages of genetics research in Israel. 34 Her conclusion is unambiguous: genetics, just like archaeology at the time, was a tendentious science subordinated to the national historical concept, which sought at all costs to discover a biological homogeneity among the Jews in the world. The geneticists internalized the Zionist myth and, consciously or not, attempted to adapt their findings to it. As she sees it, The main difference between the Zionist anthropologists in the pre-state period and the new scientists in Israel was that genetics became less prominent in the public arena in Israel. Research findings that, despite their ideological bias, were published in international scientific journals were hardly noticed in the Hebrew language media. This meant that their pedagogical function in the general education system was marginal. It is possible that in the 1950s and early 1960s the new and hesitant Israeli genetics served only the professional elite. But the attempt to detect a Jewish particularity in fingerprints, for example, or the search for diseases that only Jews were subject to, did not succeed. It transpired that Jews did not have fingerprints specific to ancient deicides, and that diseases found among Eastern European Jews, example Tay-Sachs, did not resemble diseases found among Iraqi or Yemenite Jews, example Favism. But the valuable biomedical and genetic information accumulated in Israeli laboratories would later achieve a more respectable status. In 1978 Oxford University Press published The Genetics of the Jews, by a team of researchers headed by Arthur E. Morant. 35 This British scholar was influenced by a much-loved mentor who belonged to a sect that believed the British people were descendants of the 10 lost tribes, hence his interest in the Jews. For much of his life, the enthusiastic Morant believed that he and all the people around him were authentic Jews. When the British forces captured Palestine, he was convinced that this signaled the beginning of salvation. Years later, he set out to discover the common biological origin of the real Jews, and adapted his genetic anthropology to the biblical story. As the Israeli geneticist Raphael Falk described it, the British scientist first fired his arrows, then drew the target around M36 to Morant and his colleagues. The marked differences between Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews notwithstanding, they all had to have a single common origin. By examining the frequency of A and B alleles in separate communities, he strove to show that the genes of Jews from different regions displayed a higher degree of uniformity than could be found when those same subjects' genes were compared to those of their non-Jewish neighbors. But if the genetic findings did not exactly support the ideological purpose, it would be necessary to search for other results. Although Morant's theory was weak and unfounded, the application of genetics to such diffuse categories as Ashkenazi and Sephardic was senseless, as they represent varieties of religious rituals. It legitimized and invigorated the search for the Jewish gene in the life sciences at Israeli universities. The passage of time since the Second World War removed the remaining inhibitions. Israel's rule since 1967 over a growing non-Jewish population intensified the urge to find an enclosing ethnobiological boundary. In 1980 an article by Bathsheba Bontamir of Tel Aviv University's School of Medicine, entitled A New Look at the Genetics of the Jews, appeared in the Israeli Science Monthly Mada, Science. The writer proudly described the originality of the fresh search for the Jewish genes, and opened the article with the statement, in the 1970s many new studies were published in the field of the genetic anthropology of the Jews, studies dealing with such subjects as what is the origin of the Jewish people, and is there a Jewish race. 37. Before the 1970s, she asserted, the studies were biased because of the anti-racist motivations that lay behind them. They set out to emphasize the genetic differences between Jewish communities. The new studies, however, based on tremendous developments in the field, highlighted the basic genetic similarities among the various communities, and the small proportion of alien genes in the genetic stock characteristic of Jews. One of the prominent findings shows the genetic kinship between the Jews of North Africa, Iraq, and the Ashkenazis. In most cases they form a single block, whereas the non-Jews, Arabs, Armenians, Samaritans, and Europeans, were significantly remote from them. 38 The scientist hastened to point out that she had not set out to isolate a Jewish race. On the contrary, she had intended to use blood groups to reveal the heterogeneity of Jewish characteristics, but was quite astonished by the new findings. These corroborated the literature about the dispersal and wanderings of the Jews from ancient times to the present. At last, biology confirmed history. The Zionist idea of the Jewish nation race materialized as a solid life science, and a new discipline was born, Jewish genetics. What could be more convincing than publication in respected journals in the Anglo-Saxon world? The gates of Western canonical science, mainly in the United States, opened to the industrious Israeli researchers, who regularly blended historical mythologies and sociological assumptions with dubious and scanty genetic findings. Despite the limited resources available in Israel for academic research, it became a world leader in the investigation of the origins of populations. In 1981, Israel hosted the 6th International Conference on Human Heredity, with Professor Bontemir acting as its secretary. From that time on, Israeli researchers received generous funds from government and private foundations, and the scientific results soon followed. Over the next 20 years, interest in Jewish genetics spread to the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, the Weizmann Institute in Rehovot, and the Technion in Haifa. No less significant was that, in contrast to the cautious 1950s, the findings were now trumpeted in the public arena. Toward the end of the 20th century, the average Israeli knew that he or she belonged to a definite genetic group of fairly homogeneous ancient origin. In November 2000, the Israeli daily Haaretz published an illuminating report about the research of Professor Ariella Oppenheim and her colleagues at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. The actual findings were published that month in Human Genetics, a scientific periodical published by Springer Verlag in Germany. 39 The reason for the media interest was the discovery made by the team of a remarkable closeness between certain mutations in the Y chromosome of Jews, both Ashkenazi and Sephardic, and those of the Israeli Arabs and the Palestinians. The conclusion reached was that 2/3 of the Palestinians and roughly the same proportion of Jews shared 3 male ancestors 8,000 years ago. In actual fact, the expanded scientific paper showed a somewhat more complex, and much more confusing, picture. Those mutations in the Y chromosome also indicated that the Jews resembled the Lebanese Arabs more than the Czechs, but the Ashkenazis, as opposed to the Sephardics, were relatively closer to the Welsh than to the Arabs. The study had been written and edited during the period of the Oslo Accords, before the outbreak of the Second Intifada. Unfortunately, by the time it appeared in print, the uprising had already broken out. The genetic data showing that Jews and Palestinians had some ancient ancestors in common did not cause the conflict to be described as an internecine war, but it did indirectly reinforce the assumption, which had struck root some time earlier, that the origin of all the Jews lay unquestionably in the Near East. The rigor of those investigating Jewish DNA in Israel was demonstrated by the sequel to the team's biological adventure. A little over a year after the first important discovery, the inside pages of Haaretz carried a sensational new scoop. It transpired that the genetic resemblance between the Jews and the Palestinians, discovered by the previous research, did not exist. The scientists admitted that their earlier experiment had not been sufficiently grounded and detailed, and that its conclusions had been hasty. In fact, the Jews, or, at any rate, the male ones, were related not to the neighboring Palestinians but rather to the distant Kurds. The new paper, published first by the American Society of Human Genetics, showed that the sly Y chromosome had fooled its inexperienced investigators. 40 But never fear, the updated genetic picture still indicated that the Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews were related, only now they did not resemble the local Arabs, but rather the Armenians, Turks, and chiefly, as noted, the Kurds. Needless to say, it is not suggested that the raging Intifada had indirectly advanced the science of genetics in Israel, yet from then on the blood brothers were once more apart and alien. The scientific correspondent of Haaretz, who was positive that the Jews were the descendants of the ancient Hebrews, at once approached historians of antiquity to explain this disturbing discovery of a strange origin. Several respected professors were unable to help. They had no information about an ancient migration from the northern Fertile Crescent to the area of Canaan. The patriarch Abraham famously made Aliyah from southern Iraq. Was it possible that the finding corroborated the thesis that the Jews descended from the Hazars, rather than from the seed of the venerable Abraham? Speaking by telephone from Stanford University in the United States, the respected scientist Professor Mark Feldman assured the correspondent that there was no need to reach such an extreme conclusion. The particular mutation in the Y chromosome of the Kurds, Armenians, and Jews was also found in other peoples in the region of the Fertile Crescent, not necessarily in the Hazars, people forgotten by God and history. Barely a year later, Haaretz came up with a new report. It was now quite certain that the Jewish males originated in the Near East, but with respect to Jewish women the investigation had run into an awkward difficulty. 41 A new scientific study that investigated the mitochondrial DNA, which is inherited only from the mother, in 9 Jewish communities discovered that the origin of the supposedly kosher Jewish women did not lie in the Near East at all. This worrisome finding showed that each community had a small number of founding mothers, but they were not interconnected at all. The uncomfortable explanation was that Jewish men had come from the Near East unattached and were forced to take local wives, whom they undoubtedly converted to Judaism in the proper manner. This last dubious revelation worried those rooting for the Jewish gene, and a doctoral dissertation apparently began to be written at the Haifa Technion, concluding that in spite of the ancient mother's scandalous disrespect for Jewish uniqueness, some 40% of all the Ashkenazis in the world descend from 4 matriarchs, as in the Bible. Haaretz, as always, reported the discovery faithfully and extensively. Ma'ariv, a more popular daily, added that those ancient grandmothers were born about 1,500 years ago in Eretz Israel, from whence their families migrated to Italy, later to the Rhine and the Champagne regions. 42. A summary of this reassuring dissertation by Doron Beer about Ashkenazi mitochondrial DNA was published in the American Journal of Human Genetics. 43 Its supervisor was Karl Skorecki, a veteran researcher in Jewish genetics. This Orthodox professor, who came to the Technions Medical School from the University of Toronto, had earlier attracted attention when he discovered the amazing seal of priesthood. Skorecki himself is of course also a Cohen, and an incident at his synagogue in Canada in the 1990s prompted him to investigate his aristocratic origin. Fortunately, he was invited by Rabbi Yaakov Kleiman, who as well as being a Cohen himself, was also the director of the Center of Kohanim in Jerusalem, to investigate the origin of all those named Cohen in our time. 44 The Center of Kohanim is an institution that is preparing for the construction of the Third Temple in Jerusalem. For this purpose, it trains the future priests who would serve in the temple when the Al-Aqsa Mosque is demolished and the Jewish temple rises in its place. The center must have been well endowed financially to be able to fund the wished-for research. This story might seem esoteric and fantastic, but given the ethnic realities of the late 20th century, it grew into a solid science that attracted unusual attention and created a large following in Israel and the Jewish world. The Kohanim, the ancient blood aristocracy descended from Aaron, the brother of Moses, became unexpectedly popular in the age of molecular genetics. Sections of the genome called haplotypes, defined as a group of alleles of different genes on a single chromosome that are linked closely enough to be inherited, usually as a unit, were supposedly found to be distinctive among more than 50% of the men surnamed Cohen. Scientists from Britain, Italy, and Israel participated in Skorecki's investigation, and its findings were published in the prestigious British journal Nature. 45 It proved beyond question that the Jewish priesthood was indeed founded by a common ancestor 33 centuries ago. The Israeli press hastened to publish the discovery, to great genetic joy. The amusing aspect of this story is that the priestly gene could just as easily be a non-Jewish gene. Judaism is inherited from the mother, so it would not be far-fetched to assume that since the 19th century a good many non-believing Kohanim have married Gentile women, although the Halakha forbids them to do so. These men may well have fathered non-Jewish offspring, who, according to Skorecki's research, would bear the genetic seal of the Kohanim. But Jewish scientists are not expected to consider minor details, especially as God is no longer involved in this era of enlightened rationalism. Pure Jewish science has replaced the ancient Jewish faith, with its burden of prejudices. While the media celebrated the discovery and overlooked the potential contradiction in the thesis of the Jewish priestly gene, nobody asked why a costly biological investigation was devoted to the search for a hereditary religious caste. Similarly, no newspaper bothered to publish the findings of Professor Uzi Rit, of the Department of Genetics at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, who had examined those same priestly haplotypes on the Y chromosome and found nothing distinctive about them. 46. Once again, the public's veneration of the hard sciences paid off. Laymen have no reason to doubt the truth of information derived from what is perceived to be a precise science. Like the field of physical anthropology in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, which released dubious scientific discoveries to the race-hungry public, the science of molecular genetics at the end of the 20th and beginning of the 21st century feeds fragmentary findings and half-truths to the identity-seeking media. Yet so far, no research had found unique and unifying characteristics of Jewish heredity based on a random sampling of genetic material whose ethnic origin is not known in advance. By and large, what little is known about the methods of selecting test subjects seems very questionable. Moreover, the hasty findings are all too often constructed and supported by historical rhetoric unconnected to the research laboratories. The bottom line is that, after all the costly scientific endeavors, a Jewish individual cannot be defined by any biological criteria whatsoever. This is not to preclude the potential contribution of genetic anthropology in uncovering important aspects of human history, and importantly in the fight against disease. Most probably, the investigation of DNA, a relatively young science, has a brilliant future. But in a state in which the law prevents marriage between a Jew and a non-Jew, we should be very wary about research that seeks genetic markers common to the chosen people. Like similar investigations carried out by Macedonian racists, Lebanese Falangist, Lapps in northern Scandinavia, and so on, 47 such Jewish-Israeli research cannot be entirely free from crude and dangerous racism. In 1940 the philosopher Walter Benjamin told a story about a famous chess-playing automaton, known as the Turk, that used to astonish audiences with its clever moves. Underneath the table hid a hunchbacked dwarf who actually played the game. In Benjamin's analogy, the automaton represented materialistic thinking, and the hidden dwarf theology, meaning that in the age of modern rationalism, religious faith had to stay hidden. 48. This image may be applied to the culture of biological science in Israel, and the public arena that it periodically furnishes with novelties. The genetic robot appears to be making the moves on the chessboard, while the little hunchback the traditional idea of race is obliged to hide because of the politically correct world discourse, yet continues to dupe and conduct the thrilling chromosome show. In a state that defines itself as Jewish yet does not present distinguishing cultural markers that might define a worldwide secular Jewish existence except for some depleted, secularized remnants of religious folklore, the collective identity needs a misty, promising image of an ancient biological common origin. Behind every act in Israel's identity politics stretches, like a long black shadow, the idea of an eternal people and race. Founding an ethno-state. In 1947 the UN General Assembly resolved by a majority vote to establish a Jewish state and an Arab state in the territory that had previously been known as Palestine/Eretz Israel. 49 At that time, many thousands of displaced Jewish persons were wandering in Europe, and the small community that had been created by the Zionist settlement enterprise was supposed to take them in. The United States, which before 1924 had taken in many of the Yiddish Jews, now refused to open its gates to the broken remnants of the great Nazi massacre. So did the other rich countries. In the end, it was easier for these countries to solve the troublesome Jewish problem by offering a faraway land that was not theirs. The governments that voted for the resolution did not concern themselves with the precise meaning of the term Jew, and did not imagine what it would come to mean as the new state consolidated. At the time, the Zionist elite, which had aspired and struggled to achieve a Jewish sovereignty, would have been unable to define clearly who was a Jew and who a Gentile. Physical anthropology and, later, imported molecular genetics also failed to come up with a scientific yardstick by which to determine the origin of an individual Jew. Let us not forget that the Nazis themselves, despite their biological race doctrine, the jewel in their ideological crown, had been unable to do this, and so they ended up having to categorize Jews on the basis of bureaucratic documentation. The first important mission to be undertaken by the new state was the removal, as best it could, of those who definitely did not regard themselves as Jews. The Arab states' stubborn refusal to accept the UN's partition resolution of 1947, and their joint assault on the young Jewish state, actually helped it to consolidate. Of the approximately 900,000 Palestinians who should have remained in Israel and the additional territories it had seized in its military victory, some 730,000 fled or were expelled, more than the total number of Jews in the country at that time, 630,000. 50 More significant for the country's future was the ideological principle that it was the historical patrimony of the Jewish people, so that the state could without compunction refuse to allow the hundreds of thousands of refugees to return to their homes and fields when the fighting was over. This partial cleansing did not entirely solve the identity problems in the new state. About 170,000 Arabs remained within its boundaries, and many of the displaced people who arrived from Europe brought their non-Jewish spouses. The 1947 UN resolution had clearly stated that the minorities remaining in both of the new states should have civil rights, and made this a condition of admitting them to the organization. Israel therefore had to grant citizenship to the Palestinians who remained. It expropriated more than half their land, and kept them under military government and harsh restrictions until 1966, but legally they were Israeli citizens. 51. The Proclamation of Independence, the State of Israel's founding charter, reflected this ambivalence. On the one hand, it met the UN requirements regarding the state's democratic character. It promised complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants irrespective of religion, race, or sex, and freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. On the other hand, it would embody the Zionist vision of its founders to implement the right of the Jewish people to national rebirth in its own country through the establishment of a Jewish state in Eretz Israel. How was this ambivalent? The following pages will try to answer this question. Every large human group that thinks of itself as a people, even if it never was one and its past is entirely imaginary, has the right to national self-determination. Indeed, struggles for political independence have created more nations than nations have fought national struggles. It is well known that any attempt to deny a human group its self-determination only intensifies its demand for sovereignty and enhances its collective identity. This does not, of course, give a particular group that sees itself as a people the right to dispossess another group of its land in order to achieve its self-determination. But that is precisely what happened in Mandatory Palestine in the first half of the 20th century. In 1880 there were in Palestine 25,000 Jews and 300,000 Arabs, and in 1947 there were still just 650,000 Jews and 1.3 million Palestinians. Nevertheless, the project of Zionist settlement that took in the persecuted and excluded Jews and that then became independent Israel could have devised its constitutional foundations so that in time they would become genuinely democratic. This would have meant applying the principle of equality to all its citizens, rather than to its Jews alone. In the first chapter of this book I argued that not only is there no inherent contradiction between nationalism and democracy, but that in fact they complement each other. So far, there has been no modern democracy that is, a state of which the sovereign is the citizenry without there being some national or multinational framework that contains and expresses this sovereignty. The strength of the national identity derives from the consciousness that all the state's citizens are equal. It would not be wrong to say that the terms democracy and national identity usually overlap, encompassing the same historical process. The choice of the new state's name, and the ensuing debate around it, offer a glimpse into the camera obscura of Jewish rebirth. The ancient kingdom of Israel under the Omride dynasty did not, in the religious tradition, have a good reputation, and so there was some searching of the heart in regard to calling the state Israel. There were also supporters for a state of Judea, to be a direct successor to the house of David and the Hasmonean kingdom, and for a state of Zion, in honor of the movement that conceived it. But if the state were named Judea, then all its citizens would be called Judeans, meaning Jews, and if it were named Zion, its citizens would be called Zionists. The former would have infringed on the identity of Jewish believers throughout the world, and the Arab citizens would have become Jewish citizens with full civil rights, as Berborikov and the young Ben-Gurion had hoped long before. In the latter case, the world Zionist movement would probably have had to disband after independence, and the Arab citizens would have been classified as Zionists. There was no choice but to call the new state Israel. Ever since then, all its citizens, Jews and non-Jews alike, have been called Israelis. As we shall see, the state would not be content with the Jewish hegemony expressed by the name Israel, by its flag, its anthem, and its state emblems. Because of its ethnocentric nationalist character, it would refuse to belong, formally and effectively, to all its citizens. It had been created expressly for the Jewish people, and although a major part of this ethnos has failed to implement its right to self-determination within its borders, the state has always insisted that it belongs to this ethnos. What is the Jewish ethnos? We have surveyed Jewry's possible historical origins and, beginning in the second half of the 19th century, the essentialist construction of a people out of the vestiges and memories of this variegated Jewry. But who would be included among the authorized proprietors of the Jewish state that was being re-established after 2,000 years in Israel's exclusive land? Would it be anyone who saw himself or herself as a Jew? Or any person who became an Israeli citizen? This complex issue would become one of the main pivots on which identity politics in Israel would revolve. To understand this development, we must go back to the eve of the proclamation of independence. In 1947 it had already been decided that Jews would not be able to marry non-Jews in the new state. The official reason for this civil segregation in a society that was predominantly secular was the unwillingness to create a secular religious split. In the famous status quo letter that David Ben-Gurion, as head of the Jewish Agency, co-signed with leaders of the religious bloc, he undertook, inter alia, to leave the laws of personal status in the new state in the hands of the rabbinate. 52 For reasons of his own, he also supported the religious camp's firm opposition to a written constitution. Ben-Gurion was an experienced politician, skilled at getting what he wanted. In 1953 the political promise to bar civil marriage in Israel was given a legal basis. The law defining the legal status of the rabbinical courts determined that they would have exclusive jurisdiction over marriage and divorce of Jews in Israel. By this means, the dominant socialist Zionism harnessed the principles of the traditional rabbinate as an alibi for its fearful imaginary that wasterified of assimilation and mixed marriage. 53. This was the first demonstration of the state's cynical exploitation of the Jewish religion to accomplish the aims of Zionism. Many scholars who have studied the relations between religion and state in Israel have described them as Jewish nationalism submitting helplessly to the pressures applied by a powerful rabbinical camp and its burdensome theocratic tradition. 54 It is true there were tensions, misunderstandings and clashes between secular and religious sectors in the Zionist movement and later in the State of Israel. But a close examination reveals that nationalism needed the religious pressure, and often invited it in order to carry out its agenda. The late Professor Yeshayahu Leibowitz was more perceptive than most when he described Israel as a secular state in religious cohabitation. Given the great difficulty of defining a secular Jewish identity, and the highly uncertain boundaries of this impossible entity, it had no choice but to submit to the rabbinical tradition. 55. It must be stated, however, that a secular Israeli culture soon began to emerge, and surprisingly fast. Although some of its features such as festivals, holidays, and symbols derived from Jewish sources, this culture could not serve as a common foundation for the worldwide Jewish people. With its distinctive elements from language, music, and food to literature, the arts and cinema, the new culture began to demarcate a new society, quite different from what those who are known as Jews and their children experience in London, Paris, New York, and Moscow. Members of the Jewish people around the world do not speak, read, or write in Hebrew, are not imprinted by Israel's urban or rural landscapes, do not experience the divisions, tragedies, and joys of Israeli society, don't even know how to cheer their football teams, don't grumble about the country's income tax, and don't eulogize the party leaders, who invariably let down the people of Israel. Consequently, the attitude that emerged in Zionist ideology toward the young Israeli culture was equivocal. Here was an adored infant who was not entirely legitimate, a bastard child to be cherished without looking closely at its distinctive features, which were fascinating but unprecedented in history and tradition. These modern features, which both derived from tradition and rejected it, which included elements of identity taken from both East and West and also erased them, formed a new and unfamiliar symbiosis. This secular culture is hard to define as entirely Jewish, for three main reasons. 1. The discrepancy between it and all the Jewish religious cultures, past and present, is too conspicuous. 2. The Jews of the world are not familiar with it and have no share in its rich variety and evolution. 3. Non-Jews in the State of Israel, whether Palestino-Israelis, Russian immigrants, or even foreign workers residing in it, know its nuances far better than Jews elsewhere in the world, and increasingly experience it, even while preserving their own distinctions. Zionist thinking has always been careful not to call the new Israeli society a people, much less a nation. Just as in the past it refused, in contrast to the popular Bund Party, to define the large Yiddish population as a distinctive Eastern European people, it has refused to acknowledge the Jewish Israeli entity, which manifests the attributes of a people, or even a nation, by any criterion: language, mass culture, territory, economy, sovereignty, and so on. The specific historical character of this new people has been denied time and again by its founders and shapers. It is perceived by Zionism, as it is by Arab nationalism, as neither a people nor a nation, but as those segments of world Jewry that intend to make Aliyah to, or invade, Eretz Israel, or Palestine. But the main unifying basis for international Jewry, apart from the painful memory of the Holocaust which unfortunately grants anti-Semitism a permanent, if indirect, say in defining the Jew, remains the old, depleted religious culture, with the genetic demon slithering quietly behind. There has never been a secular Jewish culture common to all the Jews in the world, and the well-known argument of Rabbi Yeshayahu Karelitz that the secular Jewish cart is empty was and remains correct. But in his traditionalist naivete, the great rabbinical scholar expected the empty secular cart to make way for the loaded religious cart. He failed to see that modern nationalism had cleverly succeeded in lightening the payload of the heavy cart and diverting it to its own destination. As in such countries as Poland, Greece, and Ireland before the Second World War, or even today's Estonia and Sri Lanka, the Zionist identity contains a very distinctive blend of ethnocentric nationalism with traditional religion, where the religion becomes an instrument serving the leaders of the imaginary ethnos. Leah Greenfeld described these particular types of problematic nationalism as follows. Religion being no longer the expression of the revealed truth and interpersonal conviction, but an outward sign and symbol of their collective distinctness. What is of greater moment is that, when valued chiefly for this external and mundane function, religion becomes an ethnic characteristic, an ascriptive, unalterable attribute of a collectivity, and, as such, a reflection of necessity, rather than personal responsibility and choice, that is to say, in the final analysis, a reflection of race. 56. In later years, when the socialist ethos and myth of secular Zionism sank under the financial impact of the free market, far more layers of religious paint would be needed to decorate the fictitious ethnos. But even then, toward the end of the 20th century, Israel would not become a more theocratic state. While the religious elements in the dynamics of Israeli politics have been growing stronger, so has the modernization of these very elements. They become progressively more nationalistic and hence much more racist. The lack of separation between the rabbinate and the state never reflected the real strength of the faith, whose authentic religious impulse has in fact waned over the years. The absence of separation has been a direct product of the endemic weakness of the insecure nationalism, which was forced to borrow the bulk of its imagery and symbols from the traditional religion and its texts, thereby becoming its hostage. Just as Israel was unable to decide on its territorial borders, it did not manage to draw the boundaries of its national identity. From the start it hesitated to define the membership of the Jewish ethnos. To begin with, the state appeared to accept an open definition that a Jew was any person who saw himself or herself as a Jew. In the first census, held on November 8, 1948, residents were asked to fill out a questionnaire in which they stated their nationality and religion, and these were what served as the basis for civil registration. In this way the young state managed quietly to Judaize many spouses who were not Jews. In 1950, newborn children were registered on a separate page without reference to nationality and religion, but there were two such forms, one in Hebrew and one in Arabic, and whoever filled out a Hebrew form was assumed to be a Jew. 57. Also in 1950, Israel's parliament, the Knesset, passed the law of return. This was the first basic law that gave legal force to what the Proclamation of Independence had declared. This law declared, every Jew has the right to come to this country as an holy immigrant unless he, 1. is engaged in an activity directed against the Jewish people, or, 2. is likely to endanger public health or the security of the state. Then in 1952 came the law that granted automatic citizenship on the basis of the law of return. 58. Beginning in the late 1940s, the world rightly viewed Israel as a refuge for the persecuted and the displaced. The systematic massacre of the Jews of Europe and the total destruction of the Yiddish-speaking people drew widespread public sympathy for the creation of a state that would be a safe haven for the remnant. In the 1950s, provoked by the Israeli-Arab conflict but also by the rise of authoritarian Arab nationalism, semi-religious and not especially tolerant, hundreds of thousands of Arab Jews were driven from their homelands. Not all were able to reach Europe or Canada, some went to Israel, whether or not they wished to go there. The state was gratified and even sought to attract them, though it viewed with unease and contempt the diverse Arab cultures they brought with their scanty belongings. 59 The law that granted the right of immigration to every Jewish refugee who was subject to persecution on account of faith or origin was quite legitimate in these circumstances. Even today such a law would not conflict with the basic principles in any liberal democracy, when many of the citizens feel kinship and a common historical destiny with people close to them who suffer discrimination in other countries. Yet the law of return was not a statute designed to make Israel a safe haven for those who were persecuted in the past, present or future because people hated them as Jews. Had the framers of this law wished to do so, they could have placed it on a platform of humanist principle, linking the privilege of asylum to the existence and threat of anti-Semitism. But the law of return and the associated law of citizenship were direct products of an ethnic nationalist worldview, designed to provide a legal basis for the concept that the State of Israel belongs to the Jews of the world. As Ben-Gurion declared at the start of the parliamentary debate on the law of return, this is not a Jewish state only because most of its inhabitants are Jews. It is a state for the Jews wherever they may be, and for any Jew who wishes to be here. 60. Anyone who was included in the Jewish people, including such notables as Pierre Mendès France, the French Prime Minister in the early 1950s. Bruno Kreisky, the Austrian Chancellor in the 1970s, Henry Kissinger, the U.S. Secretary of State at that time, or Joe Lieberman, the Democratic candidate for Vice President of the United States in 2000, was a potential citizen of the Jewish state, and their right to settle there was guaranteed by the law of return. A member of the Jewish nation might be a full citizen with equal rights in some liberal national democracy, might even be the holder of an elected position in it, but Zionist principle held that such a person was destined, or even obliged, to migrate to Israel and become its citizen. Moreover, immigrants could leave Israel immediately after arrival, yet keep their Israeli citizenship for the rest of their lives. This privilege, which was not extended even to close family members of non-Jewish Israeli citizens, should have included a clear definition of who was truly qualified to enjoy it. But neither the law of return nor the law of citizenship, which ensured the continued official status of the Zionist Federation and the Jewish National Fund in Israel, further consolidating Israel as the state of world Jewry, includes such a definition. The question hardly came up during the first decade of the state's existence. The society that was taking shape and tripling its population was engaged in creating a common cultural foundation for the masses of immigrants, and the really urgent question was, how does one become an Israeli? The political failure and the forced withdrawal from the Sinai Peninsula in 1956 cooled the overheated atmosphere that prevailed after the military victory in the Suez War. In March 1958, during this calmer period in the national mood, Minister of the Interior Israel Bar Yehuda, a faithful representative of the Zionist left, as a leader of Adat Hayavada, instructed his office that a person declaring sincerely that he is a Jew will be registered as a Jew, and no further proof will be required. 61 The representatives of the national religious camp were predictably furious. The astute Prime Minister Ben-Gurion, knowing full well that it would be impossible in an immigrant state to determine on a purely voluntary basis who was a Jew, soon overturned the secular gesture of his Minister of the Interior, and ambiguous order was restored. The Ministry of the Interior was then handed to the Orthodox camp, which went back to registering people as Jews on the basis of their mother's identity. The nature of Jewish nationalism, enshrined in the laws of the state, was cast into sharp focus 4 years later. In 1962 Shmuel Oswald Rufeson, known as Brother Daniel, petitioned the High Court of Justice, the Supreme Court, to instruct the state to recognize him as a Jew by nationality. Rufeson was born to a Jewish family in Poland in 1922, and as a teenager joined a Zionist youth movement. He fought as a partisan against the Nazi occupation and saved the lives of many Jews. At some point he hid in a monastery, where he converted to Christianity. After the war he studied for the priesthood, and in order to go to Israel he became a Carmelite monk. 62 In 1958 he went to Israel because he wished to take part in the Jewish destiny and still saw himself as a Zionist. Having given up his Polish citizenship, he applied to become an Israeli citizen on the basis of the law of return, arguing that although he was a Catholic by religion, he was still a Jew by nationality. When his application was rejected by the Ministry of the Interior, he petitioned the High Court of Justice. By a 4-1 decision, the court rejected his petition to be given Israeli citizenship on the basis of the law of return. He was, however, granted an Israeli identity card, which stated, nationality, not clear. 63. Ultimately, Brother Daniel's betrayal of Judaism by joining the religion of the Nazarene overcame the deterministic biological imaginary. It was categorically decided that there was no Jewish nationality without its religious shell. Ethnocentric Zionism needed the halakhic precepts as its principal criteria, and the secular judges understood this national historical necessity very well. Another effect that this decision had on the concept of identity in Israel was to deny the right of the individual to declare himself a Jew. Now, only the sovereign judicial authority could determine the nationality of a citizen living in his own country. 64. Another important test case for the definition of a Jew took place toward the end of the decade. In 1968 Major Binyamin Shalit petitioned the High Court of Justice to order the Minister of the Interior to register his 2 sons as Jews. Unlike Brother Daniel, the mother of these boys was not a born Jew but a Scottish Gentile. Shalit, a well-regarded officer in Israel's victorious army, argued that his sons were growing up as Jews and wished to be considered full citizens in the state of the Jewish people. By what seemed a miracle, 5 of the 9 judges who heard the petition decided that the boys were Jewish by nationality, if not by religion. But this exceptional decision shook the entire political structure. This was after the Six-Day War of 1967, when Israel had captured a large non-Jewish population, and the opposition to mingling with Gentiles had actually grown more rigid. In 1970, under pressure from the religious camp, the law of return was amended to include, finally, a full and exact definition of who is an authentic member of the people of Israel. A Jew is one who was born to a Jewish mother, or converted to Judaism and does not belong to another religion. After 22 years of hesitation and questioning, the instrumental link between the rabbinical religion and the essentialist nationalism was now well and truly welded. Needless to say, many secular supporters of nationalism would have preferred more flexible or scientific criteria by which to define Jews, for example, accepting cases where the father was a Jew, or finding some genetic marker to reveal a person's Jewishness. But in the absence of looser criteria or a reliable scientific one, the Jewish Israeli majority resigned itself to the halakhic verdict. To them, the rigid tradition was preferable to a serious blurring of the Jewish distinction and to turning Israel into a mere liberal democracy belonging to all its citizens. Not all Israelis, of course, accepted the strict definition of their Jewishness. After the amendment to the law of return, One person petitioned to change the nationality stated on his identity card from Jewish to Israeli. George Raphael Tamarin was a lecturer in education at Tel Aviv University. He had come to Israel from Yugoslavia in 1949, and declared himself to be a Jew. In the early 1970s he applied to have his nationality changed from Jewish to Israeli for two reasons: one, that the new criterion for defining a Jew had become, in his opinion, a racial religious one, and two, that the establishment of the State of Israel had created an Israeli nationality, to which he felt he belonged. His petition was rejected by a unanimous vote. The judges decided that he had to remain a Jew by nationality, as an Israeli nationality did not exist. 65. Curiously, the President of the Supreme Court, Justice Shimon Agranat, Israel Prize Laureate, did not simply base his decision on the proclamation of independence. He also proceeded to explain why there was a Jewish nation but absolutely not an Israeli one. Agranat's conceptualization of nationhood and nationality was inconsistent, as it rested entirely on subjective aspects yet refused to allow individual choice, and it reflected the dominant ideology in Israel. He cited as proof of the existence of a Jewish nation the emotion and tears of the Israeli paratroopers who captured the Western Wall, thus showing himself influenced more by journalistic stories than by books of history and political philosophy, though this did not prevent him from flaunting his scholarship throughout the written decision. Despite the narrow definition of the Jew in the law of return, the state's pragmatic needs were too strong to exclude other white immigrants. Following a wave of anti-Semitism in Poland in 1968, many of the families who emigrated from there had one non-Jewish partner. In the second half of the 20th century, both in the Soviet Union and the Communist bloc and in the liberal democratic countries, there were numerous mixed marriages, which promoted assimilation in the various national cultures. This phenomenon led Golda Meir, Israel's truculent prime minister, to declare that a Jew who married a Gentile was in effect joining the 6 million victims of the Nazis. This grave situation forced the lawmakers to balance the narrow definition of the Jew by widening significantly the right of Aliyah immigration to Israel. Clause 4a was added to the law of return. Dubbed the Grandchild Clause, it enabled not only Jews but also their non-Jewish children, grandchildren, and spouses to immigrate to Israel. It was enough for one grandparent to qualify as a Jew for the offspring to become citizens of Israel. This important clause would later open the door to the huge influx of immigrants that began in the early 1990s, with the fall of communism. This immigration, which had no ideological dimension, Israel had begun in the 1980s to urge the United States not to accept Soviet Jewish refugees, meant that more than 30% of the newcomers could not be registered as Jews on their identity cards. While nearly 300,000 new immigrants were not classified as members of the Jewish people, an assimilatory time bomb, as the Israeli press described it, this did not prevent the continued intensification of ethnocentric identity, an intensification that had begun in the late 1970s. Paradoxically, the rise of the Likud Party, led by Menahem Begin, strengthened two processes that had been evident in Israel's political culture for some time: liberalization and ethnicization. The decline of Zionist socialism, whose Eastern European origins had not been especially tolerant or pluralistic, and the coming to power of a popular right-wing party, disliked by most Israeli intellectuals, gave greater legitimacy to political and cultural confrontation. Israel became accustomed to periodic power changes, such as it had not known during the first 30 years of its existence. The tradition of protest and criticism also changed. The first war in Lebanon showed that it was possible to attack the government even while battles raged, and yet not to be denounced as a traitor. At the same time, the gradual shrinking of the socialist Zionist welfare state and the rise of economic neoliberalism loosened somewhat the constraints of the state super-identity. When the omnipotent national state became a limited liability institution, alternative sub-identities, especially ethnic and communal ones, grew stronger. This was a global process, not confined to Israel, and will be discussed further. Though Israeli culture continued to develop and flourish during the first 20 years of power over the territories seized in 1967, 2 decades that passed fairly quietly, prospects for the consolidation of an Israeli civil identity were weakened. The policy of massive settlement in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip was conducted in an undisguisedly apartheid manner while encouraging its citizens to settle in the occupied territories. Israel did not legally annex most of them, so as to avoid being responsible for the local inhabitants. This led to the creation of a state-subsidized master's democracy in the new spaces, reinforcing a lordly ethnocentric consciousness even in Israel's relatively democratic circles. Another factor that heightened the exclusionary essentialist tendency in the Jewish population, especially in its tradition-minded and socio-economically weaker sectors, was the eruption into the public arena and audiovisual media of Palestino-Israeli figures of a new kind, who dared to claim their right to an equal share in the joint homeland. Fear of losing the Zionist privileges that had been granted because of the Jewish nature of the state exacerbated a selfish ethnic exclusivity among the masses, especially the Eastern Jews or Russian Jews, who had not been sufficiently acculturated by Israel and hence were economically under-rewarded. These groups felt especially threatened by the growing demands for equality coming from representatives of the Arab population. Jewish and democratic in oxymoron? The liberalization and ethnicization of the 1980s gave rise, among other developments, to a new Arab Jewish party more radical in its criticism than the traditional Communist Party, which had previously represented the Arab protest, and far more challenging in its attitude to the identity politics of the State of Israel. The Progressive List for Peace, led by Mohammed Miari, expressed a different kind of criticism about the character of the State of Israel, including calls for its de-Zionization. This was just the start. When elections for the Knesset approached, the Parliamentary Elections Committee disqualified the new party, as well as the far-right party led by Rabbi Meir Kahane. The Supreme Court, which was becoming the stronghold of Israeli liberalism, overruled the disqualification, and both lists were allowed to run. Unlike earlier Palestino-Israeli movements, such as Al-Ard in the 1960s and Sons of the Village in the 1970s, the Progressive List, with retired Major General Matityahu Peled as the number 2 on its list, won 2 seats in the 120-seat House in 1984. The new Knesset reacted to this modest achievement in 1985 by passing, by a large majority and with no opposition, a new amendment to the Basic Law. The Knesset. 66 Clause 7 stated that a party would not be allowed to run for the Israel parliament if its platform included one of the following: 1. Negation of the existence of the State of Israel as the state of the Jewish people, 2. Negation of the democratic character of the state, 3. Incitement to racism. Despite the new law, again thanks to the intervention of the Supreme Court, the Progressive List for Peace was able to run. Subsequently, more Arab parties appeared that, without defying the law, kept challenging the Israeli public with questions about the nature of the state. A whole generation of Palestinian intellectuals too young to have experienced the Nakba and the military government, and who had undergone Israelization by adopting Hebrew culture in addition to their own Arab culture, began to voice with growing confidence their dissatisfaction with the political state of affairs. They pointed out that the state of Israel into which they had been born, in which they constituted 1/5 of the population, and of which they were formally full citizens, insisted that it was not their state but belonged to a different people, most of whom remained overseas. An outstanding early figure in this protest against Jewish exclusivity was the writer and translator Anton Shamus. A gifted bilingual intellectual and the author of the novel Arabesques, which deals with his divided national identity, he issued a challenge to Israeli society: let us all be multicultural Israelis, and create a common national identity that will not erase our identities of origin but aim for an Israeli symbiosis between the Jewish and Arab citizens of the state. 67 AB Yehoshua, one of Israel's leading writers and a typical representative of the Zionist left, rejected the proposal with characteristic self-assurance: Israel must remain the state of the dispersed Jewish people, and must not become the state of all its citizens. The law of return is the moral basis of Zionism, he argued, and the dangerous proposal to create a dual identity in the Jewish state should be rejected. The established author was horrified by the very idea of becoming a Jewish Israeli, analogous to the defective Jewish Americans. He wanted to be a non-hyphenated whole Jew, and if this displeased a new Israeli like Anton Shamus, he should pack his belongings and move to the future national Palestinian state. 68. This was perhaps the last time that a well-known Palestino-Israeli intellectual proposed a joint cultural life in a pluralistic but egalitarian liberal democracy. The negative response of the Israeli Zionist left, as well as the intifada that erupted at the end of 1987, made such proposals even rarer. While Israeli Palestinians expressed solidarity with the national liberation struggle of the Palestinians in the occupied territories, they were so far not calling for national territorial separation. But pride in the oppressed Palestinian culture and the desire to preserve it at all costs led many to call for Israel to become a consociational, or multicultural, democracy. The single unifying demand was for Israel to become theirs, so that they could belong to it. The debate concerning the state of the Jewish people was heating up. In the 1990s, with the subject of post-Zionism engaging various intellectual circles, the definition of the State of Israel became one of the key issues. In the past, anti-Zionism had been equated with the denial of Israel's right to exist, and the one principle that all Zionists agreed on was that Israel must remain the exclusive state of all the Jews in the world. Now, post-Zionism supported full recognition of the State of Israel within the 1967 borders, but combined it with the uncompromising demand that it become the state of all Israeli citizens. Following the Oslo Accords in 1993, and especially the outbreak of the Second Intifada in 2000, the territorial myth of the entire land of Israel as the patrimony of the Jewish people began to dissipate. But the process was accompanied by the insistence on the Jewish people's exclusive claim to the State of Israel. A large portion of the former territory-minded right wing grew into a rigid and racist right wing, while the center-liberal camp entrenched itself in its Zionist positions and sought to legitimize them juridically and philosophically. In 1988, Justice Meir Shamgar, President of the Supreme Court and an Israel Prize laureate, declared that the existence of the State of Israel as the state of the Jewish people does not conflict with its democratic character, just as the Frenchness of France does not conflict with its democratic character. 69. This absurd comparison: all the citizens of France, old or new, are identified as French, and no non-French citizens qualify as hidden partners in its sovereignty, marked the start of a juridical process embellished with a colorful range of ideas. In 1992, two of the basic laws, human dignity and liberty, and freedom of occupation, already contained the categorical statement that Israel is a Jewish and democratic state. The basic law concerning political parties, passed that same year, also decreed that a party that denied the existence of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state would be barred from taking part in the elections. 70. Paradoxically, this meant that henceforth it would not be possible to transform the Jewish state into an Israeli democracy by a liberal democratic process. The dangerous aspect of this legislation was that it did not make clear exactly what made a state a sovereign political body that is supposed to serve its citizens a Jewish one, and what might threaten or undo it as such. It was Professor Sami Smuha, a sociologist at Haifa University, who meticulously exposed the problematics and anomalies of a democracy that called itself Jewish. In 1990 he borrowed from one José Lins, a political sociologist at Yale University, the term ethnic democracy and applied it to Israel. 71. Over the years, he developed and perfected a groundbreaking analysis that placed Israel very low in the hierarchy of democratic regimes. Methodically comparing it with liberal, republican, consociational, and multicultural democracies, he concluded that Israel did not fit into any of these categories. Instead, it could be classified, along with states like Estonia, Latvia, and Slovakia, as an incomplete democracy or a low-grade democracy. Liberal democracy represents the whole society that exists within its boundaries, with complete equality between all the citizens, irrespective of their origins or cultural affiliations. It functions primarily as a night watchman, guarding rights and laws, and its involvement in the cultural formation of its citizens is scanty and minimal. Most of the Anglo-Saxon and Scandinavian states exemplify this model to a greater or lesser extent. Republican democracy resembles this model in the complete equality of its citizens, but it is much more involved in the cultural formation of its national collective. Such a state is less tolerant of secondary cultural identities and seeks to assimilate them into one overarching culture. France is the most prominent example of this category. The consociational, or associative, democracy formally recognizes cultural linguistic groups, institutionally ensures their equal standing in government, with the right of veto in joint decisions, while fostering the full autonomy of each and every group. Switzerland, Belgium, and contemporary Canada best exemplify this model. The multicultural democracy, on the other hand, plays a less formal role in sustaining the different cultural groups in its system. But it respects them, avoids harming them, and grants communal rights to minorities, making no attempt to impose one particular culture. Great Britain and the Netherlands are the leading examples in this category. The most important quality in this catalogue, shared by all these regimes, is that they see themselves as representing all the citizens in their states, including societies with a hegemonic cultural linguistic group as well as minorities. In Smuha's opinion, Israel cannot be included in any of the above categories, if only because it does not see itself as the political embodiment of the civil society within its boundaries. Not only was Zionism the official ideology that dominated the Jewish state at its birth, but its citizens are expected to continue to fulfill its particularist aims till the end of time. While a kind of democracy does exist within the pre-1967 boundaries of Israel with civil rights, freedom of expression and political association, and periodic free elections, the absence of basic civil and political equality sets it apart from the flourishing democracies of the West. Despite Smuha's efforts to avoid an overly normative judgment, his analysis implied a radical criticism of the State of Israel, though his political conclusions were far more moderate than might have been expected. As he saw it, there was little real likelihood that Israel would become a state of all its citizens. Therefore, the most reasonable prospect was an improved ethnic democracy, in which discrimination was minimized but the exclusionary core was preserved. The best solution for the Arabs of Israel would, of course, be a consociational, namely, a binational, state, but the opposition of the Jews to such an option, which would eliminate the Jewish state, would be total, so that its implementation would be a terrible injustice to most of the population. 72. We may or may not accept Smuha's conceptual scheme. A consociational democracy like Switzerland, for example, is not exactly a multinational state, or his idea that ending discrimination against a subordinate minority would be a terrible injustice to the dominant majority. But there is no denying that the Haifa scholar was the first Israeli academic to pry open the Pandora's box that is Israel's politics of identity. There had been a significant lack of theoretical analysis in this field, and Smuha's essays displayed exceptional critical insight. It goes without saying that this breakthrough attracted a good many responses from Zionist intellectuals as well as from post-Zionists and Palestino-Israelis. 73. Responding to Smuha's critique, and even more so to the Jewish legislation of the early 1990s, some of Israel's leading scholars, traditional and liberal alike, tried to prove that Israel was a normative democracy. The following spectrum of opinions represents some of the most prominent, all of them, not accidentally, laureates of the Israel Prize, this being the highest honor paid by the state to its outstanding figures in the humanities and sciences, and thereby to its own position. As the Israel Prize laureates form a major hub in the world of Israeli culture, their views reflect the essence of the national ideology and reveal its character. For example, Eliezer Schweid, professor of Jewish philosophy at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, could see no contradiction in the phrase "a Jewish and democratic state." Israel had been established in order to restore to the Jewish people the basic democratic rights it had been denied through many generations in exile. There is no moral reason why the Jewish people should forego this right in the state it has built for itself with its own hands, invested tremendous creative energy in it, spilt its blood for it, developed its economy, society, and culture. 74 As Schweid saw it, talking about a contradiction between Judaism and democracy was senseless, because the Jewish religion and Jewish nationalism contain the ethical sources which defined human rights and the idea of the social pact that forms constitutional democracy. Moreover, if Israel did not exist as the state of the Jewish people, there was no point in maintaining its existence. Professor Shlomo Avinri of the Hebrew University, a former Director General of the Foreign Ministry, thought that Israel as a Jewish state was immeasurably superior to the French Republic, which assimilates and erases identities. Israel's tolerance resembles that of Britain, he said, and is even superior to it in many ways. For example, the absence of civil marriage and the preservation of communal confessional marriage, which had existed under Ottoman rule, together with the separation practiced in education, indicated that there was in fact in Israel a broad cultural autonomy for its non-Jewish citizens. Without ever having decided this, the State of Israel recognizes the right of the Arab citizens to equality not only as individuals, but as a group. 75. Surely the professor of political science, even though his area of expertise was German philosophy, must have known the famous 1954 decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in Brown v. Board of Education of Topeka, which determined that separate but equal cannot be equal, and is therefore a violation of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which states that all U.S. citizens are equal. This historical decision fueled the civil rights struggles and eventually led to a thorough change in identity politics in the United States, yet evidently it did not get through to the Zionist mind of the senior scholar in Jerusalem, the city, not incidentally, that was supposed to be Israel's unified capital, where tens of thousands of Palestinians, annexed in 1967, live as permanent residents but not citizens, and thus have no share in the sovereign power over them. It was the same for Asa Kasher, a professor of philosophy at Tel Aviv University and, like the others, a laureate of the Israel Prize in this case, for his writings on morality. He argued that Israel did not differ from the best democracies in the world and that there was no inherent contradiction in the phrase Jewish and democratic. As he saw it, the problems of a democratic national state were not unique to Israel. In Spain there are the Basques, in the Netherlands the Frisians, in France the Corsicans. In this respect, the State of Israel, where 20% of the population belong to a different nation, is not exceptional. 76 Hence, the State of Israel is democratic in its practical ideal and should not be called upon to become expressly a state of all its citizens. Naturally the sense of belonging felt by the majority differs from that of the minority, but that is the way of the modern nation-states. Apparently Asa Kasher, for all his wide scholarship, did not know that while the Castilian language and culture predominate in Spain, the state belongs to all Spaniards, be they Castilian, Catalan, Basque or something else. Prominent among those who offered a theoretical underpinning to the definition of Israel as a democratic state of the Jewish people were a number of jurists. Since the basic laws had begun to insert the term Jewish into their wording, various judges and professors of law felt it their duty to provide a well-grounded defense of the new legislation. Papers piled up in the effort to convince the skeptics that it was possible for a state to adhere to the Jewish tradition yet treat its non-Jews as completely equal. The impression gained from their writings was that their concept of equality was another way of saying indifference. For retired Justice Chaim Herman Cohen, former Deputy President of the Supreme Court and Minister of Justice, as well as an Israel Prize laureate, the issue was straightforward: the genes of our forefathers are in us, whether we like it or not. A man who respects himself strives to discover not only where he stands and where he is heading, but also where he came from. The heritage of Israel, in the broadest sense of the word, is the legacy that the state has inherited by its very nature, and it makes it a Jewish state by its very nature. 77. This statement does not mean that Chaim Cohen was a racist. He had always been a liberal judge in the Rufesan case. His was the voluntarist dissenting opinion, and he also knew that the biological genetic continuity was very questionable. But making a considerable effort to define the non-religious Jewishness of his state, he asserted, A Jewish identity does not mean a biological genetic continuity. More important is the spiritual cultural continuity. The former defines the state as the state of the Jews, the latter as a Jewish state. The two identities are not contradictory, they complement each other, and may also be mutually dependent and conditional. 78. It must have been this conditionality that led Cohen to include in the Jewish continuity and the heritage of Israel not only the Bible, the Talmud and its parables, but also the work of Spinoza, the philosopher who had quit Judaism and was ostracized by its followers. Yet while struggling mightily to characterize Jewish democracy, he made no reference to the 20% of its citizens who are Arab, nor to the 5% meticulously registered by the Ministry of the Interior as non-Jews, even though they speak Hebrew and pay their taxes. Aharon Barak, a former president of the Supreme Court and yet another Israel Prize laureate, was also thought of as one of the most liberal and scholarly judges in the history of Israeli law. Addressing the 34th Zionist Congress in 2002, he spoke about the values of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state. 79. What were the state's Jewish norms? A combination of halakhic and Zionist elements. The world of the halakha is an endless ocean, while the world of Zionism is the language, the national symbols, the flag, the anthem, the festivals, and the law of return. Yet Israel also liberates state lands for Jewish settlement. What were the state's democratic values? The separation of powers, the rule of law, and the protection of human rights, including the rights of the minority. It was necessary to seek a synthesis and a balance between the two sets of values. Giving Jews the right to immigrate does not discriminate against those who are not Jews. It recognizes a non-discriminatory difference. But a person who lives in our national home is entitled to equality, irrespective of religion and nationality. 80. It was why the judge strove to do justice to the Arab minority, being much more aware than other jurists that equality is the heart of modern democracy. Is there equality in the state when one of its values is liberating state lands for Jewish settlement? Supreme Court Justice Barak did not have to answer this question to the participants of the Zionist Congress in Jerusalem. Nor was his audience astonished, since on an earlier occasion the Democratic judge defined the character of the State of Israel in similar terms: a Jewish state is one for which Jewish settlement in its fields, cities, and villages comes before anything else. A Jewish state is one in which Hebrew law plays an important part, and in which the laws of marriage and divorce of Jews are based on the Torah. 81. In other words, for the secular liberal Aharon Barak, Israel is Jewish thanks to such projects as the famous Judaization of the Galilee, which rests on the long-standing judicial segregation of Jews and non-Jews. Daniel Friedman was not a judge, but he was appointed Minister of Justice by Prime Minister Ehud Olmert. Prior to that, he had been a law professor at Tel Aviv University, and had of course received the Israel Prize. Responding to an article of mine in 2000, after 13 Palestino-Israelis had been killed by the police during unarmed protests, he expressed profound amazement at the argument that the very definition of the state as a Jewish one implies a non-egalitarian element. 82. Most states are national states, he argued, so why can't Israel be one? How is Israel different from England? In England there is a Jewish minority and a Muslim minority who enjoy equal rights. Nevertheless, they cannot complain that England is the country of English people, associated with the Anglican Church, and that the dominant language, in which alone it is possible to act in the public sphere, is English. The minorities cannot demand the appointment of a Jewish or Muslim monarch, nor equal status for a different language. 83. Evidently we cannot expect an Israeli professor of law, eager to prove that his state is a perfect democracy, to employ more precise terminology. Although it is true that the word England is often used as synonymous with Britain, such carelessness is out of place in a complex discussion about nation and nationality. Since 1801 England has been part of the United Kingdom, incorporating Scotland, Wales and, since Irish independence in 1922, Northern Ireland. The historical and cultural background of the joint realm is ecclesiastical, but Christian England does not intervene in the marital choice of a Jew who lives there, who may wish to marry a Christian Scot, or even a Muslim of Pakistani origin. Needless to say, England is not the state of the world Anglicans, as Professor Friedman's Israel is the state of the Jews of the world, nor is it even the state of the English, even though English is the official language in the kingdom. A Jew cannot be the monarch of Great Britain, but neither can an Englishman who is not a member of the royal family. In any case, the hegemon in Britain is not the reigning monarch but Parliament, and Michael Howard, the son of a Romanian Jewish immigrant and leader of the Conservative Party in the early 21st century, might have become British Prime Minister, instead of making Aliyah to Israel. Britain is the state of all its citizens: English, Scottish, Welsh, Northern Irish, Muslims who immigrated and became citizens, even Orthodox Jews who acknowledge only the divine sovereign. In the eyes of the law, they are all Britons, and the kingdom belongs to all its citizens. Were England to declare that Britain is the state of the English, as Israel is of the Jews, then even before the children of Pakistani immigrants begin to protest, the Scots and the Welsh would break up the United Kingdom. Furthermore, Britain is a multicultural country, and its principal minorities have long enjoyed considerable autonomy. For Daniel Friedman, however, the Arab citizens of Israel parallel newly naturalized immigrants, rather than the Scots and the Welsh in England. Other jurists have written in defense of the state of the Jewish people, but let us examine only one other, who, together with a historian, wrote a whole book on the subject. In 2003, Amnon Rubinstein, professor of law, former Minister of Education and of course Israel Prize laureate, co-authored a book with Alexander Jacobson entitled Israel and the Nations, which may be the most serious critique so far of post-Zionism. 84. Rubinstein and Jacobson were not satisfied with the functioning of the Jewish democracy. Not only did they expressly call for the enlargement of human rights and equality in Israel, but their argumentation tried very hard to rest on universal norms. At the same time, they both firmly asserted that there was no contradiction between the state being Jewish and democratic. The problems of Israel are normative in the free world, they said, and may be rationally solved by improving the methods of governance and the foundations of the law. The authors set out from the familiar assumption that, as every people has a right to self-determination, so does the Jewish people. Moreover, no state is wholly neutral culturally, and there is no reason to expect only Israel to be so. Rubinstein and Jacobson argued that, since the UN recognized in 1947 the right of the Jews to self-determination, the Jewish state must be preserved until the last Jew makes Aliyah. They did not claim this right for the Jewish Israeli people that had come into being in the Near East. They did not recognize any Israeli national entity. But reality can be problematic for Zionist legal theoreticians. In the early 21st century, Jews are nowhere barred from leaving their countries, and still they refuse to implement their right to national sovereignty. Migration to Israel has been reversed. As of the time of writing, more people are leaving Israel than are entering. 85. Rubinstein's advantage in the book he co-authored with Jacobson was that, unlike the other Zionist thinkers and jurists, he was aware that, as a nation-state, Israel could not be compared to liberal democracies in the West, and therefore he took most of his analogies from Eastern European countries. The authors happily drew on the concepts of nationality on the Hungarian political right, in Ireland and Greece before their constitutional reforms, in Germany before the 1990s, in Slovenia after the fall of Yugoslavia. The examples cited to justify Israel's ethnocentric policy prompt one to ask if the two authors would be willing to live as Jews in one of the Eastern European states they praise, or would they rather settle in a more normative, liberal democracy? Throughout the book, the genuine attachment that many Jews feel for Israel is presented as a national consciousness. This lack of discrimination between, on the one hand, an attachment based largely on painful memories and post-religious sensibility with a touch of tradition and, on the other hand, desire for national sovereignty diminishes the work. Unfortunately, the authors seem unaware that nationality is not merely a sense of belonging to some collective body, it is more than a feeling of solidarity and a common interest, for otherwise Protestants would be a nation, and so would cat lovers. A national consciousness is primarily the wish to live in an independent political entity. It wants its subjects to live and be educated by a homogeneous national culture. That was the essence of Zionism at its inception, and so it remained for most of its history until recent times. It sought independent sovereignty and achieved it. There have been other Jewish solidarities, but most of them were not national, and some were even expressly anti-national. But since the Jewish masses are not keen to live under the Jewish sovereignty, the Zionist arguments have had to be stretched beyond all national reason. The weakness of today's Zionist rationale lies in its failure to acknowledge this complex reality, in which Jews may be concerned about the fate of other Jews, yet have no wish to share a national life with them. Another serious flaw in Rubinstein and Jakobson's book, which is common to all the advocates of the Jewish democracy, concerns their understanding of modern democracy, and this calls for a brief analysis of this controversial conceptual system. Today there are many definitions of democracy, some complementary, some conflicting. Between the end of the 18th century and the middle of the 20th, it mainly denoted government by the people, as opposed to all the pre-modern regimes in which the sovereign ruled over his or her subjects by the grace of God. Since the Second World War, and especially since the Cold War, the term has been used in the West to denote liberal democracies, which of course did not stop the socialist states from seeing themselves as popular democracies of even higher quality than the Western parliamentary variety. This persistent ideological confusion calls for an analytical and historical separation between liberalism and democracy. Liberalism was born in the heart of the Western European monarchies, which it proceeded to curb by creating parliaments, political pluralism, separation of powers, and the rights of subjects vis-a-vis arbitrary power, as well as certain individual rights that no society in history had ever known. 19th century Britain is a good example of a liberal regime that was not at all democratic. The franchise was still limited to a small elite, and the great majority of the people were not yet allowed into the sphere of modern politics. By contrast, the modern idea of democracy, namely, the principle that the entire people must be its own sovereign, burst into the historical arena as an intolerant tempest with marked anti-liberal qualities. Its early spokesmen were Maximilien Robespierre and Saint-Just and other Jacobins in the Great French Revolution. They sought to advance the principle of universal franchise and political equality, but did so through extremely authoritarian, even totalitarian, means. Only toward the end of the 19th century, for reasons too complex to cover here, did there begin to spread a liberal democracy that recognized the principle of the people's sovereignty while maintaining the rights and freedoms previously achieved by advancing liberalism. It expanded and consolidated them as the foundations of today's political culture. The liberal democracies that arose in North America and in Europe were all national ones, and far from perfect in their early phases. Some did not extend the vote to women, in others, the voting age was quite advanced. In some countries certain social sectors had double votes. Both the ethnic and the non-ethnic nation-states were slow to extend the vote to all their inhabitants equally. But unlike the handful of democracies that existed in the ancient Greek world, modern democracies were born with a distinctive birthmark. A universal tension dictated their progress and forced them to advance in the direction of ever-increasing civil equality, to be implemented within the boundaries of the national state. Man, a category never quite known in the ancient world, joins citizen, nation and state as a key term in the central discourse of modern politics. Thus, for any state to be a democracy, sovereignty and equality for all human beings living together in civil society became the minimum requirement. At the same time, the extent of rights and freedoms guaranteed to individuals and minority groups, just like the separation of powers and an independent judiciary, testifies to the liberal qualities of the democracy. Can Israel be defined as a democratic entity? It certainly bears many liberal features. Inside pre-1967 Israel, the freedoms of expression and association are broad even in comparison with those in Western democracies, and the Supreme Court has repeatedly reined in governmental arbitrariness. Amazingly, even in times of intense military conflicts, pluralism has been maintained no less than in several liberal democracies in wartime. But Israeli liberalism has its limitations, and civil rights violations are commonplace in the Jewish state. There is no civil marriage, no civil burial in public cemeteries, no public transportation on Saturdays and Jewish festivals, not to mention the trampling of the land ownership rights of the Arab citizens. These expose a very unliberal aspect of Israeli legislation and its everyday culture. Moreover, the more than 40-year domination of a whole nation, depriving it of all rights, in the territories occupied since 1967 has prevented the consolidation and expansion of genuine liberalism within Israel's jurisdiction. Nevertheless, despite the serious flaws in the area of individual rights, basic liberties are maintained, as well as the main democratic principle of periodic general elections, and the government is elected by all the citizens. May Israel not, therefore, qualify as a classic democracy, ruling albeit belatedly over a colonial region, as the European powers did in the past? It should also be noted that the difficulty in characterizing Israel as a democracy does not lie in the fact that the Sabbath and the Jewish festivals are its main days of rest, nor even that the symbols of the state derive from Jewish tradition. For that matter, the historical and emotional attachment between Jewish Israeli society and Jewish communities in other countries does not preclude a democratic regime in Israel. If in the United States various cultural linguistic communities maintain close contacts with their lands of origin, if Castilian is hegemonic in Spain, and if in secular France several of the holidays stem from the Catholic tradition, there is no reason why the cultural symbolic setting in Israel cannot be Jewish. Of course, in a normative democracy where there are cultural and linguistic minority groups, it is advisable to include civil symbols and festivals shared by all the citizens. Not surprisingly, no such attempt has been made in the Jewish state. The peculiar character of Israel's super-identity, whose primeval code was inherent in Zionism from the start, is what makes it doubtful that a Jewish state can also be democratic. The Jewish nationalism that dominates Israeli society is not an open, inclusive identity that invites others to become part of it, or to coexist with it on a basis of equality and in symbiosis. On the contrary, it explicitly and culturally segregates the majority from the minority, and repeatedly asserts that the state belongs only to the majority. Moreover, as noted earlier, it promises eternal proprietary rights to an even greater human mass that does not choose to live in it. In this way, it excludes the minority from active and harmonious participation in the sovereignty and practices of democracy, and prevents that minority from identifying with it politically. When a democratic government looks at the electorate, it is supposed to see in the first place nothing but citizens. It is elected by them, funded by them, and in principle is expected to serve them. The general welfare must include, if only theoretically, all the citizens. Only in the second, or even third, place can a democratic government, if it is also liberal, acknowledge the various cultural subgroups and act to restrain the strong ones and defend the weak ones, to moderate their relationships as much as possible, and to avoid harming their identities. Democracy need not be culturally neutral, but if there is a state super-identity that directs the national culture, it must be open to all, or at least seek to be so, even if the minority insists on staying out of the hegemonic national bear hug. In all the existing kinds of democracy, it is the cultural minority that seeks to preserve its distinction and identity vis-a-vis the mighty majority. Its smaller size also entitles it to certain privileges. In Israel the situation is reversed. The privileges are reserved for the Jewish majority and its kinfolk who are still wandering in exile. This occurs through numerous mechanisms: the law of absentee properties and the law of land purchase, passed in the early days of the state, the law of return, the law of marriage and divorce, and the various statutes and orders that employ the concept of ex-military to discriminate by means of privileges and allocation of funds excluding the Palestino-Israelis, who are not conscripted, and that preserve the bulk of public resources for the Jewish population. By a series of measures ranging from the generous absorption grants given to new immigrants to the fat subsidies given to the settlers in the occupied territories, who vote in the general elections even though they reside outside the state's borders, Israel openly favors the biological descendants of the ancient kingdom of Judea. If the word Jewish were replaced by the word Israeli, and if the state thus became open and accessible to all the citizens, who would then be able to navigate its identity landscape at will, it might be possible to take a softer line and begin to treat Israel as a political entity heading toward an eventual status of democracy. But such freedom of movement has been permanently prohibited in Israel. The Ministry of the Interior determines the nationality of every citizen, who may neither choose it nor change it, except by converting to Judaism and becoming officially a Jewish believer. The Jewish state takes pains to register its authorized proprietors, the Jews, on their identity cards and / or in the population registry. It also meticulously defines the nationality of other, non-Jewish citizens. Sometimes absurdly, an Israeli who was born before 1989 to a non-Jewish mother in, say, Leipzig may still be registered as having East German nationality. Nevertheless, the concept of Jewish democracy might still be plausible if there were evidence of a historical trend toward the loosening of the ethnocentric fetters and a conscious effort to consolidate Israelization. Despite the exclusive starting points imported into mandatory Palestine by the Eastern European Zionists and hardened in the course of the colonization, the concept of democracy could have been advanced by efforts to make the identity morphology increasingly civil. But the absence of such a trend in the general culture as well as in the educational and legislative systems and the determined opposition of the political, judicial, and intellectual elites to any wider universalization of the dominant identity inside the Jewish state impedes any theoretical goodwill effort to classify Israel as a democracy. The essentialist outlook that depends on the definitions of Jew and non-Jew, and the definition of the state by way of this outlook, together with the stubborn public refusal to allow Israel to be a republic of all Israeli citizens, constitute a deep-rooted barrier to any kind of democracy. Therefore, although we are not in the field of zoology, and the precise terminology is less demanding than it is in the life sciences, Israel must still be described as an ethnocracy. 86 Better still, call it a Jewish ethnocracy with liberal features, that is, a state whose main purpose is to serve not a civil egalitarian demos but a biological religious ethnos that is wholly fictitious historically, but dynamic, exclusive and discriminatory in its political manifestation. Such a state, for all its liberalism and pluralism, is committed to isolating its chosen ethnos through ideological, pedagogical, and legislative means, not only from those of its own citizens who are not classified as Jews, not only from the Israeli-born children of foreign workers, but from the rest of humanity. Ethnocracy in the age of globalization. Although it has experienced many upheavals, Israel has existed as a liberal ethnocracy for more than 60 years. The liberal features have grown stronger over the years, but the state's ethnocentric foundation remains an obstacle to their development. Furthermore, the effective myths that guided the construction of the national state may give rise to a future challenge to its very existence. The myth of the historical claim to Eretz Israel, which fortified the self-sacrificing endeavors of the first Zionist settlers and legitimized the acquisition of the territorial base for the future state, led it after 19 years of independence to become immured in an oppressive colonialist situation from which it is still unable to extricate itself. The occupation in 1967 led many Zionists, secular and religious alike, to view the new territories as the heart of the ancestral land. On the purely mythological level they were right. The imaginary spaces in which Abraham, David, and Solomon lived were not Tel Aviv, the coast and the Galilee, but Hebron, Jerusalem, and the mountains of Judea. For ethnic reasons, the supporters of the whole Eretz Israel rejected any idea of merging on an equal basis with the inhabitants of these territories. The partial but decisive removal of many of the local people, such as was carried out in 1948 on the coastal plain and in the Galilee, was not possible in 1967. Yet it remained an unspoken wish. A formal annexation of the new territories was avoided, as it would have led to a binational state and nullified the chances of maintaining a state with a Jewish majority. It took the political elites in Israel 40 years to diagnose the situation, and to comprehend that in an advanced technological world, control over bits of land is not always a source of power. Up to the time of writing, Israel has not yet produced a bold leadership capable of splitting up Eretz Israel. All the governments have supported and encouraged the settlements, and not one has so far tried to dismantle those that flowers in the heart of the biblical homeland. 87 However, even if Israel abandoned the territories taken in 1967, the inherent contradiction in its very composition would still not be resolved, and another myth, even more firmly hardwired than the territorial one, would continue to haunt it. The myth of the Jewish ethnos as a self-isolating historical body that always barred, and must therefore go on barring, outsiders from joining it is harmful to the state of Israel, and may cause it to disintegrate from within. Maintaining an exclusionary ethnic entity, and discriminating against 1/4 of the citizens Arabs and those who are not considered Jews in accordance with misguided history and the halakha leads to recurring tensions that may at some point produce violent divisions that will be difficult to heal. For Palestino-Israelis, every stage in their interaction with everyday Israeli culture accelerates their political alienation, however paradoxical this may sound. Social encounters and a closer acquaintance with Israeli cultural and political values and opportunities that today are reserved only for those defined as Jews heighten the desire for greater equality and more active political participation. That is why the so-called Arabs of 1948 are increasingly opposed to the existence of Israel as an exclusively Jewish state, and there's no telling how far this opposition may develop, or how it may be halted. The complacent assumption that this growing and strengthening populace will always accept its exclusion from the political and cultural heart is a dangerous illusion, similar to the blindness of Israeli society to the colonialist domination in Gaza and the West Bank before the First Intifada. But whereas the two Palestinian uprisings that broke out in 1987 and 2000 exposed the weakness of Israel's control over its apartheid territories, their threat to the existence of the state is negligible compared with the potential threat posed by the frustrated Palestinians living within its borders. The catastrophic scenario of an uprising in the Arab Galilee, followed by iron-fisted repression, may not be too far-fetched. Such a development could be a turning point for the existence of Israel in the Near East. No Jew who lives today in a liberal Western democracy would tolerate the discrimination and exclusion experienced by the Palestino-Israelis, who live in a state that proclaims it is not theirs. But Zionist supporters among the Jews around the world, like most Israelis, are quite unconcerned, or do not wish to know, that the Jewish state, because of its undemocratic laws, could never have been part of the European Union or one of America's 50 states. This flawed reality does not stop them from expressing solidarity with Israel, and even regarding it as their reserve home. Not that this solidarity impels them to abandon their national homelands and emigrate to Israel. And why should they, seeing that they are not subjected to daily discrimination and alienation of the kind that Palestino-Israelis experience daily in their native country? In recent years the Jewish state has become less interested in large-scale immigration. The old nationalist discourse that revolved around the idea of Aliyah has lost much of its appeal. To understand current Zionist politics, replace the word Aliyah with diaspora. Today Israel's strength no longer depends on demographic increase, but rather on retaining the loyalty of overseas Jewish organizations and communities. It would be a serious setback for Israel if all the pro-Zionist lobbies were to immigrate en masse to the Holy Land. It is much more useful for them to remain close to the centers of power and communications in the Western world, and indeed they prefer to remain in the rich, liberal, comfortable diaspora. At the end of the 20th century, the weakening of the nation-state in the Western world indirectly presented contemporary Zionism with new advantages. Economic, political, and cultural globalization has significantly eroded classical nationalism, but it has not done away with the basic need for identity and alternative collective associations. The post-industrial context in the wealthy West, with its tremendous movement of material and cultural commerce, has not stopped people from seeking tangible social frameworks. And as the omnipotent state of the 20th century gradually declines, the search for sub-identities, whether neo-religious, regional, ethnicist, communal, or even sectist, has become prominent in the changing morphological fabric of the New World, and it's not clear where this development is heading. Amid all these developments, Jewish ethnicity has enjoyed a resurgence. In the United States this has been a noticeable fashion for some time. As a typical immigrant state, the liberal and pluralistic American superpower has always left a generous margin for legitimate sub-identities. Mass nationalization in the U.S. never sought to erase previous cultural layers or remnants of old beliefs, other than those it had exterminated at the start. In the presence of the Anglo-American, Latin American or African American, a descendant of Eastern European Jewry had to identify himself or herself as Jewish American. The person may not have preserved elements of the great Yiddish culture, but the need to belong to a particular community meant finding a focus of identity amid the sweeping cultural vortex. As the Yiddish culture lost its vitality, Israel increased in importance for many American Jews, and the number of Zionists increased. If, during the Second World War, American Jewry behaved rather apathetically toward the mass slaughter in Europe, it responded with sympathy and support for Israel, especially following Israel's victory in the 1967 war. In Europe, with the rise of the European Union and the weakening of the nation-states within it, the Jewish institutions in London and Paris also experienced a transnational ethnicization, and the State of Israel learned to derive maximum political benefit from this worldwide network of Jewish power. Since the late 1970s, the perpetuation of the Jewish ethno-state has paid handsome dividends, and the closer Brooklyn came to Jerusalem, the further was Arab Nazareth removed from the heartbeat of Jewish-Israeli politics. That is why any project that proposed turning Israel into a republic of its citizens has come to seem like a fantasy. Jewish-Israeli blindness regarding the democratic radicalization of the Palestino-Israeli community, especially its younger and educated elements, has always been based on plain material interest. It not only rested on the weighty mythological past and was sustained by simple ignorance, it has also been reinforced by the profit and power derived from the existence of the overseas ethnos, which is content to subsidize it. But there's a fly in the ointment. Although the globalization of the late 20th century was accompanied by increased pro-Zionist ethnicization among the established Jewish communities, the runaway assimilation at ground level has continued to mix Jews with those who live beside them, who attend the same universities and who share the same workplace. The impact of everyday cultures, local and global, is stronger than the synagogue and the Zionist Sabbath folklore. Consequently, the demographic power base of the Jewish establishment is steadily eroding. Comfortable Jewish life in the diaspora, the irresistible power of young love, and the welcome decline in anti-Semitism are all taking their toll. Surveys indicate that not only is mixed marriage on the rise, but support for Israel among Jewish families under 35 is declining. Only among the over 60s is solidarity with Israel stable and popular. These data suggest that the inflow of power from Israel's transnational diaspora may not last forever. 88. Nor should Israel assume that the support of the mighty West will never falter. The neocolonialism of the early 21st century exemplified in, for instance, the conquest of Iraq and Afghanistan has intoxicated the power elites in Israel, but for all the rising globalization, the West is still far away while Israel is situated in the Near East. The violent reaction to the humiliation of the East will fall not on the remote metropolis but on its forward outpost. The fate of the self-segregating ethno-state in a corner of the Arab and Muslim world is uncertain. In the present historical stage, as is usually the case, we cannot see the future, but there are good reasons to fear it. For example, the peace camp must consider that a compromise accord with a Palestinian state, if achieved, may not only end a long and painful process, but start a new one, no less complex, inside Israel itself. The morning after may be no less painful than the long nightmare preceding it. Should a Kosovo erupt in the Galilee, neither Israel's conventional military might, nor its nuclear arsenal, nor even the great concrete wall with which it has girdled itself will be of much use. To save Israel from the black hole that is opening inside it, and to improve the fragile tolerance toward it in the surrounding Arab world, Jewish identity politics would have to change completely, as would the fabric of relations in the Palestino-Israeli sphere. The ideal project for solving the century-long conflict and sustaining the closely woven existence of Jews and Arabs would be the creation of a democratic binational state between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River. To ask the Jewish Israeli people, after such a long and bloody conflict, and in view of the tragedy experienced by many of its immigrant founders in the 20th century, to become overnight a minority in its own state may not be the smartest thing to do. But if it is senseless to expect the Jewish Israelis to dismantle their own state, the least that can be demanded of them is to stop reserving it for themselves as a polity that segregates, excludes, and discriminates against a large number of its citizens, whom it views as undesirable aliens. The Jewish super-identity must be thoroughly transformed and must adapt to the lively cultural reality it dominates. It will have to undergo a process of Israelization, open to all citizens. It is too late to make Israel into a uniform, homogeneous nation-state. Therefore, in addition to an Israelization that welcomes the other, it must develop a policy of democratic multiculturalism similar to that of the United Kingdom or the Netherlands that grants the Palestino-Israelis not only complete equality but also a genuine and firm autonomy. Their culture and institutions must be preserved and nurtured at the same time as they are brought into the centers of power of the hegemonic Israeli culture. Palestino-Israeli children should have access, if they wish it, to the heart of Israeli social and productive centers. And Jewish Israeli children must be made aware that they are living in a state in which there are many others. Today this forecast seems fantastic and utopian. How many Jews would be willing to forego the privileges they enjoy in the Zionist state? Would the Israeli elites be capable, following this cultural globalization, of undergoing a mental reformation and adopting a more egalitarian temperament? Do any of them really want to institute civil marriage and to separate the state entirely from the rabbinate? Could the Jewish Agency cease to be a state institution and become a private association for the fostering of cultural ties between the Jews of Israel and Jewish communities around the world? And when will the Jewish National Fund stop being a discriminatory ethnocentric institution, and return the 130,000 hectares of absentee lands that were sold to it by the state for a symbolic amount? More specifically, return them to the seller at that same symbolic price so that they may serve as the primary capital from which to compensate the Palestinian refugees. Furthermore, will anyone dare to repeal the law of return, and to offer Israeli citizenship only to those Jews who are fleeing persecution? Will it be possible to deny a New York rabbi on a brief visit to Israel his automatic right to become an Israeli citizen, usually done on the eve of general elections, before he returns to his native country? And what's to stop such a Jew, assuming he is a fugitive, though not because of criminal acts, from living a contented Jewish religious life in an Israeli republic of all its citizens, just as he does in the United States? And now the last, perhaps the hardest, question of them all: to what extent is Jewish Israeli society willing to discard the deeply embedded image of the chosen people, and to cease isolating itself in the name of a fanciful history or dubious biology and excluding the other from its midst? There are more questions than answers, and the mood at the end of this book, much as was the case in the personal stories at its start, is more pessimistic than hopeful. But it is appropriate for a work that has hung question marks over the Jewish past to conclude with a short, impertinent questionnaire about the uncertain future. In the final account, if it was possible to have changed the historical imaginary so profoundly, why not put forth a similarly lavish effort of the imagination to create a different tomorrow? If the nation's history was mainly a dream, why not begin to dream its future afresh, before it becomes a nightmare?